All right. We are live. Cajun Coin Hunter here with you this evening, aka Boudreaux. See what hat I got on today. Got the Evan Roos hat on. Uh, let's see. Oh boy, on that side right there. That's echoing. Okay, that's Kilt. Bad Moon Rising. Yeah, just like CCR, Credence Clearwater Revival said. Uh, got some bad weather on the way. We got severe weather alerts just about all day, but it's for mostly flooding, and it storms out in the Gulf. That hurricane, it's a hurricane instead of a hurricane. Got a God's name, so him, her, with all the bull butter, bullshit going on in the world today with proper pronouns and whatever the frick you want to call them. Can't say tranny anymore because for a transmission in a car, I still do. Hell yeah. Or a transistor, as electronic guys, transistor, it's a tranny. All right, got that shit cleared up. But anyway, it's a hurricane. It's a guy's name. It's not a hurricane. It's a her name. Or it's a surname. Yeah, there you go. That's another twist on the spin of a surname. All right, surname. Sir Raphael. I am here. David Carlisle, what's up? Too much noise there? I ain't got enough noise here. I ain't got enough people going, yeah, raw, go Tigers tomorrow. Yeah, let you go. Kick some butt. Kick Bama's ass. Two things control the tide. That's the moon and LSU. And that's right, I got the moon in the title tonight. Bad Moon Rising. That's another thing. Bad Moon Rising, that's right. For Bama. So the moon's gonna control the tide, and LSU is gonna control the tide. So anyhow, that hurricane's out there in the Gulf. All bullshit aside. Pudding Tang, what's up? Yeah, I hear hurricanes blowing. Yeah, so that title is kind of, just right. In different aspects. Different aspects. Playing Bama, Roll Tide Roll, which, that's the Bad Moon Rising. The moon controls the tide on that. So, anyhow, yeah. So, all bull aside, the storms out in the Gulf, it's churning there, and it's going to stay there for a while because that cold front that's coming down, that's going to be in Louisiana tomorrow. It's stalling. It's going to stall right over us. That whole frontal boundary, that line is going to go from the Gulf all the way to through Alexandria, north of me and all that. So, yeah, and it might move on into Lafayette just a little bit. I don't know. Field guy, what's up? That's right. Screw Bama. Go Tigers. So anyway, the field guy must be at work because he's not in here yet. Because he'd already be in here if he wasn't at work talking about Bama and football. So anyhow, that cold front's going to stall, and that's just going to kind of hold that storm in place in the Gulf. Okay, the weatherman didn't say that. I'm saying that because usually when a front pushes through and all that, it right here. Okay, coming out of let's see on the map. Okay, here's the Gulf. Here's Texas. Here, and all that. Here's Louisiana. Here's the Gulf. When the fronts come down like that, them storms, they go ahead of that front. It's like it sucks it up, like that front sucks that hurricane up. It kind of actually, in a way, does that, it's not sucking it actually up like that. It just moves it that away, or it goes away from it. Them storms stay away from dry air. They will not kill themselves. Mike Cicina, what's up, Radio Mike? Yeah, I got your package in. I need to do a mail call video on that. I hadn't opened it yet, so I don't know what all kind of little goodies they got in there. It feels good, Where's it at? Oh, here it is. It feels good. That's for sure. I hear a bunch of stuff rattling in there. I know, yeah, it took some, you sent me a picture of what's in there. So, let's see. Feeling a little bit under the weather, tired and fever. Oh, no, Pudding Tang. Got to take care of that. Just some simple parts you might like. Yeah, you send me some pictures of the little covers, go over the BNC connectors, and 2 different sizes. So I guess I was over the Banana Jacks plugs. Banana Jacks, I mean. So anyway, that cold front stalling out and that hurricane staying right where it's at. It's just I looked at the National Hurricane Center, and it's kind of gonna make a little loop, not much, just staying where it's at and moving back kind of southeast and then south, and it's gonna die out down there. That's what they're saying. So we're gonna have to see what this cool front does. Yeah, that's right. We have to see what this cool front does. If that thing would have come blaring through there, like that last one did, and moved that storm up and away from us, the last 2 storms, actually, the last 2 hurricanes that came in the Gulf, the cold fronts is which moved them out the way. Cold fronts. Yeah. Do some replays on some videos on the weather channels. You'll see that. What's up, Bronx boys? There's Miss Missy. In fact, I gotta get me a cup of coffee here. Yeah, got 1 cup left. And I was running a little late, so I was gonna do some Chinese food, shrimp fried rice, and some. I love shrimp fried rice and some egg rolls. Make some. I got some spring roll wrappers though. I didn't see any egg roll wrappers, and I asked when they're doing a big reset at Walmart and the store, the Super One, the store I usually haunt and trade at is Super One. It's a local store. It's a southern chain. They got a bunch of them in Texas and Louisiana. Brandon, my buddy up there in Texas, B&S Small Engines. He's a small engine guy. Works on Skag mowers and all that. He works for a dealership now instead of owning his own shop. But he's getting them benefits too. So anyway, he's got his master service tech license also, and his diesel certifications. Tractors and Yanmar. He just got one from Yanmar, if I'm not mistaken. Y'all go check him out. BSS MALL. BS small engine, but it's all in one. BSS MALL and then engine.
BS has in Bama sucks.
Yeah, there you go. Bama sucks. Okay.
Hey, you saying that, not me.
You pay your land property tax. Yeah, that works, David. Yeah. I don't know if Louisiana's like that, but I hope it is, because me and Missy, we're gonna be 5 more years, we'll be 65. In fact, Missy went to the store Tuesday and she got a senior discount. She didn't even ask about it. I think worker was there, and she says she might be 60. And
Well,
yeah,
they're not supposed
going
to. They're not supposed to ask if they think they're old. If they think they're old enough, they just give it to them. You
I
know,
don't know. There was a little conversation that went on.
they're not
So
supposed to ask your age. Some people
I don't
find that
know how
offensive.
that came up. Ann was there too, so maybe her sister acts if I know there was another person there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, claim just got a senior discount at the food deal night. There you go. Yeah, Missy got spent $127 and got a $8 discount. Hey, hell yeah.
Welcome to Joe Biden's America, where $127 worth of groceries will last you a day and a half.
Yeah, well, hey, I'm getting stronger. Something's up. I'm getting stronger because I can pick up $100 of groceries with one finger. In the bag. Yeah, in the bag, and it's only one bag.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I spent $91 the other day, and I only bought like eight or 10 things.
Man, I tell you what, something had to stop. I'm glad somebody different in because shit was getting too hot, too expensive, and they wouldn't put a halt on it. They wouldn't dip it in the bud. They wouldn't rein it in.
Oh,
Zaphael's in the house. What's up?
I had a customer today, and she didn't directly come out and say any names, but we were talking about the store closing, this and that. She goes, how the company's bad business, and she goes, sounds like another president I know who likes to bankrupt all his businesses. And I'm like, oh, who you talking about? And she goes, and I go, no, I don't. That's why I'm asking you who you talking about. And she goes, well, if you don't know, you're part of the problem. And she walks off, and I go, okay, I guess we have a Kamala fan in the audience. She's a black woman. A lot of black women's like, the thing is right now, if you're a black woman, like, if you didn't vote for Kamala, you're racist. And I'm thinking, how does that work exactly? I don't understand that logic. But, yeah, but she never actually said Trump's name or Biden's name. That's why I kept asking her, who are you talking about? President? Which president? There's two of them right now. There's one getting the fuck out, and there's one going in making America great again. So who are you talking about?
I guess she was going to blame your store closing on Trump, which your store has been going bankrupt since before.
That's what
Trump
she
was
implied.
even running.
That's exactly what she was implying. I told her, I said, don't worry. We will get Elon Musk to buy the company. Oh, yeah, I asked about that tool thing today. They're going to sell it, but they don't know how much yet.
Oh,
so
okay.
you might want to tell them to come in because they're selling the fixtures for $80.
What? Well, he's going to be here in a little bit, I think. He'll be in here.
Oh, yeah, they're selling all the fixtures for $80. They say, you take it, you carry it, you pick it up. We're not allowed to touch it.
Buddy of mine, when I had my radio shop at a Tiger truck stop, Mike, the owner of the truck stop, on the weekend, they went over to a Sears store in Baton Rouge on the north side. And that was, I didn't realize it at the time. It's a bad area now, now. And it was on the north side. So if Van the Man comes in, he'll tell you about the north side of Baton Rouge, Scotlandville, but that wasn't that far north. Anyhow, we went and loaded up all them gondolas, those shelves that's upright. It's in between the aisles. And they got these hooks on them, like you go in the Radio Shack for the parts and like in O'Reilly's.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Upright
we have
about
those.
5 foot tall, and you could put all in pegs. Then it's got the shelf on either side, on that aisle over there or the aisle you in, and then you got another gondola on that side. I know what they call them, gondolas, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, the owner of the truck stop, I don't know what he was going to do with all them things, man. He rented a big U-Haul. I mean, the biggest U-Haul you could find, a Hertz truck or whatever, and loaded. I mean, that was full. He might have sold all
He
that,
sold
you know,
them. You know
resold
how
that.
much those things
He
go
used
for?
some. Yeah, he used some for in the truck stop. He got them for pennies on the dollar, you know. And I mean, I'm talking about like $5 a piece.
Well, we have tags on ours, $75, $80 for the end caps, $75 for the other ones. And that's set by the company. They're
So,
selling the kitchen sink. They're selling the
oh,
U-Haul.
I
They're
bet,
selling
yeah.
they're selling everything. Huh?
If they put the sink in, yeah, they're gonna try to get some of the money out of it. You know, like
Oh,
them big mop sinks and them big stainless kitchen sinks, them restaurant style kitchen sinks. Y'all, I'm pretty
yeah.
sure y'all got one in the back, especially a
Nah,
mop
it's
sink.
junky. It's
You know,
junky in the back.
a big mop
It,
sink. You know, it's just a deep sink to wash your hands, clean them. They call them mop sinks.
well, I have one, but it's part of the company. I mean, it's part of the building, so I can't sell that off.
Okay. Well, if they put it in, they can get it out. Deplorable garbage. What's up? We know who that
I don't
is.
know.
So,
But
uh,
yeah, I asked my boss about the Cobalt thing, and he said, "Yep, we're selling it," but he didn't give me a price on it. I said, "Well, I know somebody that'll get it."
so I went in
So
there after Mike got all his stuff out. I seen some stuff in there that they wasn't taking out. So I asked the guy that that came around that evening to pick up the key from Mike because you know he was done for that day. And I asked him, I said, "Man,
yeah,
can I get a few things out of here?" He says, "You see this partition wall for this catalog store in here because they had the store had closed and all the inventory was out. But what they did, they brought some carpenters in and they built walls that went from the windows. And when you walked in, it was a catalog store. It looked just like a, you know, inside, except for the top. It didn't have a roof on it, but it was the catalog store. And when you walked in, you couldn't really tell you was in a big store, you know. So,
hmm
uh, what's up, Tommy Hanlon? How's the weather in Dublin? I asked the guy if I could have some stuff that was out because I seen some light fixtures and all that, and he was like, "Yeah." He says, "I'll give you what you want. You take anything in here you want, but you have to tear this down and get rid of it." I'm like, and you know, clean up. You know,
that's what they have signs on
this
ours. It
area
says,
right here. So I'm like, all right, no
yeah,
problem. So next week he gave me the key. In fact,
uh-huh.
now says, I'll take a day off or a couple of days off from my shop because I says I have a business at Tiger Truck Stop. So he was like, no problem. He says if you want to come next weekend, you can. I'm like, okay. And he says, bring the key to next door to so and so. I'm like, okay. And because he had another key.
Yeah.
So I forget when we went, but it's me and about four other guys, and man, I got light fixtures, man, all kind of stuff. It was two guys with trucks, and we filled them trucks up. We made a couple loads, and
Yeah.
I made a couple dollars off of that. All kind of light fixtures, wood, man. Oh yeah.
Well,
So
they were breaking down. Oh, we broke down. Well, I didn't break it down, but they were breaking down the fixtures today. The shelves, the awnings, all that stuff. Put because the company's got set prices on it, and they put a thing on the end caps, and they were saying, "Okay, you bring your tools, you dismantle it, you load it up, you clean up your mess afterwards." And it says in parentheses, "If you do not do any of this, you will not be buying this." And we are not allowed to touch it. If they want it, they got to load it up. They got to bring, and they have to buy it on site. There's no holding it for anybody. They have to buy it. Oh, they can't buy it and come back in 3 days. Nope. You have to buy it automatically. But the funny part is they changed the prices today from 60 to 90%. But it really wasn't busy in the store, but 3/4 of the store is empty because I had to move my entire department to the other side of the store. It took me all day, and my back is killing me, but I had to move About 17 shelves of shoes by myself. So that was a pain in the ass because the shoe shelves are the first. They already sold those. That was the first one's going. I thought I was gonna have to do that next week. Nope. Somebody paid $2,000 for them. I said shit. They said I'll take them all. Motherfucker. So, and they were only gonna sell them for $75 each. So when this guy come in and said I'll take all the shelves for $2,000, motherfucker. Well, that became a problem. So he bought all the shelves in the store for $2,000. $75 a pop. He probably came ahead, but I don't know. I can't even see the chat. So if somebody says something, I have to. Well, I can see it, but then I can't see the video. It's a pain in the ass on here. Let's see. Brock's Boys has got the those words again. You know he means go Tigers. Yeah,
Brock Boy's talking about the Tigers again. No, thank you, man.
No, he ain't talking about
been to Ireland, Dublin.
Earlier.
Scotland. Oh man, Ireland. It's its own island. But Scotland, they got the accent over there too that I like. Yeah. And I got a few friends in Scotland though.
Oh, I was eating ice cream.
Let's see, I wonder if anybody came in that I missed. You might have told me that somebody told me that they came in last week and they said, I think 2 days later they said, "Oh, when you stream," I said, "Hi." You didn't see me, I guess. I said, "No, I sure didn't."
I don't pay attention. Oh, you're talking about your stream. Okay, see?
I said, usually Missy tells me when somebody says hi. You know, if I don't say hi, she'll do it. I'm going to be making me a daiquiri after a while.
I got a daiquiri shop right down the street.
I got them limed right here. That more or less. And then look, and then lemons here. That kind of like the ingredient of a margarita, you know, but it's in a daiquiri, you know.
I want to get drunk off my ass and go to work tomorrow, so I don't have to these stupid people stop asking me questions.
They were trying to sell me gold in the 2000, but I wasn't answering them. I didn't see them. Yeah, I could have got gold in the 2000 a long time ago, but I didn't. I should have. I'd probably lost it though. I mean, I could have got it at. I mean, when it was still in the hundreds of dollars instead of thousands, I could have got it. I just never thought about it, you know. Even though I was in coins, you know, coin collecting and all that, I just never had thought about buying gold as an asset, you know.
I plan on buying some gold in the future when I got some extra funds, and not because Chuck Woolery told me to. There's that commercial. I don't know. Chuck Woolery promotes the U.S. gold, and I see that commercial all the time.
Chuck Woolery? Really?
Yeah.
The dating game guy?
Yeah, he's still alive.
Yeah,
but,
he does.
He's the spokesperson.
I didn't know he did the.
He's the he's the spokesperson for those U.S. money commercials. It's ran by the former Treasury of the United States.
Hey, Jeff. How you doing? Jeff Skews is in the house. Jeff, you want to come up? I'll send you a link. I think I got your email. Oh, crap.
Dave's not here, man? No. So are we singing Are we singing CPR tonight? That's one of the bands I can't stand. CPR.
CCR?
I mean CCR.
Really?
CCR.
Well, yeah, but you wasn't brought up in their era and time. I was.
Yeah, but I listened to it. John Fogerty, I just can't stand John. That's one of the few artists I can't stand, John Fogerty. I heard it so many.
When you're 6 years old, 5, 6 years old, and then later, you know, I think I was about 5, 6. I think I was 6 when I heard one of their first songs, or it might have been a little older, maybe 9. I forgot when not Bad Moon Rising came out.
71, 72.
Down on the Corner.
I think around that time.
Oh, that was in the it might have been the early 70s. Okay, yeah, I'm probably about 8 years old then instead of 6.
CCR hit their mark in the early 70s, 71, 72.
I thought it was a late 60s, something like that.
I'm pretty
But
sure.
that's me thinking, though. You see, that's me thinking.
I'm taking a shot in the dark. I want to say 71, but I can't look it up because I'm on my phone.
Okay.
So
Somebody look it up when Down on the Corner came out. Not Jerry Reed's version neither. I know that was in the 80s there.
yeah. Wait, we can sing 10 seconds of it. Get away with it, you YouTube claws. But there's a bathroom on the right.
Yeah, there's a bathroom on the right.
Don't forget the flood.
They got a funny lyric that a lot of people thought that they were actually singing, and he did actually, on purpose though, he actually did sing that lyric one time.
Well, yeah.
In a concert, he actually did sing that lyric.
Well, I heard.
I think it's about the bathroom too. I think it is.
Yeah, I've heard that song so many times over the years because that's one of my dad's favorite bands, CCR, and I'm like, God damn it! He went and seen him in concert in the 70s.
Martian Boogie? No, Brownsville Station. I heard of Brownsville Station. Man, that was a one-hit wonder, I think.
John Fogerty doesn't own any of his songs.
Not
Somebody
no more.
stole
He don't. Yeah,
he never did. Somebody's the agent or somebody stole the rights to it. He's never owned them.
Oh, okay. Somebody
That's
wrote
why
it.
He doesn't sing them anymore.
I thought he wrote it. I thought he wrote
He wrote it, yeah, but somebody stole the publishing rights to it.
Oh, okay. I think I did hear something about that.
Yeah, he doesn't. That's why he doesn't perform most of those songs anymore, because he doesn't get paid for it.
Bad Moon Rising. Yeah, I know they did that. Let me see. Was there a comment before that? No, one hit wonder. Yeah, me too. I suppose my 15 minutes came and went so fast.
I got 15 minutes of fame.
The Martian Boogie by Brownsville Station. Let me look up that Down on the Corner.
Down on the corner. There we go. You can sing it. You got 10 seconds. So long as you don't go past 10 seconds, go ahead.
I usually can't. Guess my computer's not acting up on me.
That's what she said.
1969. Oh no, that's Willie and the Poor Boys. That's 1969. Yeah, I was 5 years old.
I wasn't born yet.
6. 5 or 6 when I first heard it. It depends on when it came out. But it's just, it depends on when did it come out. If it came out like December or whatever, yeah, I was like 6 years old, almost 6.
Just say you are around 6. Roundabout.
I'm a celebrity, Jeff Skew said. Jeff, check your email. Okay, I'm gonna be like I said, I'll be making daiquiri later. I got lemons, limes, Margaritaville. No, it's not gonna be a margarita, but the recipe calls for lemon juice and a tablespoon or so of lime juice. They say it wakes it up. The lime juice wakes it up or something, but the 7-Up wakes it up. Then I got a bottle of Coke over there I want to show off after a while. What's so special about Coke? Well, there's a reason. This is a special bottle of Coke. Okay, then I got a juicer over there. I got my blender right there. I got my strawberries all cut up. Got some sugar. I did that last night, and I said, no, I'm not. I got real hungry, and so I just put the ingredients that I already prepared in the ice box. So no, I'm not.
For folks who don't know,
tonight,
for folks that don't know, this is a hurricane party. That's the only time. That's an excuse to get loaded is when the hurricane's coming.
Mike,
you call down here the hurricane party.
Mike, you wasn't born in 59. You ain't that old. You don't look. You don't look no 65 years old.
My dad was born in '59.
Yeah. Johnny was born in 57. Johnny don't look his age neither, though. Sam's Garage, what's up, mon ami? Look, Mr. Jeff's in the house tonight. What's up, Jeff?
Cajun, you'd let anybody up, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
That's
but you're
me,
not
I'm
just
all-
anybody, Jeff. You're not just anybody. You're a special kind of somebody.
That's dangerous. Yeah.
Hey, he don't know me
how's
yet, does he?
how's them old antique lawn tractors treating you?
We're doing good. I got the plow on the big one. I got it all greased up. I put a step on it so I could get on it for the winter. Otherwise, it's really tough to get on.
Uh-huh. What
And I got to make room to get the other one.
what about that King? What is that? Power King or
But yeah.
that's a Power King? If I'm
Well,
not
they both
mistaken?
are.
Okay.
Yeah, they both are.
Wasn't you working on a pulling tractor at one time?
I was trying to, but you know what? With the rules they got for tractor pulls up here, if you don't have something like Ed's tractor or Wheel Horse, something like that, they don't even want to know who you are.
Oh, okay. 2 ATVs in our life. What's up? Yep, Santa Jeff. That's right. What's up, Daryl? How you doing?
I don't know about Santa. Santa's kind of
Oh,
skinny
damn, I
this
didn't
year.
know. I thought I was older than you, Mike. Yeah, I was born in '64. So yeah, you 65. You just retirement age. You better wait till you're 67 or more, because 67, that's the one that you they changed it from 65 to 67. You get more money.
It's
But
actually
you can make more too. If you wait, the longer you wait, the more money you get per month. I know a guy waited till he was 70. He got something like 3,200 a month or something. And then
Wow,
you
It's
I
can
wish
make
I could
more.
get that.
They allow you to make more, on a job on the side. But usually they think when you're 70 or 72 that you're not going to be working anywhere else. You're going to be too broke down and wore out. Shit, I know guys. I know a guy. He's 81. Man, he puts me to shame. I mean, man, that man's busy. He's on the road all the time. He's big. He's freaking strong. He's a bull. I mean, he goes hog hunting all the time. He don't need no help doing anything. You don't need no. He ain't got no big gut. Man. But he's a big guy, but he ain't got no big gut like me.
But you can do it at 66 years and 2 months.
66. You talking about Social Security?
Yeah,
66 years old in 2 months.
yeah. That's what they told my mom.
Wow.
Yeah, that's when she was able to get it without them taking any more money out. But she still works, so they still which is a conundrum because she gets the checks, but then the money still comes out of her paycheck. So it's kind of like, but they don't. It's 66 in 2 months, and then they don't penalize you anymore. You can make as much as you want.
Well, here's my question.
Events may force my hand to retire early. I was holding out for the 67 and a half, but the living situation is coming apart here. Yeah, and I know exactly where you're at. I was back and forth with David C. about Alabama. What you mean, talking to David about moving to Alabama? Louisiana's place. We don't have no property tax down here. No, I mean, if you own 100 acres and live on that 100 acres, you don't pay no property tax. There's a homestead agreement. But if you own 1,000 acres somewhere else, and rent it out to a hunting club or something, or, make your own deer hunting club or whatever, and you collect dues to pay your taxes, you pay your taxes, if it's not property you live on, but the taxes are not that high. It's not high like in Florida, man, and then Michigan. Oh God, man, like Renegade Garage.
They raised it.
Like $5,000 a year on his house. You know, he owns his
That's
house. He
all.
pays $5,000 a year in taxes. Yeah, I'm like, what?
You want to come and live here then?
I said, I can own 1,000 acres of land here in Louisiana and not pay that much.
Well, you
You
know,
want
my
to come up
friend.
here and try living?
That's the city. He lives in that part of Jacksonville, Florida over there. And man, Florida's expensive to live in.
Florida don't have a state sales tax though, so that's why they probably have a high property tax.
I don't know.
I can tell you.
No, but this is a property tax and house tax. You know, whatever you have of value. You know, like they'll go in probably. I wouldn't be surprised they go in inventory as tools. You know, in his shop.
Well, you know, my friend, that you know where I'm at, Cajun. Down here in my parish, they just raised the property taxes like I think like 3.5%. Because my friend, he was deeded his house. He pays property tax. He was paying like $1,260 a year. Went from $1,260 to I think like about $1,800.
Why come he didn't homestead it? He was renting that house or something.
Well, no, his dad deeded the house to him, and because of his dad lives in Kentucky, so therefore they lost the homestead exemption. Because when the person deeds it, it's like when it's the same thing. Why my landlord, remember at the old house, my landlord lived in Ohio. She moved to Ohio. She gave up the homestead exemption, so she had to pay property tax, which I found out later she never paid. So,
but it's still not high. It's still not expensive.
No, the property tax on my old place was only $1,400, and I know that because my brother paid it.
And that was probably in the city. That's why. Look, the area you in. You know, you in that big city, Wallens area, NOLA Greater. Okay.
Well, we just got a new property assessor, and he the first thing he did, he knocked on people's doors, and he's like, "You haven't paid your taxes. Here's a percentage, blah blah blah." But he recently raised the property tax 3.5% last year.
My property tax is $8 a month. It's included in my house note, but it's only $8 a month. Yeah, so you know, and that's 80. That's $120 a year. Because I'm buying the house, it's not homesteaded, and the people that own the deed to it, they not. I mean, they paying the taxes on it, yeah, but you know, through my house note, through them. You know, a chattel mortgage. I got a chattel mortgage, but it's, you know, I actually pay him, not the bank.
Well, I'm looking right now, you know, because I want to move from this place after the year is up. Because my landlord already told me he wants to raise the rent, and it's already too high in my opinion as it is. It's smaller than the old place I lived in, a little bit smaller, and it don't have a garage either, like the other place. But I'm trying to get one of those things where you sign. You pay on it, but then you go through the attorney and you sign it, but you're still paying like a mortgage on it, but it's like a rent to own. And then you put like, I think like $2,000 down at so much percentage off. Cause I already talked to an attorney about it. You put like $2,000 down, and then you put $2,000 down, you pay like 6% interest or something like that on it. And then after so many years, 15, 20 years, it's yours eventually. And there's a place that I was looking at before I moved here that I really wanted to get, but I got vetoed on it. My roommate vetoed it, but it's a nice house and it's still up for sale. So if it's up for sale in April, I'm buying it because I already got approved for a bank loan. Despite my bad credit, I got approved for a bank loan. Hey, my credit score is like 512. Shit.
Yeah, because you've always bought cash. You never had credit. That's why you don't have bad credit. You just ain't got no credit.
Well, no. I have bad credit only because I didn't pay. There's two things that go against my credit. I forgot to close my old bank account, and I had $120 withdrawal on it, and I never paid it. So that went into my credit history. And Verizon screwed me on a bill.
Yeah, but that's not bad credit though. When creditors look at that credit, that bad credit, which is going to go away after a while anyway.
Yeah, Verizon. Well, Louisiana, Most states it drops after 7 years, but Louisiana it's 10 years. So my Verizon bill drops off next month. Yeah, Verizon overcharged me on a bill, $276. I disputed it. I said for 1 month, and I said, "Why? I don't even use the phone." They tell you it's a free phone, but then they charge you for the phone. I said, "Well, I bought the phone outright." "Oh, no, you didn't." I'm like, "My old phone." I said, "I bought it outright. I had the receipt." "Oh, no, you didn't." So I just never paid it, and that went on my credit history. And then the creditor started to, so I owe them like $276, but that was 9 years ago. So April will be 10 years, and I read the statute of limitations runs out after 10 years. But that's the only reason. That's why they say because I looked it up. That's why they say I have bad credit, because of Verizon bullshit.
Hospital bills, cell phone bills, that don't count on bad credit. They don't look at that. It's going to go in your credit thing, but creditors don't look at it. You know, like your bank, they will not look at a phone bill because of that. Okay, and a hospital bill.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I already got approved. I already got approved in the past for a bank loan up to $20,000. So I mean, because I already showed them. I said, all right. They were like, "What do you have as equity?" And I'm like, "No problem," because I have 3 co-signers. So I'm like, all right, because my aunt was going to co-sign for me, and she's got that property, as you know, she's got 3 properties. So, I mean, I have the equity for it. And I wouldn't have her lose her house or anything. But she already told me she'd co-sign because she's actually thinking of selling the house in the future. Since my uncle passed away, she don't need to live in a big house anymore. So, that land is worth some money that she's got. 1.5 acres of land. It's worth money.
Right.
They paid $300 for it in 1971. For the 1.5 acres of land, the house, the building, the house, and everything. $300. I forget how much it's worth now. It's right off the highway though. And there's nothing across the street. It's all swamp
commercial
land.
property. That's why commercial property.
Mm-hmm.
Right on the highway is commercial property. You can do anything you want. You can open a store. You can have pigs, chickens, whatever.
Yeah.
That's considered commercial. My dad was on the highway. He had commercial property. And listed as commercial. And that probably was worth a lot of money. We was going to open up a bar there because he owns bars. And we didn't do it. Had the room for it and all that, It was going to make a good little bar room. A nice little bar room.
I need a bar. Credit history is a joke. Yes, it is. Why do you need a credit history? Like, seriously. Like, why do I need credit history? It's just for money. That's all it is. They want you to pay that interest because they get rich off the interest just so you can have good credit, which doesn't mean shit anyway. You could have the best credit in the world, and a creditor, you can go buy a car, and they'll tell you, "Oh, your credit score is not 750. It's not perfect. It's 722. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't get that car." It's dumb. I mean, my friend spent $3,000 on a goddamn couch, and he went to Rent-A-Center. They didn't put it on his credit history, so he paid 5 years for a couch and a car. They didn't put it on his credit history, so it looks like he didn't have any credit at all. And he's like, "No, I paid this. They were supposed to." That's another thing. If they don't report it to the 3 credit reporters, it doesn't count. And they don't have. They're supposed to do it by law. They're supposed to tell them the credit things, but a lot of times they don't. They just want the money, so they skirt it. So that's why you got to get that in writing, all that paper, because they're out to get you.
All right, there,
Yeah.
Gleason.
Shouldn't happen.
Balls, how much?
Oh, good Lord.
$1.19. That's cheap. I'd rather 99 cents a pound. They had pork roast, Boston butt roast, on sale last week at our local store for 97 cents. Every fall, and then during the winters, the pork roast comes on sale, because of the deer hunters. A lot of hunters around here, you know. And I said, "Hey, Gleason," and then
Can you hear me now?
the pork, a lot of deer hunters. So when they make their deer sausage, they got, they can afford the pork roast that they mix their deer meat with. And I do 60-40 when I do deer sausage. 60% deer and then 40% pork for the lean. Oh, thank you, Phil guy. He's
What's
got a
that?
feedback somewhere, and you got a feedback, and I thought that's why you muted yourself.
Oh no, I was coughing. Oh, okay. Let me go get the headphones. I'm sorry about
yeah,
that.
please do. All right, I'm fixing to get my juicer out. I got an electric juicer. While y'all talking, I'm gonna juice me a couple lemons. I need a half a cup
Holy
of
shit, look at who's here.
Yeah, look here. What's up, Daryl? Oh,
Wake up,
unmute yourself.
Daryl.
Unmute yourself, Daryl.
Okay. Now can you hear
There
me?
you go.
Hi, Mr. Jeff.
Yeah.
You finally quit flirting with them nurses and decided to come home, or what?
I don't think I would flirt with him.
That's
I
why
can't go.
you got so used to all them nurses catering to your every need that I thought you'd moved in.
Oh, believe me, they weren't catering my every need. And I was told by the last time I was in, I was told, you come back one more time and we're going to put you in assisted living.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Yeah, and I say to myself, I can't afford that. I'm going to have to get a big loan from Daryl to cover that.
You better go on further south tonight. You better go down to Cajun's part of the world.
Yeah, right?
Cajun one got all that silver stacked up down there. Just going out.
I ain't got that much silver. I only got
Yeah,
a few pieces left. I needed some money, I don't know, last year or whatever, and I did a couple of wheels, silver wheel, penny games,
Mm-hmm.
and because I had a little outstanding bill that we couldn't take care of for a couple of months, and so I needed to pay that off.
Yeah.
All right. Any feedback
bills
now?
or doctor's bills?
Yeah.
I know I got doctor's bills that would scare you.
You can't turn that.
Just throw them in the trash with the bills.
I do.
Oh,
I do.
I don't even look at the doctor's bills.
Well, I don't even go to the doctor, so
they get deposited before I even come in the house with them. Deposited in the garbage can right before before I even come in the house with them.
It's amazing, though. You go to the hospital for 1 week and you see more doctors listed on there with their hand out than you thought was even in the hospital.
Yeah. Yep. And tests that you never even took, that you never even thought you took.
But what bothers me the most is some of these doctors, they come in and they're in there for not even 30 seconds. And when you get the bill, you look at $500. It's like, yeah, maybe I should have been a doctor.
Well, there's a lot of them that don't even come in. They just read your chart and charge.
Yeah, that's probably where most of the names come from.
Yeah. But see, but they're talking about credit scores and all that stuff. When you got so much money like Jeff has, I mean, you don't have to worry about credit. You just go ahead and I'm sorry to hear that, Missy. But I mean,
What happened?
She said she was doing good, but she's in pain.
Oh, that's not good. I turned the comments off too. I should have left them on.
But like I said, if I try to stay away from them their things anymore. If I can help it, I got one truck financed, and that's all I got right now. So
I got my Home Depot is paid. My Brightway's paid. Mercury's got one more payment on it, and that's done. I got a couple other cards that I haven't even. I just put them in a drawer and said I ain't using them.
yeah. But there's a lot of stores now that just got to the point where they don't even take money anymore. I seen a list of stores the other day that don't take cash anymore. If they won't take cash, then what's going on with that?
That's because they all want to move to where everything's on plastic, everything's on the internet, so they can decide what you're going to buy and when you can buy it.
Yeah, I guess that's New World Order BS. I guess, but
Well, now that we got the right person in, I think we'll be stepping away from that.
hopefully.
I got me a letter, one envelope today. I opened it up and I'd look at it. Some fucking off the wall fucking credit card company says you're qualified for $4,900. I'm like, well, shit, that's pretty cool. And then I was gonna take and put it in the old computer here and just run it and see what happened. And I started reading the thing. It's like you're pre-qualified for $4,900, but your loan will be $1,000. Then I turned it over and I was reading the back of it. And it said annual percentage rate 69%. Like, get the hell out of here with that.
69%. Damn, how much was the payback on that?
You know why they make it 69%.
Man, I get these checks in the mail from finance companies all the time. And one time, I guess the reason I get them, because one time we actually cashed one. Well, I called the company and said, "Is this for real?" They was, yeah. I said, "Well, I need a few dollars." Hell, I mean, it wasn't but $600 or something, and the payback was $800. You know, $780 or something. I'm like, that ain't bad, you know, for a finance company. So we did that. We paid them off in a year. You know, the time, you know, made every payment every month. And about 6 months later, we get another one. I think it was $2,200 or something. Hell, we cashed that one. And a different finance company, though. And the payback on it was $2,600, which that's only $400 interest, and that was a year and a half. But we get them all the time, but we ain't cashing them. I just tear them up. We got one not long ago for $2,700 or something. And I'm like, man, that's they getting more and more. That doggy boy, that was a big fat mosquito. That's the one sucking on my blood a while ago.
Mosquito or vampire?
Huh?
Mosquito or vampire?
A marijuana, a mosquito.
Down there where Cajun lives, he's probably got mosquitoes big enough to he thinks they're helicopters.
You got them big enough to open your screen door. You got little bitty ones that pass through the screen door, and the big ones that open your screen door. What's up, Scott Keller?
Thanks, Scott.
I keep looking at my other screen there, and I keep forgetting that I switched it to eBay. I get things every now and then, every couple of weeks from Capital One. you know, them checks like Cajun was talking about, like 10 grand, but they're only good at one car lot to buy a new car. It's like, yeah, I'm not going there.
Oh yeah. It's like getting a. I got a email one time. Uh, collect your $100 winnings, and it's a company that I know. And it's a guitar company, Zager Guitar. Denny Zager, the one that had the world's biggest one hit wonder. 2555 back in 1969. He builds guitars. He actually builds good guitars, and got a big name. He's all the country music and musicians from all around buy and play his guitars. So Taylor and Martin and all that, they have a running mate, for going for first place. It's 1, 2, and 3. I'm talking about for flat tops, acoustic guitars.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike, Radio Mike, good seeing you again tonight. Use bigger weapons on the bugs. Yeah, I got some, mosquito spray, but I ain't spraying that. Not in my own house. So anyway, it's bad when you got to put mosquito spray on in your own house. Boy, I went outside today, do something in the side yard. Man, they like to carry me off. I couldn't swat them fast enough. I mean, they just dive bombed me. Like I was in the marsh somewhere. That's the only bad thing about hurricanes. Up here, usually we ain't got no mosquitoes up here. But when on a bad year, but it's been dry. We had a lot of rain and stuff, but it's been dry lately. For the last month or so, 2 months.
Yeah,
so
you guys.
usually ain't got a lot of mosquitoes, and I ain't got no standing water in my yard nowhere.
You guys are hogging all the water down there.
No, we hadn't had any rain. The last couple of days we did.
Oh, we haven't had rain. We haven't had no rain since like September, and there's all kinds of fire breaking out up here.
Well, we had that rain from that hurricane, and it flooded out everything. But like I said, it was here one day and gone the next. I mean, it was so dry that it didn't run off into the creeks and the pond of everything. It just, the ground was still dry down underneath. It run off so fast. It rained so hard that it run off faster than it didn't settle in the ground. So.
Scott Kelly, Mr. Briggs said my Harris mud flap for his 18-wheeler is definitely black now. It's been going through the mud with it. So he said you got to wash it off so you can see Harris again for his mud flap.
Harris,
mud flap. Yeah, a mud flap. It's being abused on his 18-wheeler. It's being abused. Yeah.
Or just having that name on it was getting abused.
It would, yeah. Well, he's got it as an anti deal on his truck. That's a good place for under the truck.
Yeah.
Under the wheel wells.
There's
no wheel wells. There's a fender on 18-wheelers. You got fender back there. You can't have bare tires anymore. Used to you could, but not no more. You have to have, that little bit of fender, that goes about that far over the back of the tire, but back of the tire, about like that, 30%, or not even that, 20%. And the front has to be about 20%. You don't want no rocks catching in that tire and breaking your driver's side mirror anyway.
Well, if you get rocks in there to fly up and hit the mirror there, there's something not right.
Yeah, well, now my tires are open. Oh, you got open tires? Well, I'm waiting on a couple of people, Scott, to come in because I got 4 now and 6 my limits. And usually I got my regulars coming in, and one of them's told me he's running late. So anyway, what I was fixing to say.
Just back up over the curb there, Scott. That should take care of that mud flap for you.
Anyway, while y'all talking, I'm gonna juice me a couple lemons here. I got to see how much I'm going to get. So y'all take over.
Mhm.
Okay, Daryl, you're in charge.
I'm in charge. Why am I in charge?
Oh, I don't know. He just passed you the wheel. Start steering.
I don't know. Phil guy was up there at the top. He's the one guy. He's second in command.
Oh, I got to mute myself, huh?
Yeah, he's
Is
second.
that making noise?
Yeah,
Y'all
it's
can hear
making.
that.
No, don't
Yeah.
worry about it. Run it. Yeah, I'm kind of proud of myself. I've been doing good lately.
Oh, that's good, Jeff. I'm glad to see you getting. You ain't having to pinch the nurse on the butt to try to get somebody in the room with you now. I mean,
No. I got bad days though. I get bad days and good days. Some days it's like all I could do to just get out in the kitchen and sit there.
uh,
But then I got good days. Like the other day, I was outside. Did the plow on the tractor, and I was messing around with different things. The only thing is, usually the next day I pay for it.
yeah, that's kind of the way I am anymore.
I did learn one thing though. On sunny days, I gotta wear like this sweatshirt and a hat. Because if I go out there with just a short sleeve shirt on and no hat, about 15 minutes or so, this sun just starts killing me.
Yeah.
But Sammy, she loves it when I go outside. She has a ball.
Yeah, this here's got her own door. She goes in and out when she wants to. So
Oh,
she's a spoiled brat.
oh, you can't say Sammy's a brat. She lets you know in her own way when she wants to go out.
This one here said she comes and goes as she pleases and got so many doggone tennis balls I can't even cut the grass anymore out there. So who spoiled us or who spoiled? I guess it was us spoiled her, but I mean,
This thing it knows if I'm doing it left-handed or right-handed. If I do it with my left hand, it goes clockwise. If I do it with my right hand, it goes counterclockwise.
That must be one of them modern
No, I
high
think
tech.
it's just a pressure point on it. That's all. But it, I don't know why it's doing it, but it doesn't.
it don't.
That's not how you squeeze lemons.
That's cheating anyway.
Yeah,
That's how I'm doing it tonight.
He's cheating over there. He's over
We
there
got
cheating.
it. We got it for free. So yeah. My mama gave us this a long time. I think we got it as a wedding gift.
Hey, cornbread.
I'm gonna be brave tomorrow, and I'm gonna take out.
Cornbread, what's up? One of my CB buddies there. he's a Louisiana boy too, representing South Louisiana, and I mean South Louisiana. I mean South Louisiana. I thought I was South Louisiana. He's more South. He's down there. He's not far from the Boot. He's down by Grand Isle. That's as further south as you're gonna get in Louisiana, besides the mouth of the Mississippi. The mouth of the Mississippi is the southernmost point in Louisiana, and he ain't far from it. He's by Grand Isle down there.
His neighbor is the Gulf of Mexico. All owe Morgan dollars have to be returned to New Orleans. It's a federal law I made up. That's part of the Lord Emperor title.
Oh,
Well, his Morgan dollar is in Louisiana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he's in Louisiana. He's in Grand Isle.
That's right.
He's at Fouchon, actually. He's got a camp over there. His company, he works for the oil field. He's like a expediter.
Yeah.
dispatcher, expediter, runs a dock over there at Fushan. Anyway, he has a camp on Fushan Road between Grand Isle and the port, and his company gives him they lease his own camp to him for him to stay there. Yeah, so he can be close to the office. They lease rent his own camp for him to live in it. How's that? That's not bad, huh?
Yeah, he could be slammed in some little raggy trailer someplace.
Making 120,000 a year. Plus he gets 20,000 a year rent on his camp.
Hey, quick.
What's up, Dave?
Dave's not here, man.
I used to crab off of right before you get to Fushan. On the left, they got some beaches there with all them big pieces of iron. It looks like a World War II movie. Right there, we'd run some long lines. They were half a mile long in the Gulf, crabbing. They were commercial lines that I made up. Running with a boat, with a little board on the side of the boat that you sit on, and it hangs off the boat, and they got a roller on it. And you put that there. You got two lines, a half mile apiece. And you got a little net about this big around with it that don't go down. It's crab wire that we used to cut out and put on a rim of a net. And when them crabs come up hanging on that bait like that, pow, just knock them in the boat. Got somebody sorting the crabs the size of them out. Used to make a killing doing that. Didn't need no license because you didn't have no crab cages or in a string. You had a string and bait. That was it, and a net.
Yeah, you was talking.
But I had a commercial license anyway because I'd have got some flack on that. You know, well, the book means a one piece of string and a chicken leg, not a piece of string a mile long. I had a commercial license because even though there wasn't no limit at the time on crabs, recreation, there wasn't no limit, size limit or amount limit. Now there's a 12 dozen limit, which 12 dozen, that's a lot of crabs. Unless you're having a big, huge crab ball with 20 people there, you're not eating crabs in 12 dozen in a day. There's no way, unless you got 20 people there.
We had, my ex-stepfather, he was a crabber. They'd go out and he'd bring in bushels a day out of
Oh yeah. Well, you lived off of Carolinas too, though.
Yeah. The funny thing was he sold them to a place in Virginia, and they sold them to a place in Maryland, and then they put Maryland blue crab all over everything that went up there.
Yeah, we ship Louisiana. We ship a lot of blue crab, number ones and number twos up to Maryland.
Yeah.
And they say Chesapeake Bay crabs, boy, come and get them. Yeah, right. Most all that crabs come from the Gulf Coast and some of the Atlantic coast.
Yeah. Well, and when you was talking about a mile long, I was thinking about you was thinking about. I thought you was talking about shrimp nets now.
No,
cages.
Well, I need a half a cup of tea.
I pull some of them in too.
I never had crab.
Well, Jeff, a truck driver from New Jersey, you've probably had crabs. I mean, every truck stop in town's got them. You stopped in the daggum toilet anywhere.
You need to get your mind out of the gutter there.
Well, I'm just an old truck driver. You know how that goes, Jeff.
Yeah, I know. I didn't carry a nice pick with me either.
Oh, Lord. That was the way you could tell whether they liked you or not. If they're cussing you over the word, then then they liked you. If they wasn't cussing you, then you better watch out because they out there doing something else to you, or your truck or something else. Between there and the Burrows.
I had one jump in the truck when I was down there by Knoxville one time. She was a good looker. You would have never thought that she would have been one of them lot lizards. But she jumped in the truck. She climbed in the back of the sleeper because I listened to the radio. These guys were all talking back and forth there and stuff. And all of a sudden, this guy comes walking up and he's looking and he's looking. Finally, he walks up to the door. He says, You haven't seen no girl about this size, this big or whatever, come by through here, have you? I says, no, not at all. He said, well, who's out in the sleeper? I was like, there ain't nobody back there. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's only me. And then he started explaining to me, I guess she was going truck to truck, and I guess one of the guys called the cops and supposedly she stole his wallet and took like $1,000 out of it or something.
Yeah, I didn't. I never even let them in. Let them get them in my truck. Get them close to my truck. So, I mean, I had one night. She climbed. I felt I had my chihuahuas with me. I had 2 chihuahuas, and I felt something shake the truck, and I felt the 2 dogs jump off the bed and run up to the window, and she said, and I looked out and I shook my head and said, no, not tonight. She looked at me and said, all I want to do is play with your dogs anyway. I didn't want to get in the truck anyway. So I said, well, good. Because she wasn't getting in here anyway. But
I had one, I was down in Beaumont, Texas one night. I had one knocked on the door. It was like 5 a.m. The sun was just coming up. I heard a knock on the window. I looked at her sleeper. I thought she was standing on the step because she was looking straight in the window. And I looked down and she was standing on the ground. She had to be like 7 foot tall. I was like, holy shit. She was the tallest, ugliest, skinniest thing I've ever seen. It's like, get away from me.
Hey, I have paid one night. I give her $5, and I just told her, I said, if you're gonna be working this street corner tonight, just keep an eye out for me, because I was down in Little Haiti, down in Miami. I mean, she said this street gets pretty rough at night, and I had this is where I was delivering at, so I didn't have no choice because there wasn't no truck stops around there. So so I give her the $5. She said, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. She went down and got her a crack rock, and I heard her all night long out there running everybody away from that truck. I mean, that was the best $5 I ever spent in my life. I had a guard lizard out there. I mean, that guard lizard, she kept them all running away from that truck. I had one, and up there in Lakeland, Florida. She every week it was bam, 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 bam on the side of the truck at that place. I mean, I delivered right around the corner, so I had basically running a dedicated account. So basically, I had to stay in that truck stop till I get to the next morning. And one night I had my ex with me. And she went. Then she started. All of a sudden, she go knocking on my truck door again. And I told the ex, I said, "That's for you." And I had to end up grabbing my ex by it. I had to grab my ex by her night shirt and dragging her back in the truck because she was going out the window. Oh Lord. Let's say that girl didn't ever mess with my truck no more.
But she didn't.
But
You don't know. I don't miss any of that.
every now and then I do, but then I go out past the interstate and I see the traffic on that interstate and I say, nah, I don't miss none of it.
I'll tell you, I don't even have to go to the interstate. Just go to the edge of my street, hang a right, and go up to the main street. You could sit there for 15 minutes waiting to get out.
Yeah.
It never used to be like that, except for the last about a year. It's like going both ways. It's always a steady line of cars. And I sit there and look at it. It's like I just put fucking park and I shut it off and I wait and wait and wait. And then finally it's like if I get a half a spot, I'll just pull right out in front of somebody that's like just 100 feet behind. It's like, you know what? You're gonna wait for me now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had but there's times that I still miss being out there. But like I said, all I have to do is go out and even think about getting on the interstate to go to my doctor or anything like that. And I take the back roads now. I don't even go toward the interstate. I just
The only thing I miss going out west. I used to like in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois. I used to like going out there, but it seemed like every time you got to the river over here by PA, it's like, damn, can I turn around here and go back?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Chris Miller, how are you tonight? Yeah, I mean, I ain't too much on. I used to like to run out toward Texas or somewhere, but then the traffic got to where it was so rough going. The roads got so daggum rough going out across 20 and 10 and all across there that I hated going out there anymore. So
I'll tell you what's bad roads is when you go up in Canada.
yeah, over in Quebec especially.
Oh, we lost somebody.
Yeah, that there field guy or something like that.
I used to hate going up to Canada because it was that Route 100 going up to Winnipeg. It was only a little 2-lane road, but it's like I used to actually drive on the shoulder of the road in the snow there. That's how bad the road was.
Yeah. Yeah, anywhere up through there that had those doggone logging trucks run, they just sunk in on both sides of the road, and you had a rut to ride in, and that's all you didn't even have to drive.
Chris Miller.
It just ride.
Doctor Who?
Cajun. How long is it going to take you to make a mixed drink, sir?
It's not a mixed drink. I'm doing a daiquiri, but I'm taking my time. I'm listening to y'all.
Yeah.
Daiquiri, is that one of them like alcoholic beverages things?
That's one of them there.
Yeah, it's South Louisiana sweet drink. It's daiquiri. It's a New Orleans thing, like a hurricane. That's a New Orleans style drink. Made in South Louisiana. Daiquiri made in South Louisiana. Originated. And we got daiquiri shacks all over the place over here. I don't know about New Orleans, but we got them all over the place here.
Yeah. Well, didn't that storm turn, Cajun? Ain't that storm going back out the other way? Or is it still looking like it's coming your way?
It's staying right there where it's at in the middle of the Gulf. Staying right there. I was talking about that earlier. Let me jump back here for a little while. Wait, hold on. Let me get this little part done. I'll be right back.
All right.
Y'all keep it going.
Yes, sir.
But I'd rather go into burrows than to go to go into Filthy Delphia there, Jeff. I don't know why, but Filthy Delphia, I just got screwed up every time I tried to go in up there. So I hated that East Coast.
Oh, I used to hate going to Burroughs because I was working for a rigging company and had that big, long 300-inch Kenworth that I was driving. It had a 53-foot Landau trailer. It was special made for this guy. Can you imagine what something like that is trying to drag through like Brooklyn and shit?
It was bad enough back then when I was driving a cab over.
Well, I can tell you, I took out 1 or 2 cars there with that Landau.
Well,
Try to go around corners. I'd peel the side open of a couple of cars.
yeah, well, there was this one place I went to in New Jersey that the cop come out and said, luckily I wasn't the first truck. We was all lined up in the center of the road, so it blocking the road, and cars parked on both sides of the road, and we all had to go to this one place, but the driver couldn't make the turn to go in there because the cars had parked right up all the way up to the edge of the curb.
Yeah.
And the cop come out there, and he told him, he said, driver, make the turn. He said, I've wrote that car up so many times that driver, go ahead and go make you turn. I said, I looked at the cop, I kind of at the cop, and he said, he looked at that other driver and he said, I said, make the turn. Well, here he goes. He drove that 53-foot trailer right across the top of that damn car. This son come out of that plant, work racing. Holy cow! But the cop had stopped. The cop sat there and wrote him a ticket for being parked that close because he was. If he hadn't been parked there, he could have made the turn. But he drug that whole 53-foot trailer all the way across that doggone trailer, all the way across that car.
I took out a few granite curbs in my time too, running the moving machines and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like some of these roads you can't swing them wide enough without running over the curb.
Yeah.
I know there's probably still spots over in Brooklyn or Queens. It was down in Queens there. Them big monsters generators for the big buildings.
Yeah.
I took out probably about 55 feet. They had the slate curbs back then. Some places.
Yeah.
I took out 55 feet of one corner.
Holy cow!
Well, I hit it with the corner of the trailer because it was one of them great big fucking low bed trailers, and I hit it, and it's like I looked in the mirror and I said, "Well, I can't go no smaller on this turn than what I just did." So I just put it in first gear and I just laid into it, and I thought I was gonna break something. I was waiting for the trailer to come apart or the drive shaft to blow out of it or something. But like I ain't letting off of this until I'm out of here.
That was the old man used to literally he drove haul cars, and that's back when all them wire hubcaps and all that was on all the cars.
Yeah.
We used to haul them up there on Jerome Avenue, and he literally had to lay the side of the doggone trailer up against them light poles going down through there just to. We'd had to replace all the lights all the way down the side of the trailer because he had to lay up because he was trying to climb all over the truck to steal the hubcaps off the cars. They were going down the road through there. So. Hello, Bronx boys. Bronx boys. But yeah, But we'd end up having, once we had to get back down in New Jersey down there and had to put lights on the trailer because I mean you'd have to knock them off the side of the trailer because if you didn't you wouldn't have no cars left by the time you got it. I literally seen one time. I seen there at the end of the GW Bridge there where they were stripping a car at the rush hour traffic. They stripped a car with the cops sitting on the other side of the toll booth. And by the time we got through the toll booth, they didn't have that car stripped all the way down to nothing. It was just a frame.
Oh, I've seen that a couple of times back then, back in the 80s. It's like you're coming through. We were going across the Bronx there over to College Point. By the time we went over there, dumped and come back, the car that was sitting there broke down. There was nothing left but just like an empty shell. There wasn't a wheel, motor, or nothing in it.
Damn.
They could strip a car in 10 minutes. I mean, just like I said, backed up at the toll booth there, and there was a car broke down on the shoulder, and they stripped that son by the time before we could even get to the toll booth.
There we go. Now I can stay going. My phone just told me I got 5% battery.
5%? Need to put it on charge.
I just did.
Jeff, you said you used to go to Buras a lot?
To where?
Where?
Buras. You were saying earlier that you used to go to Buras a lot. Was it Buras? You said that guy had a long 50-foot something, whatever, homemade.
Oh no, over in Brooklyn and stuff.
Where?
Yeah, I was working for a rigging company. And it was a beautiful truck. Huh?
He was
Where's
in Brooklyn,
that at?
New York. Brooklyn, New York.
Oh, Brooklyn. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying Buras. Like down
Brooklyn.
Down by Venice down there, because that's a big I say Buras. It's kind of all field fishing town, shrimp, fleets, shrimp boat fleets, and sulfur. That like Buras is right by Port Sulphur. So, sulfur mines offshore. There were some sulfur mines, and they would pipeline the sulfur and everything else mixed with it coming out of the ground to land. My uncle was an engineer at that sulfur plant there in Port Sulphur. Him and my aunt lived there. He married my aunt. That's how he was my uncle. But anyway, they had some orange trees down there. Man, everything grows good down there. Along the Mississippi River, all that fertile soil, man. And they had some orange trees, and it was called Louisiana Navel variety.
Yeah.
And orange would be about that big around. And I mean, look, not hard to peel and not easy to peel like a satsuma or a tangerine. Not that easy, but you could peel them with your hand. Oh man, them oranges were so freaking sweet. And tomatoes that are grown down there. That's where the Creole tomato was raised. Bred at LSU actually, but the grounds they took dirt. I forget how many dump trucks of dirt from St. Bernard Parish and St. Bernard down there along the river, that topsoil that they brought in the LSU with dump trucks to grow these Creoles. And they got a certain taste to them that they're a lot better tasting when anything's grown. And tomatoes and all that is grown along the river, that soil down there. Just like over here in Sugartown, that area, anything west of the Calcasieu River, all that sandy loam, that's all watermelon soil right there. That's all watermelon farms over there.
Well, we used to grow some of the best watermelons, but it was pure sandland where I grew up at. I mean, Granddaddy
grew what?
Watermelons.
Would y'all grow?
Watermelons.
Okay. Yeah, watermelon and cantaloupes over there in Sugartown, that area. Elizabeth, Oakdale, all that. Well, not quite Oakdale, not in Oakdale itself, but past Oakdale, past the Calcasieu River. all that soil, man, is just anything grows good. But over there in St. Bernard Parish, down there where Field Guy was raised at, the tomatoes there and the cucumbers, just whatever you grow. But tomatoes, they call it tomato soil.
Mhm.
And any tomatoes grown down there, you'll give up. You will not eat another tomato from the store again. You'll build a greenhouse just to grow tomatoes all winter.
Well,
Must be good maters.
And they are. And Creoles, oh yeah, Creole tomatoes, oh yeah. They good without being in that soil. They even better in that soil. I had some original seed from LSU. LSU let loose some of them to certain people a while back to keep the viability of the seed alive, because they have cold storage too at LSU. They have their own seed stock themselves. They don't have to depend on the government. The government.
yeah.
Oh, Cajun,
Uh,
I'm not a spring chicken anymore, so I think it's starting to get late here.
Oh wait, man! You actually gonna say bye instead of just poof disappearing like a magician?
you must
I
be
could have done
special.
that too, but I figured I'd be nice.
Yeah,
you
well, thank you.
special,
But, man,
Cajun.
that's a first, huh, Daryl? He always usually he just disappears
There it goes.
without saying bye, like that. But he didn't give us any warning. I mean, he doesn't. I mean, he did give us a warning this time. Usually, he does not give us a warning. Boy, that daiquiri is too sweet with that lemon juice. Lemon juice is kind of sweet to me. Next picture I make, I ain't putting that much in it. I'll probably. It must be the lime juice too that makes it so sweet. It calls for a quarter cup of lime juice and a half a cup of lemon juice.
Yeah,
So next time I'm not gonna put as much. I'm
That
only
might
use a quarter cup of lemon and that's it. I'll add more rum to take up the other half a cup of juice. I'll just add some more rum. Yeah.
Hey, that's Jake. And yes, Zephyr. I can't say your name.
Zephael.
Zephyr.
Yeah, X is a Z, like Xena,
yeah.
Princess Warrior, Xena. But he don't answer to Xena, he answers to Zephael.
No.
Yeah, anyway, he's a mechanic, he's a coin collector. I met him in the mechanic world of YouTube. And unbeknownst to me, he was also a coin collector. He was asking me about coins, because we was all into small engines. And then I invited him. I say, hey, if you're into coins too, why don't you come to Big T's channel, on Monday nights. And that's when I was still hanging around Big T and all them, and they're, big in the coin community. And not lazy in there like I am now. SJ Cooks, what's up? You ready for a live challenge? Yeah. Doing what? Daiquiris? Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Well, just get it. Just put, if it's too sweet, Cajun, put a little bit more to
Well, the lemon
the
juice made
alcohol
it
in
me. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
and that'll take care of that.
Oh, give me a quick Cajun rub. Okay, I use thyme, a little bit, not much, oregano, some sage, okay, rosemary. Oh yeah, gotta have some rosemary in there. Right. Cayenne pepper, black pepper, naturally salt, okay, a little bit of garlic powder, some onion powder, and the black pepper. Get your peppercorns and then a mill and do a coarse grind with it. I didn't know you meant that kind of live challenge. I thought you was talking about going live one night, just talking, cooking and stuff, exchanging recipes. Well, that is a recipe, rub recipe. And there's another little Cajun spice there that it's called filet, but it's sassafras. It has a flavor to it. You take your sassafras leaves and grind them down real fine. And you don't put much because it's not really a seasoning herb. It's more like it's a thickener, but they use it as a thickener. I don't put filet in my gumbo. I don't. I put it on the table. You know, you don't cook with filet. You'll get it too thick, your gumbo.
Yeah.
So you just let people do that and they used to make a filet spoon, which was a little bitty tiny spoon, and they was made out of wood years and years ago. And you use what they call a grain in measurement. Use a grain, you know, and put it in your gumbo. Oh yeah, it's a fun challenge. You didn't put me on the spot, but anyway, that's about my rub recipe right there.
From down around them Cajuns, if it's got to have a lot of
Flavor
to it.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Not hot, you know. Cajun food. I mean, Cajuns get a bad rap on hot, you know, on hot food.
Well,
Cajuns get a bad rap. We don't eat hot food. Yeah, we do
No,
like a ball crawfish and stuff like that. Yeah, you know, you got to spice that water up a lot because it's got to get inside that crawfish. You know.
Yeah, just
SJ, I think I have your email. Let me check. Invite.
well,
Let me see. Don't I sent you a link one time or two?
yeah. I imagine they're SJ cooks. You do know a little bit about spicy.
Oh yeah,
foods.
oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I've been on SJ. I don't know, about a year and a half now, something like that, probably. I met him after I've been knowing Russ and them for quite some time. I've been knowing Russ for quite a few years, actually. We used to go live on, I even forgot who we used to go live with. I don't know if I got SJ. What's your the first 3-letter characters in your email? Oh, I don't. I just mix it like that, SJ. I just put it together and rub it on like ribs or whatever. I never wrote it down. I do by feel, and I look at it. If I would tell you how much, I'd be lying to you. It probably wouldn't work for you. It probably wouldn't work.
Well, that's kind of most all the recipes that I've ever been around and cooked is just a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and a little. It ain't no measurements. It's just take the. But,
Right.
I mean, some of the best foods I've ever had was that way. It wasn't a really real recipe. It was just a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and a little bit of the other thing. And
yeah, I don't have a recipe for anything I do. I just looked at a recipe for them daiquiris, you know.
Yeah. I think Briggs is still around.
If I'd have known that about the lemon juice. But what's the first 2 or 3 characters of your email, SJ? And I'm pretty sure we emailed each other already. No, I've been on a panel with him already, but he probably put the link to the panel in chat though. I emailed mine. Grains are more used for reloading ammo. Yeah, I just posted it. I don't see it. It's not going to show it in here. Let me do this though. Let me do this. I'll give you a blue wrench so you can. So now you can post it. Try it again, SJ. Well, that daiquiri is good though. I just wish it wouldn't have that much lemon juice in it or lime juice, whatever. I wish I wouldn't have let the strawberries. Should have put that in a Ziploc bag instead of left them open in the refrigerator.
Yeah,
And strawberries soaked up or they just it's got that taste to it.
Yeah. Well, daiquiris used to be one of them foo drinks around the beach areas and anywhere you go. Just about. I used to love them, but
Daiquiris is a popular drink in South Louisiana, not just a sweet drink neither. And there's Russ right there. Speaking of let me see if I could get SJ's fixing to pop up in here. Get this copy.
Yeah, I've been watching. I was going. He wanted something with exact amounts. I can give him my Cajun recipe. I wrote it.
Oh, okay.
Myself, and trying to find it. And it's got the exact amounts of what all I put in it. The only thing I put rosemary in is for
chicken.
New Orleans style barbecue shrimp.
Oh, okay. I use rosemary. It depends on what I'm using it on. It's a beef.
did you get his email there?
Yeah,
Cajun?
I sure did. I got it. Link sent to him.
Okay.
Golly, yeah, I got 100.
Well, I'm gonna drop out, Cajun. I'm on some new medicine and I can't hold out too long. Too late no more.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you're also an hour ahead. I mean, and we on that new time, so
Yeah,
it gets dark earlier.
Oh, here it is.
All right. Well, I'll catch you later.
All right, Dow. Appreciate you coming up, man.
All right. Talk to you later.
Okay. Yeah, I got your email. SJ. I didn't get your email. I got your email address, and I sent you a link. So check yours, SJ. I might have it under Sal.
I'm gonna see if I can find this on this computer now. Well, I just transferred it. Why ain't it in here?
I sure did have it. It was under Sal, not SJ.
Oh, I bet you.
That's a good day.
Crap. Let me try that again. Could have swore I just go to my recipes. I've only got about 1 million recipes up in here. I got a salt-free version and a just regular. I'm just going to do the regular. Let's see. Share, airdrop. Russ Jones says PDF. I wonder if it's. Oh, here we go. All right, there it is now. I don't know why I didn't go through that first time. All right, I'm going to share my screen here. But if he wants this, I can email it to him. I don't have his email, but let's see.
If it's a PDF, it's in a link form. You can drop the link because you've always, if I'm not mistaken, you've had a Blue Ranch. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, here. Can you see that?
Oh yeah, okay.
All right, let me get to where I can scroll.
Russell's Creole Magic. There you go. That's a good name. Cajun Magic. Creole Cajun Magic.
Yeah, it's got 2.5 tablespoons paprika, 2 tablespoons of salt, 2 tablespoons of garlic powder, 1 tablespoon of black pepper, 1 tablespoon of onion powder, 1 tablespoon of cayenne, 1 tablespoon dry leaf oregano, 1 tablespoon dry thyme, 2 teaspoons of lemon granules, dehydrated lemon zest is what I use, just a little bit.
Yeah. You got everything I got, plus I mean I didn't mention lemon, which lemon pepper, yeah. That's every now and then if I see it, I'll put it in.
You could use lemon pepper, but not as much as like I would go with a tablespoon of black pepper and maybe a teaspoon of the lemon pepper. You don't want to.
Oh yeah, I would just put a pinch in it because I'm not that much on lemon. Like I was just saying, in daiquiris. Do you put lemon juice in your daiquiris?
Who, me?
Yeah. or your Hurricanes, whatever you had made that one time with your your big
oh, that
Vibor
was
daiquiri maker.
that was store bought mixes. I bought. All I had to do
That
was
was
add
what?
water. Store bought mixes in a jug.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you add the booze. Well, you add the water first. That way,
Yeah.
if you got a leak anywhere, you ain't lost.
You're
nothing.
right. You ain't wasting nothing.
Once you check for leaks, you put the proper amount of water, and then that stuff comes in a half gallon of that, then however much booze it calls for, which is right at 1.75 liter big bottle is normally what I go in with.
A handle? Wow, that's a good one then.
Now,
Yeah, this is homemade strawberry daiquiris, and it's made with real strawberries.
Yeah,
and it's got a half a cup of lemon juice in the recipe. I'm like, really? I'm like, damn, I'm not doing margaritas. I'm doing daiquiris.
I'll tell you another ingredient is used a lot in Cajun style spices or seasonings, and that's white pepper too.
Yeah, white pepper. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't have any. I hadn't had any in a while. White pepper used to be real pricey.
Yeah. Yeah. I buy peppercorns. I got white ones and I got black ones. And
Yeah.
I got the what do they call that $200 pepper mill? I got one of them, man. It'll knock some pepper out in a hurry. It's pepper cannon, they call it.
Oh yeah. You got a video out on it.
Yeah, man. That thing.
I know you use it a lot.
It's got a little cup on. It's got a little cup on the bottom of it, and you can just sit there and work that thing back and forth. Not even 20 seconds. When you pull it off, that thing is at least half full. You know.
Right. There's Southern Corn, huh?
Hello.
What's your favorite spices, Van? It's going good. How you doing?
Doing okay.
What's your favorite Cajun spice blend, Van?
My own.
Yeah, but I mean, what's your ingredients in it?
The cayenne, the paprika, salt, black pepper, a little bit of chili powder. Then depending on what I want to do with it, I may add a little bit of cumin powder, or I may add a little bit of dry mustard and some brown sugar, so I like a dry barbecue rub. Just depends on what I'm making.
I was going to say that sounds like it'd make a good barbecue rub.
Oh, it does. Now I made barbecue sauce before from scratch. Just out of mustard, ketchup, honey, Worcestershire sauce, liquid smoke, and then some dry seasonings. You can just use that, and
Hey,
comes out real good.
Not to interrupt you, but hey, Sal, I dropped my email right there. Drop me an email. That way I can forward you back to that PDF, and then you can print it off or save it on your computer.
Well, I was going to come in, but I wanted to eat supper first because I just got off. And I made in 2 hours last week. I made almost $200 selling coins on Whatnot.
Damn! Oh, you didn't deliver any pizzas tonight?
Oh, I did.
Oh, okay.
But this was last Saturday. I ran from 1:30 till about 3:30, and I sold 51 pieces off 58, and I made 168. No, 158. It'd been 170 something, but one guy had to cancel. He got caught by his wife bidding on a night that went for $16.
That's the equivalent of Jack Miller's right there.
I was going to ask you, is that like Jack Miller's?
Yeah, you remember in your video that you did, when you was talking about Jack Miller's and with your boudin, boudin egg rolls, and you had that Jack Miller right there, and you just poured it out on you and Derek was dipping, and then everybody was talking about the Jack Miller and pig stand. Well, that's the pig stand they were talking about.
Yeah,
both of them are made right up here, right up the road from me. I mean, not far. If I had a 22 I could put in there and it'll land close in there
Yeah.
by their buildings.
Yeah, I remember. I think Jack's Drinkwater was one of them that he said he was wondering if it was similar to pig stand. I said I couldn't tell. I've never had pig
Yeah,
stand.
it is. It is a lot of tomato. It's real chunky. You know, it's got the. You was like you was saying. I like to know what's so thick in there and stuff.
Yeah, it looks almost
that's
like a
Onions.
looks almost like a salsa. The
That's
texture
onions.
of it.
You when you get ready to make a bunch of Jack Miller style barbecue sauce,
Yeah,
you automatically go out and get 100 pounds of onions. That's the first thing you buy, 100 pound sack of onions.
yeah. It don't taste like a traditional barbecue at all.
It's not. That's the Louisiana style barbecue sauce.
Yeah,
that's been
it's something
in
all
generation and generation and generation. You know, we just used what we had back in 1800s.
Yeah.
Tomatoes, onions, whatever, salt.
Yeah, after that video, we had almost that whole jar left. So Tarina and me, we used it almost stuff we cooked, regardless of whatever it is. I mean, it goes good with everything.
It's good as a dip.
You could dip fried chicken wings in it, you know.
Yeah, yeah. You can dip pralines in it; it'll still be good.
yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I had to order that because they don't sell that where I'm. Well, Rouse's might have it. I hadn't tried Rouse's. I bet if anybody had it, Rouse's would.
What's that?
That Jack Miller's.
Oh yeah, Rouse has got it. I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look. But
it's a neighboring state, so
yeah.
My kids I used to buy about a gallon, and they would put it in a bowl and dip bread in it, or make a Jack sandwich with it. Just put a bunch on the bread and then fold it over and eat it like that.
Yeah.
I used to buy about a gallon. It was like $10 a gallon back then. Nine something, $10 a gallon back in the 80s.
Yeah.
SJ, I sent you an email with a link in it. Check it out. But yeah, this is a homemade recipe. I'm gonna cut down on the lemon juice next time. I don't know if it's the strawberries, because I had that coffee mug full of strawberries and sugar in it, and I left it open. I didn't cover it. I should have put all that in a Ziploc bag, but I left it in the refrigerator overnight and all day today. I was gonna make daiquiris last night, and I did not. So I just put this up in there in the refrigerator, and I don't know. I guess it absorbs some just fridge odors, but everything in the ice box is fresh. It's got onion tops in there and the crisper, but
yeah.
Ah.
Put some more booze in it.
Yeah, that one guy, I don't know who that was putting down Jack Miller, but he don't know what good is.
Yeah, I don't even think I replied to that. I might have. I don't remember.
There are a lot of people in there talking about how they like it and how they eat it as a snack too.
Yeah,
and their kids eat it as a snack. And when you're talking about like a benefit or something down here, like say like for Mardi Gras or whatever, and you do barbecue burgers, that's the barbecue on the barbecue burgers. Jack Miller or Pig Stand.
I bet that would be good on a burger.
Yeah, and they used to do like pork chop sandwiches, Evangeline made bread, Jack Miller sauce, and a big old pork steak like that.
Yeah.
And when I was running those apartments in Mamou for Mardi Gras, we was on the corner. My apartment complex was on the corner that I was a manager of. And I had taped everything off in there. So, no parking. Because, I mean, Mamou, man, you get like 13,000 people in that little bitty town, and it don't have a 2,000 people population, I think.
Yeah.
If that. But 2,000 around the surrounding area, yeah. But anyway, there was some black people that had the Baptist church. And they were like, man, where can we set up at? I'm like, what y'all got? I said, well, I knew the old guy in the wheelchair. And he said, "This is my church, and we're doing a fundraiser for the church, and we're doing want to do barbecue pork steaks, but we ran late." And I said, "Hold on a minute, I'm gonna get y'all set up in the front of my place." So I got them all set up right there, and man, we got free pork chop sandwiches, and they were giving away a pork steak that was hanging over the bread this much on each side, on all sides. And I'm like, "Hey, y'all ain't gonna make no money like that. Y'all losing money." I said, "You need to cut that pork steak in half."
Mhm.
And it was still bigger than the bread.
Yeah.
So they did that. They were cutting them in half, so they was getting, double the money like that.
Right.
So we was getting free pork chop sandwich, and it was good too. Jack
Okay.
Miller on it, made it good. Just plain white bread, pork chop, barbecue pork chop, and Jack Miller. That was it.
Heck yeah.
I gotta get me another time.
I made tomato gravy with homemade biscuits today. Actually, they wasn't homemade biscuits. There's some frozen ones that you put in your oven and they rise and you can't tell the difference. You would think you rolled them out yourself.
I have been trying to figure out since I quit McDonald's years ago, their dry ingredients. Because if I can figure that out, it's game on with me making biscuits from scratch every day.
Well, I don't know. These are made by Measures B, I think, at Walmart. And there's a whole bag full of them. They're frozen. And you put them in like a little tray, oil your tray, put them at 400 degrees while they're still frozen. In 20 minutes, man, you got some nice golden, flaky, tender biscuits on it. Heck yeah. I'll keep doing that. I mean, Tarina makes biscuits a lot, you know what I'm saying? But this saves a lot of time and effort, man. Just heat your oven up and call it a day.
Well,
Who you said, Van, that you'd like to imitate? Which store? I mean, what place?
McDonald's, if I can figure out their dry ingredients ratio, I know how much buttermilk it takes to make a pan of biscuits.
Hey, David.
But if I can figure out the dry ingredients ratio, I can be making biscuits here on a weekend and have biscuits the rest of the week. Because that makes 20 biscuits. The bag of mix would make 20 biscuits. Actually, you can squeeze out 22 if you knew what you were doing. But one weekend, it was election Saturday. I was opening at the one on Jones Creek. I made 70 trays of biscuits from 4 to 10, 15. So only supposed to put 20 biscuits per tray. I was putting 24 biscuits per tray. Yeah. And as
Why
fast
would
as
you
I
want to do a McDonald's biscuit? They do have a good biscuit, but Hardee's is better.
I had never liked Hardee's. The way I did the McDonald's biscuit, no, McDonald's, by their procedure, you overwork the dough. They don't get as big. The way I was doing it, they'll get about twice the size. And because I was doing that, we were bringing in more people at that store. My average during the weekdays, when I was working only in the mornings, or while working for this engineer in the afternoon, I averaged 40 trays of biscuits a day. Most stores only average 30 per day during the week.
Okay. I like Hardee's biscuits. It's a bigger biscuit.
I like
that.
Hardee's. I like the gravy.
And
too.
I like their breakfast biscuit, their steak biscuit. It's a piece of beef meat.
Yep.
Hardee's don't make it here in Baton
The beef
Rouge.
bone that's been through the meat tenderizer. It's chicken fried steak instead of a chicken, fried chicken biscuit. It's chicken fried steak. And I put mayonnaise, on each side of the biscuit, and a lot of mayonnaise, and then eat it like that. Oh man, Hardee's, you can't beat Hardee's steak biscuit, man.
I went to my son's house last Saturday to finish up welding on that pontoon boat, and he stopped somewhere right there in Van Cleve, a little local place, and come out with 2 biscuits, and one of them was one of them chicken fried steak biscuit. Man, that thing was good.
Van Cleve, Mississippi.
Yeah.
Well, I thought he was in Mobile.
No, that's my other boy, Derek.
Okay.
No, my younger son is the one that lives in Van Cleve. He bought a house about a year and a half ago there in Van Cleve.
Gotcha.
But I don't even know what the name of that place is. A little country store right there. Man, it was good.
They got a steak biscuit?
Yeah, buddy. That's just the way you
Now,
described chicken fried steak.
the only way to beat that Hardee's steak biscuit is add an egg to it. That makes it even better. And
Yeah.
that's a meal right there. And if you're not a big eater, you're not going to eat all of it.
Yeah. No, I used to go to Hardee's when my boys were little boys. Every Sunday, I'd get up kind of early, and I'd go to Hardee's and bring back breakfast. And me and my first wife, we always loved those biscuits with the white gravy with the sausage.
Oh,
in it.
yeah. Uh-huh.
And I'd always get me and her that. And I can't remember what I got then. I guess a sausage or egg biscuit or something. I can't
I
remember.
tell you, who else has got some good, decent biscuit sandwiches in the morning, especially if you catch them early in the morning in Pascagoula. Well, it's out of Pascagoula, but it's Fisherman's Corner.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
got good breakfast biscuits over there. I sure do.
Golly, I hadn't been at Fisherman's Corner since 98. That's when I moved back to Pascagoula from there. Been a long time. Just going there every day. They used to smoke mullet and have them for sale on the counter and stuff,
98.
Yeah, 98.
When was Katrina?
Katrina was in 2005, but
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I
I was
thought
living
you had
off-
left for Katrina. After Katrina hit, I thought you had left.
after
Pascagoula.
Katrina. No, after Katrina, I went to Illinois.
Right.
there
Yeah, but
near-
you left Pascagoula after Katrina hit. Right after.
I left Pascagoula after Katrina,
Right.
2005. But when I
Right.
left Bayou Compass, that was in 98, and I moved back. to
Oh,
Pascagoula.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah, but I never went back to Pascagoula after Katrina. I went and bought
Right.
a
Yeah,
house.
yeah, I know that. But I was wondering
bought
why
that.
you hadn't been back to Fisherman's Corners.
Yeah,
Since
just
98 or whatever. Okay, I got you.
yeah. See, I worked in Mobile for most of the time when I was living there in Bayou Compass, so that was way closer. I could be at work in 30 minutes, from there.
Yeah.
And
but Pascagoula and Bayou that ain't that far from each
I
other.
ended I
5
ended up-
minutes, 10 minutes.
I ended up going back to the shipyard after I moved back to Pascagoula, and then I stayed there till Katrina hit.
Is after Katrina hit, in Fisherman's Corner, they had a picture on the counter, a couple of pictures of somebody caught that storm surge and a wave that was 30 foot of water.
Mm-hmm.
30 foot of water. That's a lot of water.
I had a
And that
picture
was at Waveland.
somewhere somewhere in this room. I got some old CDs or DVDs that I put a lot of photos in, and somebody had sent me through email a photo in Pascagoula. They're on Washington Avenue, but where they were at, you could tell they were on a balcony. They were shooting out across, kind of like where the beach park is, and you could see how high the water was, and a huge tidal wave on top of that. That's before it actually came in. I don't know how they survived enough to keep that photo, because it would have hit Washington and all that. It would have tore all that to smithereens. But
That's an unusual
I got
wave like that, because usually a storm surge is not one huge big wave that comes in. It comes in smaller, increments, but rises fast.
Yeah, well, that's why this one was. And I remember watching a film they used to show in school after Hurricane Camille. I'm old enough to remember Camille very well in '69, and it was the same thing, huge tidal wave. Just a big wall of water, like a tsunami, really.
See, because a tidal wave wouldn't survive Petit Bois Island. A tidal wave wouldn't survive that. It would break a wave down.
The ocean gets deeper, and that tidal wave's on top of it. Petty Boy and all them islands were underwater.
Oh yeah, they were underwater.
They were underwater when all that came through.
Hey Wayne, you up late? How you doing, Wayne?
Yeah, but I got that photo somewhere. I got a CD player too, or DVD player. I'll look for it and I'll try to save it in one of these computers. I'll show it to you.
Yeah, we Damn, I had something I was going to say earlier, and I forgot what it was. It had something to do with storm surge.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just the way that water come in too. I'll never forget it. I was living on Pascagoula Street, about a half a mile from the beach, and man, that water started coming in, and it's just, you know how a little wave like down at the beach would crash and it go in,
Oh yeah,
and then it rolls back. Well, that's how it did it. It's up it come in and it rolled all the way past Highway 90, and then it sit there for like 15 minutes, and it come pulling back out.
right.
It did
'cause it was
all
so
that
far
damage
inland.
in less than 20 minutes. It was done, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, golly.
Oh yeah,
come
they
on.
got for like Katrina, they had 30-foot waves.
Yeah.
You know, that was that wind driven 30-foot waves coming in. You know, that was beating that. That's the power of water that messes houses up, brick homes, concrete, cinder block homes. If it's not solid concrete, like a courthouse, like the courthouse in Cameron,
Yeah.
they built that thing hurricane proof. It's solid concrete, built like the Hoover Dam.
Yeah, I tell you what, we walked all the way to the beach after that. The storm was still blowing through, but we're on the tail side of it. Everything, the worst part's done past us, and we're sitting there walking down there, and there was literally cars where their front ends was drove like 4 and 5 foot into the ground. The whole back end is sticking up. This one house, there was a 2-story. The top story was sitting over in the middle of Pascagoula Street, had a dead body in it. We didn't know it at the time, but to find out later, there's a lot of dead bodies around there. People's belongings were just strode everywhere. What was left, most houses were just obliterated. It's like, that's all that water coming down on them. Nothing was stand that, you know. I know what kind of house I want. I want whatever they built that lighthouse out of in Biloxi. That joker's done survived Camille and Katrina, and that's the 2 worst that ever hit this area, you know.
Camille, yeah, and Katrina.
Yeah.
That was what house you saying?
The lighthouse.
Biloxi lighthouse. That
round
lighthouse.
Well,
that joker
I'd
is
say
stood up.
another house that survived both storms was
Longfellow house.
Jefferson Davis house. That survived.
It survived, and so did the Longfellow house in Pascagoula. That's the only one on that whole front that was still standing. You know?
Yeah. And I don't know what that house is made out of or built out of, but it's a wood frame house.
It's
And
an
it
old
I
was
one.
thought Jefferson Davis' house got destroyed by Katrina.
It was severely damaged, but it was still standing. That's like the Longfellow house. It was damaged, but the main structure, it's still there, man.
It was in better shape for Camille in 69, I think.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, 69.
Camille was 69, if I'm not mistaken. There was an old joke going around not long after Katrina hit. It was the only thing good that come out of Katrina? What? Everybody quit talking about Camille.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I called it Camille's big sister.
Evil sister, yeah.
Technically, what did most of the damage on this coast was the water. The winds, it had already been downgraded to a Cat 3 when it hit us. It was still strong, a lot of wind, but it was not a Cat 5 when it hit us. Camille, when it hit Biloxi and Waveland, it was a small but compact storm. There was winds that they could not even clock. The equipment they had in 69 could not register. It was in excess of 200-mile-an-hour winds, and it could not clock it. I think the sustained winds were like 185, I think I read the other day. But they had gusts well above 200 mile an hour, just unreal.
The 2 worst hurricanes to hit southwest Louisiana, that would be Audrey, which was in, I think, May 1957, May or June. It was an early storm.
That was a year before I was born.
It was a compact storm like Raphael is right now.
Yeah.
In fact, but Audrey started down like in the Bay of Campeche, and then went straight north, beeline for Cameron, Louisiana. Holly Beach, Cameron, Louisiana, straight north. It never veered, it never turned or nothing. It just went straight north, and people were caught off guard. Now, 1957, their weather equipment predicting forecast equipment wasn't that up to snuff like we got now. There hardly no radar. They had radar back then, but it wasn't like it is now. And it caught them off guard because it went real fast. A boat reported it. Okay, it was because the radar wouldn't go out that far. A ship in the area reported the hurricane, and so they looked a little further on their radar, and sure enough, there was a storm, and they was like, well, we got about a week. No, they didn't have a week. 2 days later, not even 48 hours later, Cameron was destroyed, except for the courthouse. But it was a compact storm like Raphael is right now. Real wrapped storm, tight eye. And the second storm that I had mentioned, the two most worst ones, was Rita. After Katrina, it was Rita. Just a month and a half, 2 months after Katrina.
Something like that, yeah.
Rita hit, and I'll tell you what, this area got affected. Naturally, this area, because we're not that far from Cameron Parish. But like far as like Abbeville, Sycamore Point, Fouchon, Fouchon. Oh, they got a lot of tidal surge in from Rita, and but it was a dead hit, ground zero hit at Holly Beach, and there was nothing left at Holly Beach at all, nothing. Not even a piling from a house. Night, Miss Smokey. Good to see you again, chat.
Not also Smokey.
Hey, Sal, I just got your email and I sent you that PDF. If you're still in here.
But there was houses at Holly Beach that were pilings, square 12 by 12s, were sunk in the sand, in the ground, that ground sand, in the sand, 30 foot. And those pilings weren't even there. I guess, the house was so securely attached to all those pilings that it just raised them up. And so much water, it kind of like, undermined and all that. But there wasn't even a piling left. Nothing.
I'll tell you what, man, just, the weight of the water when it's wind driven, that's one of the most deadliest forces on the planet.
Oh, yeah. Especially 30-foot waves hitting all those houses. And this was a town, a small town. Okay. That was a mile and a half by a half a mile wide. No, quarter, not even a quarter mile wide.
Yeah.
But a mile and a half long by just say a quarter mile wide. There was no evidence of houses.
Yeah. That's why I tell you what, I was gone for 8 months after Katrina, and we didn't see Biloxi where I'm at now. We didn't get to see none of that until I got back 8 months later. And we drove because they wouldn't let people down there unless you had property down there. Well, when we got back, they would let us down there. So we took Highway 9 and we went to Ocean Springs. That whole bridge from Ocean Springs to Biloxi was stacked up like dominoes. So we had to go in the back way to Biloxi, drove towards the bridge, and we started there and then went west. We drove all the way to like past Christian, and I didn't even know where the heck I was at. All the street signs are gone, all the homes, all the stores, everything was just freaking gone. And I say gone, the casinos, if you remember, were built on barges prior to Katrina.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, they floated. They floated.
Well, they were just moved completely north of Highway 90, and they had to cut all that apart and haul it out of there. It took a long time to rebuild Biloxi, and it's back, though. If you drive through there now, it's there.
I didn't see any north of 90. Yeah, 90. Okay, I was thinking 10. But they had one on top of the Holiday Inn hotel. It's at the casino, that bar, and it was huge. Yeah. I'm talking about, man, these things are floating cities.
Well, here's the funny part.
Set on top of a motel, Holiday Inn.
There's a tugboat, or used to be a tugboat at the Pizza Hut there in Gulfport on the north side of Highway 90. and it'd sit there. They named it Camille because Camille set
Yeah,
that tugboat there, and they
Yeah.
put stones all around it, and it sit there all the way until Katrina hit.
Yeah,
It disappeared. They don't even know what happened to it. It just
it's in the
gone.
marsh somewhere.
That or got pulled back out. One or the
Yeah,
other.
probably. Yeah,
Or
Yeah,
disintegrated from rust.
but
it would
yeah,
be.
probably so. But
It might have tore it apart, but it could be out in the Gulf, and it's a new shrimp net hang now.
they actually kept it nice and painted. It was kind of like a monument of Camille, one of them.
Yeah, right.
And
That's right.
it got.
Didn't they have a lugger too at one of the? They had a lugger, like an old shrimp boat lugger, the rear cabin. They had one of those that was a landmark too at one time.
Might have been. I don't remember that one. Now they do have a like another thing at a park that's about Camille. It's got a big hurricane like made out of concrete and tile and all that, and it got heavily damaged. But they redid all that. That was like remembrance of Camille from '69.
We were going in there about 4 months after Katrina hit. We were going in because the people's, this was north of 90, and
Yeah.
the houses that we were going in redoing floors.
Yeah. Yeah, I tell you the truth. I hope
The houses that did survive.
I hope I never had to do another hurricane, but I'm sure I will.
I was framing houses at the time, and we couldn't work. I mean, we could, don't get me wrong, but we didn't have materials.
Yeah.
We couldn't. We used the materials we had, and then those houses were at a standstill. So I went to work with Ken Young and installing floors, wood floors.
Mm-hmm.
And we did a lot of bamboo. A lot of people went to bamboo after Katrina hit because it doesn't rot. It doesn't swell up. It's a renewable source.
Yeah.
And it was plenty available.
Makes
It was
sense.
available.
Well, my mom and dad, their honeymoon was in Biloxi, and I remember seeing pictures of palm trees along the beach
Yeah.
that they took. But Camille took all that away. And unfortunately, they lost all those pictures in the flood of 2016. But that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy seeing
2016,
palm
huge
trees.
flood in South Louisiana. That was the 1,000-year flood.
I took 12 inches.
Most of the palm trees in Biloxi were planted there. Their palms
Right.
aren't really native of Biloxi.
Right.
Yeah.
And all the sand was hauled in with 18-wheelers too.
It's-
All the beaches were man-made over
I
there.
don't
It
know
was
if I don't know if it's still like that, but at one time they used to have this little tour train that would, I say train, it was a tour. I don't know what you want to call it, but they'd take people through, and we rode it one time. This is back in the '60s. They said it was the world's largest man-made beach in the world at one time. Every bit of that sand was hauled in. But if you go like in Gaucher and go to the beach, you know what it is? You got about this much where the sand. It's not even bleached white sand. It's just kind of sandy. That's what it looked like in Biloxi up until they did that. Now they got these nice bleached out white beaches. That is all man-made, every bit of it,
Oh, yeah. Florida, Pensacola, they pump that sand in every year to redo the beaches to make it look white.
Yeah, but here they hauled all this in. And we get
Yeah.
a storm blow in, like let's say a tropical storm or whatever. A lot of that sand ends up over the highways, and they'll get it and load it back up with these bobcats and all that, and throw it right back where it come from.
Yeah. They got a sand dredge out there that's kind of on standby all the time by Bay St. Louis, and they'll dredge up the sound because there's a lot of sand in the Mississippi Sound.
Yeah.
And there was one place that was gonna put a casino. I think the Slipper or something now, but they built up the land for it and stuff way to the east side of about on the east side of Bay St. Louis. that casino, Silver Slipper Field guy, his dad works there or something.
Yeah, Silver
And
Slipper.
they put all that sand out there for that. They dredged all that sand, built up all that land and property, and then that's a land-based casino now.
Yeah. Yeah, most of them are now. Just about all of them are now.
Yeah.
They abolished that. They abolished that rule where you had to be in the water after Katrina.
After Katrina, right?
After all that destruction, you know.
The only casino that survived, and it was going to open in a few days. If the storm wouldn't have hit, it was going to open up in about 2 or 3 days. Hard Rock Cafe Casino. And the codes, the builders had certain they had morals and ethics, but they were like, okay, we are going to build this not like other casinos or buildings on the coast. This is hurricane prone, and we are making this hurricane proof. And they did. It survived the storm. Now it took damage. Don't get me wrong. It took damage, but it just delayed their opening.
What city was that in?
Hey, Dustin, there's my youngest son right there. What, Katrina?
No, the Hard Rock Cafe. What city was that in? Because one you're on collapsed.
Not the one for Katrina. No, it stayed there. It survived.
Well, they built one in New Orleans, and it collapsed and killed a couple guys.
Not that one.
Okay.
No, I know what you're talking about. That was some kind of accident or something. No, this
Baltic.
yeah, it was something to do with a crane or something, I think.
No, it had something to do with improper building codes. The design wrong. The architect.
Something fell in or something.
The architect lost his license, and the structural engineer lost his license here in the state that designed it.
Huh.
Because it took them forever to get
the one that the hurricane didn't damage that much was the Hard Rock Cafe in Mississippi.
Excuse me.
Well, I think it was Gulfport or Biloxi. One of them. I want to say Biloxi for some reason.
What's that? I'm sorry, I was.
The Hard Rock Cafe Casino.
Oh, it's right down the road. It's right here in Biloxi.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Yep. Right.
I
here
knew
in
it was
Biloxi.
to the eastern part of the.
They were just
casino
getting ready.
road.
They were just getting ready to open that thing. Train
Yeah.
open up the whole back wall and come out the front of it.
It delayed the opening. The building, the structure survived. You know,
It did.
A lot of the other ones didn't.
It just opened the walls up, and it also tore that expensive sign up. They had to replace that sign out front, the guitar and everything.
Yeah.
Yep. They finally opened. That was a bad omen, though.
Hey,
what you up to tonight?
Who? Oh, okay. That's what I thought
Dustin.
you was talking to.
That comment right there. Hey, Dad, that's my son right there.
Oh, it is. Okay.
He's a butcher.
Oh,
He works in a slaughterhouse. Cuts the meat up, kills the animals, cuts the meat, hangs the meat, ages it, cuts it up, and ships it out.
so Cage, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, Wayne.
How many beaches were suffering from beach erosion when that storm came in?
Beach erosion for Hurricane Katrina?
Yeah.
all of them.
None, not for Katrina, because the only beaches that were affected was Mississippi and Florida beaches. I mean, Mississippi and Alabama, a little bit of Florida, but the way the coast is structured over there, now it probably affected the islands. I know it did affect the islands. Cat Island, Horn Island, Petty Boy, Ship Island. It affected those off the coast of Mississippi. But as far as for the beaches, you know, like Biloxi Beach and all that, it never affected those beaches. I mean, it might have took away a foot of sand or something, you know, a couple of feet or whatever, but it didn't affect it like hurricanes affect the coastal marshes, and they call those beaches, you know, beachfront property off the coast of
Yeah.
Louisiana. There's a lot of inland marshes that hurricanes do affect, you know, but nature affects that too, though. Nature
Yeah.
takes away and it builds back up.
I got a video that I posted years ago, and I got the little video clip from the oyster bed people over there in Louisiana. They sent me one of those oyster beds, and I told them I'd play their video, and it talks about how I think it's 3 football fields a day disappear on the Louisiana coast due to the estuary, people not returning oyster shells back into the water like they
I
should
don't
and
think
stuff.
it's that
You know,
much. For
That's
regular
what-
day, I don't think it's that much.
that's
But
what
yeah,
the video
it does.
says.
Yeah, but
But-
it has erosion. I don't know how
Yeah.
they figure it out because, you know, there's so much acreage of coastal marshes in Louisiana. You know?
Yeah. You can watch a video. It's an old video when I was living in Gulfport, and I think I named it Oysters Rockefeller. It was like my version on it. But their video clip is within that video. It's a long video. It's like 20 something minutes long, but
Hello, Wayne.
Hey, how you doing, Southern Twinger?
Man, I've been seeing you pop up. I can't watch you when I'm at work.
That's all right. Hey, after work, you know. I go on morning and night stream. I don't go in the afternoon anymore.
Ooh, 1911. We're going through a bag of wheat about a couple months ago and starting to sort them out.
Hmm.
Well, 1911, but no 1911S.
Huh.
Well, I found 2 of those over the last 2 years, roughly.
Hmm.
And even those are the ones I got, even the shape they're in, they're worth about $50, $60.
Oh, okay.
what's up, Kent?
I was just visiting all the channels tonight. I was going around visiting different channels tonight. And I can't do everybody's, but I must have did about 6 of them tonight. I get too many of them. I can't keep up with them. There's so many subscribers. I can't keep up with everybody. Time and the dime flies goes kaput. Then you have to work on your own channel and do the search
Yeah.
engine, mega tag. I mean, and the players list and so.
I gotta shoot a video tomorrow. This is going to be involved too in my video tomorrow.
What's that?
Bourbon maker's
Oh.
mark.
I got customers lined up soon. People.
Well, I got a box of pennies last week. Only 3 weeks since 50 rolls. I was not happy. So now I got another box in there to go through, but I need to get through these bags, this bag of wheat.
What's up, Kent?
Poor
Wait,
Randy Colorado will never be the same.
poor Randy. Colorado will never be the same. Oh, Randy went to Colorado.
I bet he's wishing he was in Houston right now. He's got tons of snow up there. I heard somewhere they were getting like 4 or 5 feet or something like that. A lot of snow. I don't know if that's where it is where he's at, but
I got a buddy of mine from here, but lives up in Mount Moon now. He went to work in Colorado, and it was wintertime or coming on the winter, and he was only supposed to stay up there 2 weeks. You know, I think it lasted 3 weeks or something. He was just helping a friend of his that was from Louisiana to finish up a house or something. And he was like on Facebook, Missy would show me stuff he put up, and he was like, "Man, somebody help a coon ass out." He says, I got to get out of Colorado. He said, "Man, I should have never come up here, not in the winter at least." He said, "I wish I'd have came in the summer."
I
He
think
said,
Randy's
"This
gonna
coon
be
ass
there.
can't take it up here. This is cold."
I think Randy's gonna be up there pretty much all the way up through December.
5 inches, it says.
From up
36
from high school,
in the
she's been living
mountain.
there
Randy
now.
finally has,
Inches in the mountain.
Randy finally has 5 inches. That's a joke.
He finally has 5.
I got a friend that moved to Colorado, and she's been there for almost 20 years.
Yeah,
She loves it.
I got a cousin. I got a couple of cousins up there in North Colorado where it's mountainous. And they're still there.
$1 million. J-Ho, he says. 1 million.
Hey, who? What's up? What the hell's going on, mon ami? How you been? How's Shy Town tonight? Where's your partner in crime, Ed, the old tech guy? Jay Hook's a cook too. He can cook that Spanish, that Mexican food. He's up there in Chicago, man. He's a Spanish guy, Mexican, but he's a northern, Mexican. He's not. I don't know if he's got ties in Mexico or not, immediate family, but I know he can throw down on some cooking. I know that.
A little bit of that, a little bit of this.
And Ed, the old tech guy too. Now Ed has Mexican ties. I think his grandparents are from up there or something, from down there in Mexico. So he's got that originality in that cook. I tell you what, in Mexican, they can throw down on some food now. Just like Cajuns, people from the South.
It's one of my favorites, man. And
Yeah,
I doubt what we get here is even Mexican food, but that's what they call it. But it's good. You know what I'm saying? If I went to Mexico City, I doubt it would even resemble that food down there. But what they do have is really good. I guess it's more of an Americanized Mexican type,
Yeah, Tex-Mex. That's what Tex-Mex is.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I got a friend of mine. You probably seen him in chats. Hector Coins and Interest. I think he comes in his channel. He comes in one of the cooking channels. Regularly, he's in the chat. Right. Anyway, his dad from and he's lived in Mexico too. Hector himself.
Mm-hmm.
For parts of the year, like summer away from summer school. I think he's 70 something right now. So when he was in school, younger age, he spent the summers in Mexico and all down way south Mexico. I ain't talking about a border town. I'm talking about way south, Mexico City. Down that deep into Mexico. And he says, the food, his Mexican cooking is totally different than what the Tex-Mex stuff is.
Hey, who's totally cheese or on that food? He says.
Jake,
we got
looks like he's been eating. He hadn't missed any meals. Put it that way.
We got a place in walking distance from me. It's called El Rinco. El Rinco, I think, is the name of it, and it's so freaking good. But I've never seen no yellow cheese, white cheese for sure. Tex-Mex and Mexican food are different. Yeah, that's what I said. I doubt I've ever had real Mexican food, even though Mexicans run these places. They probably have adjusted it to our palate. You know what I'm saying? But maybe not. I don't know. I have no way of knowing.
It's just a spin, right?
Blow up.
What is that there? 40S?
But look at the rim.
Okay.
It's a straight clip rim.
Yeah, it is clip. Yeah, but I've never seen a straight clip before.
That's my second one I found. I got one I found months ago. So you look at the other side. See it?
Yeah.
It's a shallow, straight clip rim.
You sure that's straight clipped and not just
Yes,
after something happened after the mint?
no, I already looked at it. I already
Because
popped it up on the side and looked at it. It's straight.
I've never heard of a straight clip before.
I'm
It
gonna file.
happens.
I'm gonna file down a bunch of pennies and put them in circulation to where y'all have something to talk about in a year from now or so.
We'll know it's damaged. We'll know it's post mint damage like that one. That's post mint.
I'll polish it
No,
up.
this ain't post, man. It's too smooth.
I did.
No, there's no such thing as straight clip though, because when it's clipped, when they got that sheet of copper out, the planchet material, that sheet of copper, it's an alloy, it's got zinc tin in it. Anyway, when they got that out and those punchers are punching out those round planchets. Now, I tell you, it's not a clip. Okay, but they would have many of them, and they would have caught that early. If the whole puncher, okay, would be like minus the webbing, okay.
Yeah.
But you have webbing. It looks like an hourglass, okay. That's in between the planchets. It's so thin. There's hardly no metal wasted. If those dies cannot be misaligned that much, those punchers, to catch the edge of that sheet of material, okay, because it's a long sheet, and those dies are, come do like that, punching out those round planchets. It could be, but I doubt it. The edge of that sheet material, but that's not a clip. That's not a clip. That's just the edge of the material. But that would have to be hundreds of coins like that. Hundreds.
Well, I want to send it into the like on Q&A and let them discuss it.
It's possible that it could have caught the edge of the sheet, okay,
right?
The material, and that way the round part, was kind of over the sheet, just a hair, okay, and that's the straight part. And I'm talking, that's like a half a millimeter. You're talking about thousandths of an inch right there, okay.
Right, there's no lip. Yeah, there's a barrel. There's not even a lip on that edge.
About 20 thousandths of an inch, because I've got this right here is 15 thousandths of an inch. Okay, this wire. Wait, 15 thousandths. Yeah. Yeah. 0.01. This is 15 thousandths of an inch. This solder. So that would have to be about 20,000, 25 thousandths that the punches were off, and then they all in lines, okay? The way they make those planchets.
Yeah, I know.
It would have to have been 20 thousandths of an inch or 20 thousandths over the edge of that sheet of copper when they were punching the holes out, the planchet itself, to have that square part on the edge of that coin.
Because I have a 37.
It is possible. I just thought of that.
Yeah, I have a 37 just like that I found a while back. So that's two of them.
I got lingua on my channel.
Cowtongue? Oh yeah.
I've also got a whole cow head video on my channel I did a few years ago.
Cowtongue, shit, I love that, man. That makes good sandwiches. Deep frying that? Oh hell yeah.
I tell you one thing, that little offset of mine, I put that big old cow head in there. Thing had to weigh 60 pounds, and it just barely cleared when I closed that lid on it.
Damn.
It was huge.
I gotta check that out.
I kind of replicated barbacoa, but not really, because I smoked it. I wanted that meat smoked. And then once I got it to where I liked it, I wrapped it up. I had to order this special foil really wide. I forget, 36 inches or something like that. And I wrapped it and I wrapped it and I wrapped it. I have this electric smoker that I didn't put no smoke, just electric, right? I turned it and put that big old head in there and got it finally in there and let it finish cooking all night long. And the next day it just falling apart, It was kind of like, the real way is digging a hole in the ground. It never gets no smoke.
I never made jerky with cow tongue. Never thought about that. Damn. Huh.
Cow tongue makes amazing jerky too. Huh.
I didn't know that. I never thought about that. Wow.
Mm.
Yeah,
Uh,
I did some on when we still had the sailboat. I'm down there, had a big old cow tongue, and I'm sitting there breaking that stuff down and getting it to try to pull that layer off of it, and got it to where it's tender. It wasn't bad. I liked it.
I like pig's heads now. When I kill my when I used to kill a pig, my
Yeah,
mom would say, "Now don't forget to save me the head." I'm like, "Okay, not a problem."
they make hog
So
head cheese with a lot of that meat and
yeah,
stuff.
yeah, the jowl meat and all that.
Yeah.
That's all rich
Yeah.
meat, and that's what Mama used to do is make boudin with it. That's part of the boudin mixture is because it's so rich. You know, that's where
Yeah.
it gets that flavor. You know, homemade boudin, like from where I'm
Mhm.
from and stuff. All this commercialized boudin, like the Best Stop and stuff, is good boudin. Don't get me wrong; it's all original recipes, but it don't have that rich head meat in it, like homemade. You know,
Yeah.
like you kill a couple of hogs at your house.
Right.
You know. So I told a slaughterhouse in Plaquemine, I said, now I want the head on this thing, and they said, okay, no problem. So I went to pick all my meat up, and it was cut and wrap, and I had my head. He says, you want a couple more? I said, you damn right I do.
Yeah, we used to slaughter hogs. We used to raise them years ago, back in the 90s. And we had this old welder that worked in our crew. His name was Charles Blue. We just called him Blue. And he said, I want them heads. And he would show up every time we slaughtered a hog. And he'd take that head. And one day we slaughtered two back to back. And I did all the butchering on them. But we saved them heads for him. And he'd bring that head cheese into work, you know,
Oh
when he
yeah,
got it done. Yeah, it was good.
hell yeah, I love hog head cheese.
Mm.
Oh, I like El Pastor burritos. Queso de puerco. I bought a 10-pound bag of hog head cheese. I love it. Wow. 10-pound log. Okay. Wow, that was expensive.
I tell you, some of the best I've ever eaten is a place in Louisiana. I know you've seen the brand plenty of times. Savoy's.
Savoy's right down the road.
Yeah, I love
To the
theirs.
east of me.
It doesn't have all that gelatin in it like a lot of it does. It's real. I call it lean. I mean, it's fatty, but it's not. It don't have the gelatin like you get.
Yeah.
You
We
know,
used to
and
stop there all
it's
the
good.
time
I
for
like
Mrs. Mama to get her and us to. You can go over there
Yeah.
and get the what they call the ends of the sausage.
Yeah,
Like when they package it, when they process it in those packs, you know, it's cut to exact lengths. And if somebody, you know, when they was making the sausage, you know, casing it, putting it in the casing, if somebody didn't catch it right away, you know, twist it or what have you, they just cut the ends. Hell, you get in the box, it's a 5-pound boxes, and you'll get sausages that long. Okay, it's like bacon ends and pieces type deal, but this is called the ends. You know, but it's called ends, and you know, the minimum length you're going to get is this, and it depends on what you're going to get. That they never labeled anything.
yeah.
If it was spicy, original, beef or pork or mix, they never labeled it. But now they do. It's either beef or pork. You know, or it's labeled as what meat it is, but it's not going to say if it's spicy or original.
I want to do some more jerky this year. I did some last winter on video. I'd probably do it without a video involved this year. That was some good jerky, good recipe for it.
Yeah, hog head cheese is South in Alabama, and then up north around Maryland and stuff. Ask Sam, you know, outdoors and outdoors in Maryland.
Or Lance.
Yeah, or Lance. Yeah, hog head cheese up there is called scrapple. That's
I thought-
another name for it. Scrapple. Scrapple, South, and hog head cheese. All three are the exact same thing. And Jehu said, don't put no yellow cheese on that. Yeah, yellow cheese is not original old timey Mexican. It's more of a whitish color, I think.
Yellow cheese is really not. That's something they add to any yellow cheese.
Yeah,
Yellow
but a
cheese.
real cheese is more of a white color.
Yellow
whitish
cheese
color.
doesn't really exist until they
I
add it.
think they put in yellow number 5.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it, but it's added to it.
Scrapple is ground and mixed together.
That's what I tell people. I'll use American cheese like on burgers. I love it on burgers. People said, that ain't nothing but processed cheese. Well, guess what? All cheese is processed. Cheese does not exist in the natural world until you do certain things to turn it into cheese. It's all processed.
Yeah, Well, you have to stir it and all, and mix and then form it. But what they mean by that is it's more processed than like in France, and how they make cheese, Conte cheese.
All American cheese is American cheese is like cheddar cheese, and there's another one I can't remember. There's a couple of cheeses, and they use a sodium citrate, which is an emulsifier, to where they all blend together and not separate into oil and turn into a mess. That's all it is. That's the only ingredient outside of cheese that's in American cheese. It's not what people say, oh, that's plastic cheese and all that.
Jehu, he probably was typing that as you said it. Yellow cheese is great for grilled cheese and burgers. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I use a Kraft Borden. I'm sorry, Borden, because Borden was a local company here in South Louisiana. Borden was a major cheese dairy place down here at one time until the government knocked all the dairies out, and Vermilion Parish and surrounding areas, the government bought out all the dairy farms. They had over 50 dairy farms in Vermilion Parish.
Yeah. Yeah, we still get Borden here. Milk and cheese.
Then they have one in Baton Rouge, South Baton Rouge, that's called Klein Peter Dairies.
Isn't that Elsie the cow? Borden?
Borden, yeah. Elsie the cow. Yeah, not Elma's the glue. That's glue's for horses. But Klein Peter, man, their milk, like say if there was a lot of people that buy that $3 gallon of milk, red cap or blue cap, low fat milk. If people would take a carton, just a little pint or whatever they are, pints of Klein Peter, like you used to get in school, a little carton of milk. You break that Klein Peter and they drink that, it'd give them the shits. It would, because it still has cream in it. It's a rich milk. Yeah, they can shit through a screen door with that, because their stomach's not used to that rich milk.
Yeah.
Borden, same way. When it was that Borden ice cream and all down Vermilion Creamery, that all shut down when the government bought all those dairies. The creamery shut down. And had a Borden place not far from my house. It was in the country.
Yeah.
We had a place that made milk and ice cream here in Baton Rouge, and it got shut down too.
But I don't know how long ago that shut down, but I know Klein Peter was in business up until the 2000. Klein Peter dairy was still there.
No, that's still here. I'm talking about Borden. Borden was on Florida Boulevard.
Right. Oh, so they made ice cream at that location?
Oh yeah, they made ice cream and they produced milk. I think the cheese they sent off to somewhere else. The stuff for making the cheese.
Yeah, they used to supply the ice cream for Hoppers.
Yeah.
For Hoppers malts and shakes, their milkshakes and stuff. Borden used to supply the Hoppers. You know what I'm talking about? The car hops, hamburger joints. Hoppers. Yeah. They had airline. They wanted government at one time, Florida, and they one at the mall, Cortana Mall. They had a Hoppers, and it was at the corner store, like at an entrance. So you can go through the big doors like to go in the mall in the halls, you know, to go to all the stores, and you took a right, Hoppers, you know, you were in at their door, or you could get to it from the outside. In case the mall closed and the store stayed open later, you can get to Hoppers through the door right there.
Hmm.
And that's some good food over there. That was old 50s food, 60s food, you know, back in the
Yeah,
old
but
bar hop days.
yeah, when that owner passed away, his kids shut them all down. They
Yeah,
want
when
nothing to do with it.
I forget the guy's name that opened them up.
I forgot who it was too, but he used to work at the
yeah,
one.
he something happened and his kids took it over. He died or something, and his boy took it, and I don't know, blew everything up his nose, I guess.
Probably so.
Tom Segura, I know some Seguras. In fact, this my in-laws, Seguras in South Louisiana. They own all that Chenille and all that down there on the Gulf, all that property, and they own thousands. I mean, like 200,000-300,000 acres of land down there. Said we should build a wall around the state for what? It's Tom Segura. Build a wall around the state for what? I never heard about anything about Tom Segura. Well, we say there's Seguras and there's Segueras. SEGR Segueras. ERA Segura. And Segura. But yeah, the Seguras are Tommy is my brother-in-law. Is married to my sister.
I'm going to get out of the occasion. Thanks for having me up. I'm just going to scoot out of here now. Have a good night.
All right, Wayne. Appreciate you coming in, man.
Take care.
Tom Segura was trash talk. Yeah, but all the Seguras are from Louisiana. Is that the guy that's from Forked Island? There's a lawyer that lives in Florida.
I wouldn't know.
Sounds familiar. I don't know who he is.
Jay, who's that? Tom Segura. Tom Segura is a comedian. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna have to.
I'll take mayonnaise and mustard and mix the two together. That's what we used to do when we were kids growing up. For bologna sandwiches, we'd take like 50-50, just put a little dab and mix them together.
Now, if he says coon ass and all that all the time, hey, yeah, them coon asses down there know how to talk and all that, you know, they talk real funny like that with that accent there. No, I'm not offended by that.
I'm wondering why he would even say that. I can understand it if it's,
you know,
some other states, but not Louisiana.
Some comedians, you know, they'll reference, instead of Cajuns, they'll say, oh yeah, man, you know, we coon asses know how to party down there, you know.
That's all right. The actual news outlets after Katrina was calling the landmass between Alabama and Louisiana, Mississippi was that landmass. It's like, golly.
Well, yeah, that's what it looked like, a landmass.
Yeah,
I mean, it was unrecognizable. You know what?
Doubt. But they didn't mean it like that.
What gets my goat is the news. I mean, that all the news was focused on New Orleans, and I think I'm kind of wore out saying this already, but I know I've said it a few times, but I think there's a different audience here.
They used to be
the news didn't even talk about Mississippi. It looked like 100 nuclear bombs went off on the coast of Mississippi. There wasn't nothing left.
The eye of that storm come into Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. We were on the dirty side. What happened to New Orleans was a man-made problem. All that flood.
Right. A levee. And it busted. No matter how it busted, I don't care.
Yeah.
It busted. And parts of New Orleans, the Ninth Ward, southern New Orleans, the bad part of New Orleans got flooded. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, we were pissed, man. We were up there in Illinois watching the news, and they were even coming out with books and all during the 8 months I was there, like from Time, you know, like Time magazine had these hardbound books. It was all about New Orleans. I just like,
nothing on Mississippi. You know, I mean, Mississippi got devastated.
Trust me, I know. I lived it. It's
Creole
like,
equals Cajun. No, it's not. Creole is not the same as Cajun.
no.
Nope.
They're the same ties, kind of, you know.
Creole is more New Orleans. It's more,
More
of
New
a
Orleans.
it's more of a mixed culture.
Yeah.
Africans mixed with Cajuns and every a little bit of everything. Where Cajun is technically like country cooking in Louisiana. It's more out of the city type stuff.
Actually, Cajuns are a breed of people.
Yeah,
I'm a Cajun. I'm pure French. Yeah, I'm pure French. I don't have any Indian blood. I don't have any African American blood. I'm pure French. Creole is a
mix.
Indian and Cajun, French or French, because the French came down. New Orleans is named after Orleans. Okay.
Yeah.
But black mix is black French mix. And over in New Orleans, so that's your Creole. What's up, Raising K Jones?
I don't know it.
You're relaxing, and you're not in the truck.
No,
No.
not in the truck.
Yeah, I've seen that about them monkeys that escaped.
Yeah.
I thought about that too. Another virus outbreak.
Yeah, but they're not sick. They say they're not sick.
New Orleans is built on a river delta. Yep.
It's built in the marsh.
It's built under sea level, most of it.
Yeah, it's built in the marsh. Everything over there is under sea level or under. In that area, that's all marsh down there. That was the highest piece of ground they had. So
what were they thinking?
Yeah.
What amazes me, a lot of them engineering feats was done back, 1800s or whatever. New Orleans is an old city.
Yeah, well, they flooded a lot though, and then they built the levees.
Yeah, built the levees.
Yeah. You know that movie, Interview with a Vampire?
Mm-hmm.
Anne Rice novel that they turned into a movie with Tom Cruise and who was it? Brad Pitt? Yeah, Brad Pitt.
I don't think I ever watched it, but I know the movie.
Okay. Well, that they have the levees built in that movie. There's horses crossing the levee and going down to the sugar plantations.
Yeah.
That levee wasn't there when that novel, because that was set in the 1700s. That levee wasn't there back then.
Yeah.
That levee was there like the late 1800s or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think Bush was president when Katrina come through, and I remember watching on the news, they're like, we're gonna have to rebuild New Orleans. He goes, can you imagine not having a New Orleans? I mean, that's the kind of stuff they were talking about, like just shutting it down completely, just doing away with it. But they didn't, obviously,
Oh, they saved New Orleans more than once. For 1927, they busted the levee down south of New Orleans, and all them farmers were real mad. They were shooting Corps of Engineers people that was going to dynamite the levee in 1927, and in 1972 they was planning on in case it happened in 72, in case they was going to blow the levees. But they blew the levee in 1917 or 2021, whatever, and because they had a few floods, and they were gonna they did blow the levees, and a few Corps of Engineers people got killed over that, to save the town of New Orleans. They flooded out farmland south of New Orleans. If they'd have busted it north of New Orleans, it'd have flooded out the New Orleans area's crops.
Yeah.
Sorry I'm late, but I've been fighting with the Silverado all afternoon.
Silverado? Oh boy.
Yeah. Just got a chance to start working on today.
Dang.
I haven't even got the whole driver's side undone yet.
What are you
What
having
you doing?
to do to
Taking
it?
the frame off? The body off, I mean?
No. I got to remove the knuckle from the lower control arm and the lower ball joint is giving problems. Not
Oh, you're doing the front end on it. Okay.
it doesn't want to separate, so I got to go tomorrow and get another I guess a Pitman arm separator.
You need to get your a fork separator.
I got the pickle forks.
That's what I'm talking about.
They don't work. Not working.
No, they got a special tool for what you're talking about, that Pitman arm. I had to buy one years ago for an old Chevy truck I had.
Yeah, he's got a couple. They're just too short.
I got something, but they're just too small. I got to go to the parts store in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay. Get you one of them hydraulic ones.
Yeah, right.
That'll separate it.
Right?
Something gonna give.
Yeah, Pitman puller.
Pitman
Put a-
puller.
Put a stick of dynamite on it. It'll separate it.
Yeah, the whole truck will be gone.
What year is it?
2000.
Okay.
Oh man, he's got a nice Silverado. Man, that thing's nice.
As soon as I get everything done that I want to do to it, I mean,
That's my truck right there. It is. That's my truck. That's my truck right there. And that
I
thing-
used to
that
have
thing-
one.
it just
Kent
looked good, man.
God
It's-
only
I
knows
mean,
what happened to it.
that's my body style right there. I had a 97 Silverado, short wheelbase, but his is kind of like, it's a, I don't know how to explain it. It's a good looking truck. The way the tires are, he's got the right size tires. And mine was short wheelbase, my Silverado. It was just a plain Jane truck with a V8 in it. Now that thing was boot scoot boogie. It would get out. It would get it. And I didn't have to master. I never mastered gas on my truck, and I'd squeal in a second.
I think there's a picture of it somewhere on my profile.
I don't like what they're doing. All these newer trucks with that DOD crap, man. My son just bought that 2022 Z71, and he bought a tuner to try to get out of that stuff, but he kept throwing codes and screwing with the transmission, so he had to bring it back to factory. But they make a DOD delete kit, but you got to go into the engine to do that displacement on demand, where it goes from 8 cylinders to 4 cylinders. He wants that crap out of his truck. I don't blame him.
Oh yeah, I don't. Yeah, no,
They say it tears the motors up.
The valves.
I don't blame him. It's
Yeah.
under warranty right now. I told him, I said, you better be careful of that tuner, because if they know you do,
Oh,
I can always bring it back to factory and they'll never know. I'm like, whatever. But
That's right. I'll be back. I gotta lean off the dock.
once it comes out of warranty, I'd get one of those delete kits.
Sometimes I wish I had access to a good old car from the 50s or 60s and just and have it to work on.
Yeah,
Right.
I miss some old days. Anybody could work on a car back then.
Well, everything on this truck is so damn rusty. I mean, for
Right,
like
original part.
hardware and stuff like that, it's just everything's seized up, and I had plenty of problems trying to get one of the caliper hanger bolts off, stripped it out.
Is it been up north, or where do you live? Do you live in Louisiana?
It's original Pennsylvania and
Okay,
Michigan truck, but
the
we
Rust
live down here in
Belt.
Tennessee now.
Okay, it come from the Rust Belt. That's pretty par for the course.
So probably sometime next year I'll look for a frame and do a full frame swap.
Yeah.
That's going to be a job and a half.
There is a way to eliminate the cylinder cutout and not void the warranty. I work for a trucking company and I will never own a diesel. Well, this one I'm talking about, my son has, it's a gasoline engine. There's definitely a way to do it. A couple of ways to do it, but it'd probably for his warranty, either one of them, because you got to get into the engine if you get that DOD delete done. In the other way, you're actually screwing around with the computer. But I don't know. I'm sure.
If the dealership catches you messing with that stuff, they will void your warranty.
Yeah, that's what I would think. Iowa equals rust belt. Way too much salt on the roads I can imagine.
Oh yeah, in a salt belt, rust belt.
My son bought a little old truck while we were up there in Illinois, and that's what we were coming back home in. Once I finally decided to come home 8 months later, and we're sitting out there on the porch one day. It's like, I don't know, March maybe, and or it could have been April. But at any rate, I'm sitting there looking at that truck in the cab, in the bed. It was doing this number. I'm like, man, this truck, something's wrong with it. You notice this? He goes, huh? So he gets up under the truck. He's like, oh crap, dude! And we're leaving like the next day, And I said, what is it? He said, come look at this. And his frame on both sides, the only thing that wasn't rusted through was the top part of that frame. I'm like, holy crap. Went to the hardware store, and I swear we drove this thing all the way home. We got home, we fixed it, but went to the hardware store, got these turnbuckles and some heavy chain. And I went on both sides. I went to where the frame was bad or right ahead of it. And then I went to where it was good on each end and pulled that chain just as tight as we could get it on both sides. It didn't really get that belly out, but it couldn't come apart. The top was still pretty solid. And we drove it all the way back to Mississippi. And as soon as I got situated, I went and rented a weld machine. I didn't have one then, a little gasoline weld machine. And I took the whole bed off and we fixed that frame in that area. It's the only place that was that bad. And he sold it right after that. Like,
what'd you do? You married, sistered up some iron to it and welded it?
Yeah. I just replaced all that iron. I got back to where it was still solid and just scabbed it all in there,
I got you.
Yeah.
Now that's what see, Raging, he brought his truck to a welder because his part of his frame was bad.
Yeah.
And what did he tell you he couldn't do it or?
There was only one part he couldn't do, and that was the bottom part of the frame. It was just too rusty.
I told him, I said, we're going to go to speed limit. We're not going to speed. If we wouldn't have done them, those chains and all like I did, I mean, that could have been a disaster just waiting to happen because we had that back end loaded up with our belongings, had a little camper shell on the back of it. Like, holy crap, man. So let's just get it back to Mississippi and we'll fix it. We did, and then he sold it. Yeah, I wouldn't want to have to buy used cars up there too much just for that one reason. Cars used to rust out real bad here, like back in the 70s when they got real crappy with their paint jobs and stuff like that. You'd start getting rust holes like in your body and stuff. But by the time the 80s got here, they pretty much fixed all that. The cars just don't rust out down here like they used to because of the salt air,
Mm-hmm.
They'll usually wear out before you ever rust one out.
Oh, yeah. Down here, we don't have, on the coast, Louisiana, Mississippi, we don't have salt problems with frames and stuff. We don't have that.
No.
Now, I had a Chevy Love. It was a 72 model Chevy Love I bought in 79 that the front fenders and all, man, that was all rusted. Okay, rust holes everywhere on there, but the frame wasn't rusted on that truck.
Right.
It was just the fenders and the bed and stuff because that truck stayed parked 3 weeks out of the month at Sabine Pass. And that's right on the Gulf Coast, Texas, on the Texas side of the Sabine River.
Mm-hmm.
Sabine Pass. The guy worked offshore. He worked 14 and 7. So 3 weeks out of the month, that truck was there. And that was his. And he bought that truck just to go to work in. They didn't have hardly no miles. And I didn't pay but like $800 for that little truck. Man, they had a little Isuzu engine, 4-cylinder engine. in that Chevy Love. It was a small body, and like a Toyota,
I
small
remember them
truck.
trucks. Yeah.
Man, it had a Isuzu engine. That was one of the small, foreign. Well, it wasn't foreign, but yeah, in a way it was. Man, that was one of the best vehicles I ever had. It was strong, man. It was. I mean, it didn't have but about what, 50,000 miles when I bought it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that
them-
was a lot of miles for a vehicle. I don't even think it had that thing had like 38 or 39,000.
Yeah, them cars and trucks from the 70s, they were bad about rusting out, man. Just you start
Well,
seeing them
it was
bubbles.
just a Chevy Loves. It was a import
Well, I had a
engine, but it didn't have the fenders and all. It didn't have that undercoating.
Yeah.
Like cars like a '68 Impala. They had an undercoating and stuff, kind of like a rust preventer. This didn't have anything. It was just an economical, beater up vehicle that you bought brand new.
I tell you what was bad back in them days. They used to put them vinyl tops on a lot of these cars.
Yeah,
back in the 70s.
yeah.
I had a 76 Camaro bought brand new off the lot. It had a half vinyl top. It was maroon color and the car was white. And right around those areas where that vinyl stopped, I seen that rust. I'm talking about within a year and a half, that rust started bubbling through the paint. I mean, good gracious.
Well, you
But
see,
no, there was a big problem back then.
Most people back then, in that era and back in those days, had a garage that was your vehicles were kept in a garage instead of outside. That's more or less probably what happened. It stayed out in the weather a lot. No.
Oh yeah, well,
it
I don't
did?
know about where
Okay.
you come from, but where I come from, most people couldn't afford homes with garages.
Oh,
But no, that I lived in apartments once I left home. I mean, I lived in
Oh,
apartments
okay.
for years.
I
So
got
they had no choice but to sit out in the weather.
I got you. Okay.
But my car sits out in the weather all the time here, even though I got a garage. But ain't no
yeah,
rust
but you
on
got
that.
all them barbecue pits and smokers you got to keep out the weather.
Yeah, they will rust, even though they're painted. They'll still rust.
Am I telling the
That
truth?
car's got a lot better paint job than them smokers do. No, I work out of that garage. Plus, I do keep all the smokers on the other end of it.
Man, that turkey you did on that
Rotisserie.
oh man.
That was a good turkey, man.
Talking about food. I made
Yeah.
that potato salad.
Oh yeah, I was gonna mention that tonight. That when
my
FJ asked me about a recipe for rub. Okay, the recipe I was given what I do for rub. And when I don't use already store-bought brand, I found some rub that we got a long time ago. I'm gonna show it here in a minute. But yeah, Raging that asked me a couple weeks ago about my potato salad recipe, and I forgot about it the Saturday. I called him the Sunday. I called Raising Cajun there Sunday, and I said, "Man, I forgot about you. I forgot to make a video. I'm sorry." He's like, "Not a problem." So I gave him the recipe, just over the phone, and about recipe. You got to judge it, especially how much mayonnaise you put in it. How much creaminess you want. I like mine a little chunky. I don't like cream potatoes in a potato salad. I like half creamed and half a little chunky or whatever. And then you adjust the mayonnaise. You put a little bit. You build up to it. You get it like you want it. Then you put a few drops of mustard in it. What I call a couple of drops is a little like that. A little circle of mustard. And then you try it. See how much salt you need, or pepper, whatever. And I like onion tops, green onions. We call them onion tops down here. I like that in my potato salad.
Oh crap!
But so it was good. It was good, Ray.
Talking about good eating. Oh yeah.
Well, she hit it.
Then I did a pot of red. We did a pot of red beans and rice today.
Oh
my god!
Hey, did you put that sausage you got from the slaughterhouse in there?
Yep.
Oh yeah. See, Raising Cajun came down here. I wish I'd have did a video with him. I wanted to, but all of a sudden, well, we ran out of time, and so. But next time, I'm gonna definitely make a video.
If y'all want to see the video on my channel, it's there.
Oh yeah, well yeah, we went. He went live from his phone over here. He went live over here. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Really? We've been cooking up a storm in this house.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't forget what we cooked. Oh, was it beef roast? Huh? I think.
Beef roast, mashed potato salad, and I think some kind of vegetable. I think peas or something.
Beans. I forget.
Peas or something like that.
Huh?
Yeah, we had peas or something like that.
Peas. Okay. Sweet peas or black eyes. One of them. I forgot. It wasn't black eyes. I don't think. It
No.
might have been. I forgot. It might have been sweet peas.
It was some kind of vegetable.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Missy made the potato salad. Everybody loves her potato salad.
Oh, that's some good eating.
Well, I'm glad y'all made it to imitate hers just right. Well, Raisin is from Louisiana. He's from Kenner, New Orleans area. He's from Kenner, so he knows what rice dressing and potato salad is all about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people don't know what rice dressing is, and it's a South Louisiana thing, that it's down here, and it doesn't catch on. I mean, it does catch on. People love it, but they just don't have the mix in the stores up there, up north and wherever.
I think tomorrow, once I get to a point where I'm not struggling a lot, I'm not getting mad. I think I'm gonna fire up a live stream while I'm working on the truck.
God.
Well, I was getting frustrated tonight.
That make you lose your religion now for sure.
I want to set that truck on fire.
Damn.
I want to ask him, was it as bad as sitting out there in the heat at the junkyard?
No, it wasn't that bad.
Oh, you pull it. Potato salad, yeah. Mustard, yeah. Eggs, yeah. Boiled eggs. What Mama used to do with her potato salad, she used to separate. No, hell no.
Yeah, but I think
we didn't put pickles, no, or relish or anything. We didn't.
She chopped up a baby gherkin pickle.
very, very little.
Oh, ain't nothing wrong with that. We just didn't do that when y'all were here, though.
Yeah, she chopped up a small part of one and threw it in with it.
Yeah, that ain't a sweet pickle. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Come here, beer.
Yeah, Tarana makes hers similar to that, but she'll take boiled eggs and slice them up into slices.
I like mine a little bit more chunky than that.
Then she'll put those egg slices on top with a little bit of paprika for color.
Oh, I see some chunks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't use paprika in mine. Very little, like for coloring.
Yeah, that's all it's for, just to top it
for
with.
an event,
somebody.
She chopped it with paprika.
Yeah, that's what Tarina does. And she takes those egg slices. She's got her yolks and all that mixed in with it, and then she puts those slices all on top. A little bit of paprika. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Sweet pickles and that pretty much same. Let's see, mayo, relish, ingredients: celery, onion. Yeah, I don't put all that in my potato salad. That's a loaded potato salad. I just like the plain one. I don't mind, like onion tops, green onions. I don't mind that.
I don't need all that extra shit. No, I don't need all that extra junk in the potato salad.
All that's in the gumbo. All that's in the gumbo anyway. Because usually when we have potato salad, it's for a shrimp stew or shrimp gumbo or any kind of chicken gumbo, and you got all that already in the gumbo.
I never heard of that.
I don't throw my potato salad in the gumbo. Just on the side, or I'll put some in a bowl. In the bowl on the side of the bowl of gumbo, in the gumbo, I'll put some inside of there every now and then. and then take a piece of potato salad, with the spoon, and then with the juice. It's good. Oh yeah, that's a tradition down here. You gotta have potato salad with a shrimp stew or gumbo.
I was raised on gumbo and never ever heard of putting potato salad in it until probably about 5 years ago, 5 or 6 maybe.
You see, in New Orleans, they don't do it either.
I finally tried it and I didn't care for it. I love potato salad and I love gumbo, but I didn't care for them together. That was just me.
Oh yeah. Now is it like, I don't think New Orleans area, like East Louisiana, I don't think they eat potato salad at all with the gumbo on the side. It's not a side dish, I don't think.
Yeah. We just float some rice in our gumbo and call it a day.
Yeah. I don't even think it's a potato salad is even a side dish on the side of gumbo.
I'll put some
that potato salad with gumbo, whether in or out of the gumbo, is a Southwest Louisiana thing. There's a lot of difference in Southwest Louisiana Cajun cooking than there is in New Orleans.
I like potato salad with baked beans
and East Louisiana
with barbecue or even fried chicken.
Yeah, that's where you go. Yeah, in the South, potato salad is a side for barbecue.
Or fried chicken, even.
Or fried. Because Popeyes or what place used to have potato salad? It was a fried chicken place. I'm trying to think.
Bonaparte's.
Huh?
Damn it, find yourself.
I don't know about the chicken places. I just know what we had growing up,
Before Popeyes, in Baton Rouge, we had Bonaparte's, and they had potato salad with their fried chicken.
Okay, that could be.
Yeah, I know Popeyes now. They got the dirty rice. I guess they still got dirty rice. The red beans and rice. They got mac and cheese. Mac and cheese. I don't know what else.
Popeyes, the dirty rice is what we don't call that rice dressing, but they trying to imitate the rice dressing. So, but what they call dirty rice, we call rice dressing, but our rice dressing is way better than what they got. Way better. They call it dirty rice for a reason. It looks like a little ground meat with a little bit of liver in it, and with some rice, but there's no liver in it.
But
dressing. Our rice dressing down here, Mama used to make it sometime, and it would remind me of boudin without the casing.
I was gonna say rice dressing boudin is closely related.
Yeah,
very close. It's probably more rice in it than what I would typically put in boudin, but it's basically the same thing.
You do put less rice than I would in boudin. I like mine with a little more rice and then long grain.
Yeah.
But if you would ever come down here, we would have to go down to Hebert's and let you sample there or eat their boudin. And you would be like, oh man, now I know what Boudreaux and Randy, RXTX Barbecue, been talking about all this time.
Yeah, I hear you.
Because that's the best boudin in South Louisiana, bar none. If they still got the same recipe that my cousin had when he owned it, and that he kept the same recipe after Clement Hebert had that slaughterhouse. Because all slaughterhouses, they sold boudin and cracklings.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I need to make some boudin.
No cheese in the
haven't made none in
the potato salad. No cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jay Who, check your email. SJ, check your email. I'm doing this late for a reason. I want SJ up here so we can talk food also. We're talking food anyway, but I like the way SJ talks. He's and when he talks about food, he gets into it. He's 3 foot deep into that recipe when he talks about food.
Those ribs he just did look good. He cut them, he sliced them, and then cooked them. I've seen that done before, where you get a bark all the way around it. Yeah.
get a bark around it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or crust. Yeah. I got a couple of videos on ribs, Cajun candied ribs. Which that's a kind of a spinoff of a recipe Papa Texas did.
I probably got more rib videos than anything, but I am smoky ribs. So what do you
Me
expect?
too. That's one of that, and I forget what else videos I got. Oh, shrimp stew or stews. You know, thick gravies. I got a lot of videos on that. But mine's a spinoff of one. My ribs is a spinoff of what Papa Texas did. When I sent Papa Texas a big old box one time, and he was into collecting license plates, and I sent him Ducks Unlimited license plates. I had a bunch of them from a hunting club that I redid their complex in the marsh down in Lake Arthur. We did a bunch of remodeling there because of that flood we had, and that was in 2016, the big flood. And I got a bunch of license plates they gave me, and brand new Ducks Unlimited license plate. And I sent Papa Texas one. I was giving them away as prizes, man. People were like, "Man, I'll give you $10 for that." You know, I'm like, no, I'll just, I'm giving them away. Okay, you got to enter the giveaway. And I gave them all away. I don't know if I still got one left. Maybe I don't know. If I do, I'll send it to you, Russ. Because I know you collect.
Well, we were while I was shooting videos over there at Derek's. All them tags are still over there at his place.
Oh, okay.
I don't have nowhere to hang them here.
Oh, okay.
I thought about putting up a privacy fence, like right out where the sidewalk is, coming to my front door. Just go across and then back into the house. Then I could kind of put them right there.
Yeah, you would have a little cooking studio outside like that.
That would be my back. That would be my backdrop, but I don't know if I'll ever get around to it. But that was my plans.
Your backdrop is your brick wall of your house.
Well, it's that and the houses across from me most of the time.
Well, I know a lot. When you first start your video off, you got your white brick house right behind you.
A lot of times,
and some of them,
yeah. Yeah, I kind of miss shooting over there. We had good lighting and everything. It was just his back porch that he cheaply walled in, and had some overhead lights and everything. The video turned out good shooting over there, Now I have to fight with his glare and sun, just like I used to have to do. But plus, I don't have the camera guy constantly adjusting anything. I have to do it myself.
You did say in one of your videos, man, it's not the same without Derek here.
Yeah, I missed my camera. I missed my camera guy.
I want to next year, as well, when this house is paid for. I've got a concrete patio out of my back door, and I want to add on to my house. I want to put a ledger board up there, and lean to a roof off, and come down to the fence on the property line. There's a fence it's like 10 foot from my house to the fence, and then 10, 12 foot, there's the house on the corner right there. Braxton, the Snake Fiend, Northwest Louisiana, in the house representing. What's up, Mon Ami? I want to put that roof over there, and then on that side is not going to be like a half a wall. I'm gonna have my sink right there. Excuse me, my kitchen sink there, cleaning sink. And on the north side, I don't know what I'm going to do because my house is there, and in the winter, the north wind is not really a north wind. It's like a northwest wind, and that would be the coldest wind coming in, the northwest north. And then the northeast is not as cold. When the winds shift, when they start shifting from the east and the southeast, it warms up, But it don't stay cold down here. It's like Arizona. It don't stay cold down here. for a long time after
No,
a
it
cold
don't.
front.
My house, I'm looking, my front of my house is right here in front of me, and that's due north. I-10 is 2 blocks just north of me. Early
Right.
morning when it's dark outside and real quiet, you can hear the traffic going down the interstate. That's how close I am to it.
So I want to do that and put a fence and then, a counter at stand up level. I'm gonna have a counter where I can chop stuff,
Yeah.
and that's going to be my outdoor studio.
I'm fixing to make, I got all the stuff to do it with. I'm going to make a prep table. I got a piece of granite over here on the side of the house, been laying there for, I know, 4 or 5 years. Our neighbor used to work with granite, and Tarina asked him for a big slab of it, and it was a big slab.
Oh, wow.
And
Give him a shout out.
I've got all the 1.5 square tubing. I've already got the wheels, but I'm gonna make a prep table, and I've just been waiting for it to cool off, man. Here we are, almost the middle of November, and it's freaking 86 degrees here today. I'm like, what the
Well,
heck?
86, I love. Hey, the 80s, I can handle that all year round.
Oh, I can too, because the humidity ain't bad like it was, but still, I want some good, cool weather. You
want
know,
some seasonal cold weather.
Yeah, I do. I want to get out there and get
You got a
after
little
it.
more padding than I got.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's not that hot. You know what I'm saying? It ain't hot at all. It's just, I love winter time. I love fall. Winter time, like I said, we don't get cold enough to hate winter down here, and I like it. I like going out. It's cold and brisk, and I feel like doing stuff then.
Oh, that reminds me. Since Raging went to his garage, he's not settled in yet. They just moved in that house. Well, they started renting the house a couple months ago, but they just got a little week and a half or so vacation from work. Him and his wife are truck drivers, team truck drivers. So they hadn't been home but for just a couple days, since they got the house. But until this last time, 5 days ago, I think. 5 days ago, you got back there?
Last Saturday morning.
Oh, hell, that's been almost a week then. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, and so he hadn't got everything in order, his shop, tools and toolbox. He's got toolboxes at the Yang in that garage and tools. But that reminds me, Russ, Fuel Guy. All right. He works at a place in Slidell. And I'm not going to mention it. Well, I can mention it, but anyway, because he's mentioned it. It's called Dirt Cheap. It's like Hudson's, Hudson's Treasure Hunt. You know what I'm talking about.
We have one here. Well,
yeah,
we
they
have
had one.
Ocean
They had one.
Springs.
I mean, they had every town in Mississippi on the coast. They had one. I contracted to Hudson's. And Dirt Cheap. Hudson's Treasure Hunt and Dirt Cheap is the same company. Well, Dirt Cheap is a subsidiary off of Hudson's, okay? And they both different entities because if, like right now, Dirt Cheap is going under. That doesn't affect Hudson's Treasure Hunt.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, you're not far from Slidell. Okay?
No,
that's not but what, 40 minutes from you?
About 45, maybe.
Okay. Well, yeah, because I've made that trek many times, and it's
it's
not that
far.
I used to come from Bay St. Louis. I had a house in Bay St. Louis, right on one of the rivers off of the bay, one of the hand dug canals. And I used to go to New Orleans down there. I didn't cross the bridge, but I was right there at the foot of the bridge.
Yeah.
Chef Mentor Pass and all that, building houses. Anyway, in Slidell, there's a Dirt Cheap, and they have in the back, not used. I think they might put a few things in it. It's a Cobalt. It's a big cabinet, tool chest type cabinet, like an end cabinet with sprays, spray cans, and all that. They're gonna sell it, and I think they only want about $40 for it. Wow. They're selling everything in that store, and I said, "Well, I'm gonna let Russ know," because I said, "Man, that's like a $500 cabinet,"
Yeah, I wonder if if they're doing the same thing here at this dirt cheap, if they're going
Yeah,
out
all the
moving.
dirt cheaps are closing. Yeah, they got 90% off at all of them. But just so
Okay.
happened they have that cabinet and maybe a toolbox, like a Craftsman. Because
Yeah.
they sold a Craftsman a while back. Now this is before they knew they was going to close. And Field Guy put it together. I got pictures of it. You seen them pictures I showed of it, I think, huh?
I think so. Yeah, I just bought 1, 2, 3 toolboxes. I'm good on boxes right now.
Yeah, but this is a cabinet, so
Actually, I bought 2 of them, and Derek gave me one.
this is, man, you can make money on this.
He got a new one, and so he gave me his, and there ain't nothing wrong with the one he gave me. But I don't have the bottom part to the one he gave me, but the top part is, man, it's freaking big. You know that biggest pry bar? I got a set of pry bars, big and smallest, 4 of them. It fits in.
See
Oh
that?
yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
All right. Now back then, I think that toolbox, the hutch, the tops,
Yeah.
and the bottoms was 300.
Holy crap.
Yeah, yeah. They had 4 of them.
Dang.
They had 4 of them. Now the
Yeah.
other ones were in a box. 2 of them in boxes, and then these were put together. Field Guy, assembled them for display.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was $300, I think, $299.
Can't beat that because you can go in the Harbor
That's
Freight.
for
And they
that,
got,
man. That's $1,500 worth of boxes.
now, I was gonna say you can go in the Harbor Freight and them big boxes like that, man, they're like I said, 1,500 and up, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, 300.
I mean, hell, Raising Cajun, if he wouldn't have been working, that'd have been a deal for him to come from Tennessee, because he lives up in Tennessee now. But it would have paid him to leave Tennessee to go to Slidell and get that set up right there for that price. He'd have paid his gas and all that, because gas was cheap at that time.
Yeah.
Gas
Yeah.
and whatever. He would have still came out a lot ahead instead
Yeah.
of buying it from, and that's the old style Craftsman. That's when they were made with the ball bearings. That was new old stock right there.
Yeah, I was reading that comment Sal just made about the short days. I hate that too when you got to film outside, because you got to get a really early start depending on what you're cooking. But I hate that because 5 o'clock now it's starting to get dark here. I got to do a
Yeah.
video tomorrow. Tarina will probably have to work till 3. I probably won't get started at noon, but it's a quick video. It's just I'm making Bourbon Street steak, which is ribeye steak with grilled shrimp and
That's a nice box.
a bourbon pepper. So yeah, buddy. Like that.
That's a 56 Series 3, Series 2, Series 3 end locker.
You got the hutch on that one, or the whatever you call it. Yeah, hutch. Dang.
You
Got
got some
the
money.
30
You got some
got
money
34.
tied up in that.
Got the 34-inch Master Tech. Then I got a old Kennedy bottom with a snap on top.
Wow.
And then I got the Husky. So
you're a truck driver, I meant, but do you make a living doing any of that mechanic work too, or no? Or have
No.
you, or-
I saved myself some money.
I hear you. Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't pay nobody for nothing. Not if I can do it.
What's good about Russ, he does is AC work too on vehicles.
Yeah.
So he's got all the tools for that.
I'm trying to get a recovery machine right now. It's a Vevor, but I don't care because it's right here from my garage. But I'm trying to land one of them.
I got the Orion Motortech machine.
Okay.
Not the recovery machine, but the AC compressor thing and the gauges and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've got 3 sets of gauges. Got a brand new vacuum pump here. Got a set of these are made by Field Piece. These are digital scales putting refrigerant in. It weighs it out. You just punch in what you want. it'll start shooting. Now you got to turn it off manually on your gauges, but alarms start going off when you're getting close to where you're paying attention. As soon as you hit it, just valve it off, you know?
Yeah, I've got to do some AC works at Silverado.
Yeah, I did AC work in a shop there in Pasco. We did all kind of mechanic work, but we started off and primarily was an air conditioner shop. And during the summer months, that's primarily what we done. Even though I got involved in pulling engines and transmissions and everything else, but our real money maker was AC work. But I did that for 16 years, you know. But I've been taking a few little side jobs, just people bringing it to me, and you know what I'm saying?
No, I'll help somebody if they need it.
Yeah. Well, they're paying me, but man, I can do it so much cheaper than what a real shop would do because I don't have the overhead. It's just my labor, you know what I'm saying? And I give them a fair price, but I know the job I do for them is going to be right, and they know it, you know.
All that is parts.
What? Oh, for your truck? Okay.
Yeah, I got the ball bearings. I've got the tire inner and outer tire rod ends. I've got stabilizer linkage.
You'll have to go get a front end alignment once you get all that done, huh?
Yeah, I've got in-cab air filter, spark plugs.
Oh wow!
Brake pads for front and back. I mean,
wow, you're doing a bunch.
Yeah. It's about time I afford to have it, so.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
I just wish I had a big enough garage where I could have pulled that truck in.
I wish I had a double wide. All I got is a single wide. Man, it's crowded. 'Cause like Boo said, I keep all my smokers in that garage. They take up half the garage, and then my wife's got a big 0-turn lawnmower that she don't, you know, it's got to stay inside that garage. And then I got my little work area where I got my welding machine and all my toolboxes. It's towards the front of the shop. That way, when a car comes here, I can just nose up to the front. I can't pull it in the garage, but I can do all the work just outside, you know.
And y'all heard what he said, huh? Y'all heard what that man said? His wife has a big 0-turn.
She bought and paid
she
for
cuts
it.
the grass. She cuts the neighbor's grass at the same time she cuts her grass because that way everything looks nice and neat in the surrounding
she'll cut
area.
this neighbor, she'll cut this neighbor's. Then there's a house across the street she cuts. And yeah, she loves that thing. I had to rebuild the deck summer or spring before last because she done wore out all the pulleys on that thing, cutting everybody's grass. You know, like, good Lord, woman.
When I still was working on mowers and such, I'd take in riding mowers, and I would cut the neighbor's grass. My two neighbors on the south side of me, and I would just cut their backs. The backyards. It's up to them to cut the front.
See, she just opposite. She cuts the front, but not their back, because everybody's fenced in, and she'll just cut the front where everything looks good coming down the road. You know.
Yeah.
I think she's OCD with.
Well, I was off of the road. Now, if I was on the road, you know, now my backyard and side yard adjacent their backyards. Okay.
Yeah.
My front yard, is on a side road. Their front yard's on the highway. So we like 90 degrees. Okay. Okay. I'm right here, and their front yards are right here. Okay.
I got you.
So
yeah.
I'm here. This is my front yard here. My backyard is right here, adjacent with their backyards.
Yeah. Now we're just straight down the road. Houses on the right, houses on the left.
See, now my
backyards looked all nice and neat, and then my front yard. And sometimes a couple times I did my neighbor's front on the front side of his fence.
Yeah.
but that wasn't much. That was just 2 swipes with a 52-inch. Well, that was like going toward the road and then a half a lap coming back, and his was done.
That's how I started making money when I was 12. Mowed neighbors' lawns for $5 through $20. Later, I put on a monocle thinking I was Mr. Monopoly. Oh, I can remember raking yards back when I was a kid. Anytime I wanted extra money, I'd go through the neighborhood with a rake. I'd rake it up and pile it up wherever they wanted it.
When I was playing
I'd bag
music,
it up too, you know.
when I was playing music, DJing, I was a mobile disc jockey. I'd play 3 days a week, sometimes 4. Now on a Saturday, if I had a wedding, I went to the bar room. But actually, if I had a wedding on a Saturday, the Friday night when I shut down at the bar room, I threw my equipment in my truck. If I didn't have a wedding or whatever extra gig on the weekend, I left my equipment in the bar room. You know, all week. I never moved it unless I needed it for another gig.
Right.
Well, I was doing that 2 to 3, mostly 3 nights a week.
Yeah.
And during the weekday, I was cutting grass. I didn't have a regular job. No, music was my income.
Yeah.
Music.
Yeah. Derek ran a DJ show all the way up to Katrina. I had purchased all kind of equipment, and it was mainly karaoke, but in between karaoke, of course, he DJ'd. We had all the music, karaoke and just regular music, on a hard drive, and it was all ran through a computer. And when we left here to go to Illinois, all that survived because we moved it upstairs when that water started coming in. Was able to save every piece of it, and it went to Illinois with us, and we started doing a karaoke show up there at the VFW, Veterans of Foreign Wars place. We got to know some of them cats, and they were paying him to do a karaoke show. Them people helped us out a lot, man, when we got up there.
Really?
Oh yeah, they sure did.
There was this little gal. I don't remember how old she was. I think I was older than her because she had a daughter she used to bring with her, and I think she was 17 or 18. She used to play at that little sports bar at the corner of I forget the corner. All the Navy guys would go there when they come in from sea trials and stuff. There's a little sports bar in the corner. I think
right on Ingalls Avenue.
No, it was more north of the hospital.
Oh, north of the. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about off of.
When you're off of 90, you hook a left like you're going back toward
the fairgrounds.
I forget. Yeah, but not by the fairgrounds. Yeah, they had a little bar room on the corner right there.
Yeah. I've been in there plenty of times.
Okay, well, they had a little gal I would run a karaoke show there. I forget her name, but I would karaoke.
We were big into karaoke back then, man. I mean, really big into it.
Karaoke was big back then, and I would sing. Then they had a guy that worked at Wayne Lee's. He worked in the video rental department.
Yeah,
and this guy had long dark hair and fingernails painted black. You know, and he was into that like vampire genre, goth,
gothic,
he was into that gothic stuff, and that guy could sing. Let me tell you what. Oh, go ahead. You
Hey, Tree.
Huh? Yeah, you can. I'm gonna do that Chinese food tomorrow. I might make a video on that. Some shrimp fried rice, but I got some big old shrimp though.
Yeah.
I think I got some. Baby, don't we have some small shrimp? Like some shrimp about that long instead of them real big, gigantic ones? Okay. I might make a video tomorrow doing some shrimp fried rice.
No, I'm doing a video tomorrow for sure. I've already bought everything. I think you were getting a mixed drink, but this is part of my recipe right here for tomorrow.
Oh, man, Maker's Mark. I love Maker's Mark.
Yeah.
It's about $45 a bottle.
I'm making a bourbon peppercorn sauce.
Oh,
What
okay.
I'm making is it's called Bourbon Street Steak, and it is a steak that I'll grill, and I'll make this sauce. This sauce is freaking delicious, and you just kind of spoon that over to. Well, you slice the steak up, you spoon that over it, and then you take and grilled shrimp on top of that steak.
Got his ass.
And
Caught him on the fly. That's a mosquito. That's a mosquito, though.
It's Walmart steak, so I'm gonna say how to turn a Walmart steak into a meal you'll never forget, or something like that.
Yeah.
You know,
Turn your Walmart meat into a Roots Chris Steakhouse steak.
yeah, there you go.
Roots Chris. Now, I don't know the origin of Roots Chris Steakhouse, but they have one in Lafayette.
They're out in New Orleans, if I
Ever
remember
since
right.
I can remember.
There was like a little hole in the wall was where that place got started. There in New Orleans.
Really? In New
Yeah.
Orleans? Okay.
We got one here at the
I thought
Hard.
it was a Louisiana type restaurant.
They got one here. It's either at the Hard Rock Casino or the Beau Rivage. I think it's the Hard Rock. It's got a Ruth Chris here. I've never eaten there. I'm not gonna pay that kind of money for a steak when I can make a pretty decent one myself.
And that's Roots Chris, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. RUTH, comma to the top, S.
Yeah, hang
Roots
on.
Chris. Yeah, that's how they do it. It's just like in Livonia, Louisiana. They have
Hey Siri, where did Ruth Chris Steakhouse get started?
Chris Steakhouse was founded on February 27th, 1927, by New Orleans entrepreneur Chris Machulich. It was located at 1100 North Broad Street, near the Fairgrounds Race Course, seated 60 people, and had no parking lot. This answer is from Wikipedia.
Yeah, New Orleans.
and had no parking lot. Damn.
It was just a little. It's
Yeah.
like a little house looking
Yeah,
thing
right.
that is old looking, and that's where it started. That
Yeah.
was its humble
Well,
beginnings.
That reminds me, okay, it's Roots, okay, RUTH, comma to the top, S.
Roos,
All right.
Roos, yeah,
Yeah, with a plural Chris.
right.
Steakhouse. Now they got in Livonia, they have or used to, I don't know if it's still there or not. Joe's, okay, JOE, comma to the top, S. Dreyfus,
Apostrophe S.
comma to the top, yeah, S.
Apostrophe, yeah.
Yeah, it's a comma and you put it on the top.
Comma to the top. I never heard that one.
That's a good one. I stole that one. Comma to the top, yes. You'll get a few looks, when you say that in front of somebody, like, what?
Oh man, my son Derek married a girl while we were up in Illinois displaced after Katrina, and she's like, golly, she was almost 20 years older than him, and that girl was just as dingy as the day is long. I'd be in the car with her, and she was driving, and we get to the red light, and she goes, "Your way or my way?" I went, "What?" She goes, "Your way or my
Left
way?"
or right, yeah.
Yeah, I said, "Turn left." She goes, "Is that
That's
my
my
way?"
way.
I said, "Yeah, that's your way."
Yeah,
She
that's
did
right.
not know her right from her left. I'm like, golly.
She probably did. Shade Tree Shack, what's up, mon ami?
Yeah, your way or my way. I'm like, any way you want it.
But there's Joe's Dreyfus, okay? It was in Livonia. It was a restaurant.
I've heard of that.
Oh man, huh? You've heard of that?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Have you ever ate there?
No.
Oh man, that's a 5-star restaurant. Believe me, it is.
Yeah, I've
That
heard the
thing.
name
It's
before.
not expensive like a 5-star restaurant. It's not your everyday hole in the wall restaurant, but it is in the backwoods, okay, off the beaten path, and they didn't really have a parking lot.
Yeah.
It was a Dreyfus's store. It was a little small general store.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Joe Majors, okay, he was a restaurateur, head chef. Joe Majors from New Roads, up there, Gyro area, Falls River. New Roads, False River. You know, if anybody's a bass fisherman, they've heard of False River. It's an oxbow. And I think he owned the Oxbow restaurant over there off of False River. But anyway, it was Joe Majors. He turned that place into a restaurant. That's what, hence Joe's Dreyfus store or restaurant.
Yeah.
Man, oh, that banana bread pudding with that rum sauce.
Oh man.
Oh God. Oh yeah.
I like a bread pudding too, like with a good whiskey sauce or rum sauce.
Yeah, that
Man,
rum.
that's good.
Oh man, that was
Yeah.
awesome. I had the filet mignon when I went.
Yeah.
Dude, that was the best filet mignon I ever ate in my life.
Mm.
I mean, it was about that big around, you know, which looks big on the screen, but it's not. Okay, I'm talking about like 2.5 inches across.
It was probably about that thick too.
And
Yeah.
about that thick. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Man.
The best
And
one
I
I
ain't
ever
talking
ate.
about a piece of ground meat wrapped in bacon from
Oh, I know.
Walmart.
The best filet mignon I ever had. There used to be a company I worked with on my channel called Matador Meats out of Dallas, Texas. And he sent me some, it looked like American Wagyu, the marbling, because filet is hardly ever marbled at all. That's the reason it's really tender, because it's that muscle is never used, but not a lot of flavor there compared to other cuts. Trust me, this one was full of flavor. And that's the first time I ever heard of a bone-in filet. And man, bone-in filet mignon. And I got a video and I topped it with I think that was the bone-in. I think the bone-in I did with T. Roy and Jack's Drinkwater when I was comparing steamed shrimp to boiled shrimp. But they were in that video with me. But it was either that one or the one I did. I made a homemade hollandaise sauce with lump crab meat on top of that steak.
How you get a bone-in filet mignon? How you get the bone-in on that?
I don't know the way they cut it, but the bone was still attached to one side of it, because the fillets are 2 rolls of meat, but it's near something there with bone in it.
Isn't it in the cavity of the cow?
Yeah, it's in the inside.
Cavity?
Right, but there's bone nearby, and they were able to clip part of that bone. It's off to one side of it. You can Google it.
I believe it, but I was just wondering how that, SJ even said, I wish SJ would jump up in here. I usually don't go 4 hours, but I was waiting on SJ to pop up. Anyway, yeah, SJ said bone-in filet sounds like heaven. I'll bet.
There we go, right there.
I don't know if that tenderloin is not.
There's a bone-in filet.
Oh, let me hold on. Let me bring you up.
Well, hang on.
Oh, an ad popped up over it.
Yeah,
they always do that. Sons of guns.
That's about what it looked like right there. It just caught part of the ribs on that end.
Yeah, on the inside of the stomach, unless
I guess that would be on the ass end of the cow going down the loin, but those are kind of tucked up under, but it's near the
as long as they ain't using that, like the like the top, the back strap of the cow.
Did you see the price on that?
No, I didn't.
$102.
Whoa! Wow!
He sent me 2 of them, and that has to be one of the very best steaks I ever put in my mouth. I never thought I'd say that, because ribeye has a lot of beefy flavor and all, but that was the tastiest filet I've ever. I didn't know they could taste that good. Let me just say it like that,
Well, I tell you what,
everybody be proud of that.
It don't matter, SJ. Yeah, I sent you that link 2.5 hours ago. Yeah, you can come up, check your email.
T-Roy, he did a video one time. T-Roy did a video one time on a bone-in brisket. It was like a 25-pound brisket. Took him 2.5 days to cook that bad boy.
How you get a bone on a brisket? Because that brisket is used on the front of the cow.
There's bone nearby somewhere. Don't ask me. Here, let me find a.
They got stuff I never heard of coming up tonight.
Bone in brisket.
cut or bone-in brisket. Yeah,
Then I go
that'll
to
work.
images.
Yeah, and then Boudreaux does
Well-
solo layout.
You can't tell much about it, but that is a bone-in brisket on the bone.
That's not a normal brisket though.
Well, no, it's,
Normal looking brisket. I mean, you know,
they no, it don't look normal because they're not trimming it traditionally.
right?
Like
No,
all
that
right,
is
here's
trimmed. Yeah, that is trimmed. That's kind of a trimmed up.
it's catching
brisket.
it's catching one side of the rib cage.
That front rib. Then it's gotta
See
be
that?
the front rib.
That's catching one side of the rib cage, and that's normally what they cut off. The anatomy of
Yeah.
a bone-in brisket, Texas Monthly.
Damn, because I never seen brisket with a bone in it. With
You're
any
not
bone.
going. You probably have to. I don't know where he got them, but you're not going to find it in the supermarket. You know.
No, that's a special cut of meat right there.
Yeah, but that made for a good video, man. It took forever. Justin with Baby Back Maniac was there with him on that video, and they were like, man, they were super tired. They had to rotate taking naps and stuff. You know? It took seriously like 2.5 days to cook that bad boy.
You ever heard of Martin's Steakhouse in Chicago?
I have. I've heard
Right.
of it.
Shade Tree Shack just mentioned that. This was earlier. He mentioned it.
Morton's Steakhouse. Yeah, Morton's. I've heard of it.
That was about 5 minutes ago. He made that comment. I missed it, but I got it up there, Shaq. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you can buy all that stuff online, but man, you're gonna pay for it. Good gracious.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff online that's expensive, and sometimes it don't come out that good neither. You know.
Depends on who you get it from. One of the best
They
briskets
got,
I ever done.
they
come
got a
from,
little gal I know that lives to the east of me up here. She's got a video out. Her channel. I think I got her video up here. You know what? It's right. Yeah, it's behind mine. She's got this little. She just put it up a few days ago off of Amazon. Actually, it's probably she's been using it longer than that. But I mean, I don't know. Like, hold on, let me see something. She's got a video out on this little vacuum sealer, a little portable. It's about this big around, and you put it over your pint jar, you know, a skinny lid or a big lid, mason jar or whatever, you know, like we do. Well, Shab, bonjour. I'm trying to find this and I'm getting a commercial, my own commercial. I got to delete that. Okay. You put this machine over, you put a lid, not this kind of lid, a regular canning lid over the jar, your mason jar, or, you know, I could use this, it doesn't matter, or a roux jar, which I don't know if you can find roux in a pint jar in Mississippi or not.
Yeah.
I think you can.
You can.
In your area, I think you can buy
They got
Savoy's roux.
They got one called Carries too.
Okay, yeah, Carries. Okay, well, they both right down the road from each other
Yeah,
in Ville Platte.
I've
In
used
fact,
it. It's good. It saves a lot of time. It's good roux.
yeah, yeah, it does, and we use it a lot because, you know, in fact, when I was coming up, there wasn't really roux on the shelves in the store. You made your own roux.
Oh yeah,
When
that's
I
what
was
it
a
all was
kid.
all my life. Until the first time I seen a jarred roux was back in the 90s when I worked for a company in Mobile. We went to a company, I don't know, holiday party, like Christmas party or something. And they had gumbo.
Mhm.
I'm like, man, that's some good gumbo. And that guy said, let me show you something. He showed me them jars of it. And that made a believer out of me.
Yeah,
I'd already
yeah.
eaten the gumbo. I said, "You got to be kidding me! It come out of a jar." He goes, "Yeah, it's real roux. You could see it.
Yeah.
The brown flour and the oil separates in that jar, you know." But yeah, I did
Hey,
some.
nothing edited. How you doing, Shannon?
When I do it on video, I normally make a roux from scratch. You know what I'm saying, because it's on the video. But I'll buy that jarred stuff, and hell, Uncle Larry's. That's a whole gumbo base, man. If you ever tried that stuff,
Yeah,
you know what I'm
right.
talking about. It tastes as good as any gumbo I made from scratch ever.
Well,
you know,
I've seen your videos and other videos of people that me and you know
yeah,
on Uncle Larry's gumbo mix and stew mix. So
Yeah.
I can relate to that. That is he makes the roux, and then he does this and that, and then boom, all you do is add your meat or your shrimp, whatever.
yeah. He's
And
got your Trinity
boom, you got
already
an
in there.
instant gumbo.
It's all cooked in. All you got to
Right.
do is add water and the ingredients. In 30 minutes
Yeah.
or less, you can have a fantastic gumbo. Yep.
Now,
I'll be right back.
you
Gotta
had a
grab
couple of comments one time in your okay. You had a couple of comments in one of your videos about the Trinity. Celery, bell peppers, onions, and such as. And then
Yeah.
one guy says, "Well, when you
You're cutting out bad.
move, when you move a little bit," and sure enough, it does. It does change.
I didn't.
We
I
don't
didn't
use
hear.
it. It's
Wait a
celery. It's like,
Hang on. You
Huh?
cut out during that whole thing. Say all that again.
really? Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. You cut
About-
out bad. You did on my end.
hmm.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
you know
cut
why?
out.
I was doing something behind the scenes,
Mm-hmm.
and then Sal popped in. I heard the beep when Sal popped in. So every
Sal?
little nuance affects my speech because I'm only on the laptop doing this, which I'm on StreamYard servers, piggybacking on their servers. But I've got I got Tom Segura at 1, 2. I got my email open. So I got 1, 2, 3 altogether, 4, 5, 6. I got 6 tabs open.
Well, what was you
So-
going to
so-
say
so-
about the Trinity?
So anyway, yeah, you have some comments in one of your videos lately that I had talked to. I forget which one it was.
Oh, it wasn't the one on the Boudin where the guy was saying that
could have been.
depending on
could have
what part
It
of
depends on what part of Louisiana you're in. The more,
yeah. That
the
was
more
that
you move from
Boudin.
southeast Louisiana to southwest Louisiana, the Trinity changes a little bit. Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right.
And that's
That
true
was
in
that one.
too, yeah.
And I told him, I said, well, all I know is I would not change one thing on this Boudin recipe, and I wouldn't. It's that good.
Right. Oh yeah. But he wasn't telling you that. He was just letting you
Yeah.
know about the Trinity, that it changes when
Yeah.
you move to southwest Louisiana. It changes because
Yeah.
there's not a lot of celery in Boudin.
Yeah.
When you boil the meat,
It
boil the
really
pork, all that.
ain't Trinity no more than Trinity. It makes up them 3 vegetables: celery, bell pepper, and onion. That is Trinity.
Yeah, that is your Trinity. But
It's a wonderful trinity.
yeah.
What I'm saying, if you
Uh,
eliminate
Trinity.
one of them, it's no longer Trinity, is what
No,
I'm
but I forget how he worded it. But yeah, well, it depends on how much the Trinity changes.
Yeah,
The more southwest you go, the
The
less
less
celery you put in it.
I got you.
Mm.
What's up,
That's
Sal?
what it is.
How you doing, Russ?
Doing good, man.
Thanks a lot for sending me that recipe.
Oh yeah, no problem, man.
Yeah.
I developed that one, I don't know, probably 3, maybe 4 years ago. and
Yeah.
I was working with Heaven Made Products because he kept wanting me to like put my label on his stuff. I'm like, no. I said,
Yeah.
I said I have I got a good barbecue rub recipe too I can give you, but I said I've already got some decent deals, like that. I said,
Yeah.
try them and let me know what you think,
Yeah.
And when I made that particular one I sent you, I actually dehydrated everything that I could dehydrate myself. My onion powder, my
Yeah.
garlic powder. I think oregano I had to buy store bought, of course, and the lemon zest that it calls for. I dehydrated lemon zest. I did all of that, on my own. But anyway, yeah, it's a good one. You like it.
That's very nice because
Then you take it apart.
this idea for a video that I got, I want to do it, but I also want to make
Leave it apart. Leave it.
I just don't want to buy a random Cajun seasonings from somewhere. I don't know if it's good or not. Like I want a good one.
Sure.
So definitely when I get ready to film that, I'll give you a little shout out. And
yeah, man.
Appreciate it. I'm a small channel, Russ, but at the same time, I love to give credit where it's due.
I'm the same way, man. If I got an idea or something from somebody else, I'm gonna be the first one to say I did. You know what I'm saying? Because there's so many people that won't do that.
It's crazy, Russ. I don't understand it. Like it's small channels doing it, and it's large channels doing it. I don't understand it. If you have an idea or a recipe from somebody, like just give them credit. It doesn't cost you a thing.
Right.
And
I've even done videos before where I got recipes from like Chef John with Foodlicious.
Yeah.
Snatched it right from him, but I gave the man credit. Not that he needs any credit or any help because the guy is huge,
And that counts a lot, Russ. Like, believe it or not, that as a viewer, because I only started this maybe like 3 years ago, and it's one of those things where it means a lot. You see it. As a viewer, I used to view a lot of content from all these channels, from you, from T. Roy Cooks, all of these guys that, and I see it, and I appreciate the fact that you're sharing knowledge and that you're giving credit where it's due, and
sure,
that to me is amazing.
Yeah,
I just wish I see it a lot. It's like just not enough people are giving credit.
They don't.
I don't like it.
and the bad thing about that, a lot of people know that about them, so they're kind of hurting themselves when they don't.
Yeah, I really do hope. I really do hope that that's like apparent. When people do that, it's immediately obvious to the audience that, hey, you're ripping this person off. Like, give them credit.
Right.
I really.
I've had a few comments like everybody knows who Stell Cracker is.
Yeah.
The guy just blew up huge on there, but I've been doing this kind of stuff way longer than he has. And it was comments reflected on some of my crawfish balls. Oh, you're just trying to be like Uncle Crack or Stell Cracker. Like, let me tell you.
You've been way there for way longer than that.
Yeah. Like, Stell, who?
If anything, he's probably looking at your channel,
Yeah.
Like,
somebody
but I appreciate that, Russ. Like,
yeah, man, no problem. Where you at? Is that a blue green screen thing, or is that?
This is my bar. I'm a
Damn,
this is the background.
Oh, okay.
You can
It's pretty cool looking.
Yeah, we all need to. You need to give us all an invite and go over there one night and do a live stream. Man.
I'll make down my bar. Like
I'll make strawberry daiquiris. I'll make
screen right now.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Damn.
Makes me want to go ahead and
I'll tell
open
you what,
up.
that was a good picture of daiquiris, strawberry daiquiris I made tonight. Homemade, man, fresh strawberries. They stay in icebox all night. Man, I don't know.
What would you like to order, Boo? I got anything on the menu right there.
I see that. I'll just bring my personal blender and make everybody strawberry daiquiris. You know, that'll work.
That's great.
You know, just feed me a steak and I'll be happy.
I hear you. I'll be right back. I gotta grab a beer.
All right. I was saying
Yeah,
something
sorry,
earlier.
Boo. I didn't. You know, I the reason I didn't jump on.
Yeah, I've been
earlier,
waiting. I sent you an email with that link in it to pop up in
I've
there.
been grabbing a couple of beers. I've been eating dinner and all that stuff, so I wasn't able to jump on.
No biggie on that. Oh yeah, I knew what I was talking about. Chinese food. I'm gonna do shrimp fried rice. I got some fresh Gulf shrimp. I think they 40 to the pound. You know, the tails are like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cut them up. I'm gonna cut them in half, at least that. You know, not in thirds to do the shrimp fried rice. And I mean, I've got some good seasoning like oyster sauce and stuff. You know, and do that with because I like Chinese food. It kind of reminds me of the vegetables in it and stuff.
I love
Water chestnuts.
stir-fry.
And vegetables. Cajuns love rice. People South Louisiana, we love rice. South Texas, they got more rice fields in South Texas and Crawfish Pond you can shake the stick at.
You don't have to convince me, Boo. I love me a good stir fry. That's what. It's
Oh yeah, and then you put that the Spanish style to it or the Cajun style to
You
it.
can go any way you want.
Yeah.
You have your base, your rice, fry it up. Grill a couple of whatever meat you want, and then just put it up, put some egg in there, put some vegetables, and it's good. It's good stuff.
I love a good
And
fried
then I'm
rice.
gonna do some egg rolls. I got some spring roll wrappers because the store I went to didn't have an egg roll wrapper. And so I went to Walmart with Johnny because Johnny goes to Walmart. But we did it in the same trip, and Walmart in their grocery section, they was doing a big remodel. It's not really a remodel, but a big whole store reset. I mean, I'm talking about a major reset. Everything's not where it was before, except some of the groceries that where it was. But they did. This is a huge super Walmart, one of the biggest in the South. And I don't know why it's a small town, but Walmart caters to a bunch of other small towns in the surrounding area, so that's why it probably is huge. Well, where the jewelry department was, it's not there no more. It's over by where the pet food store. The pet food was at, and then I don't know why they did all this, but no, I liked when they took the jewelry section out. When you walk in the store now, the men's department is right there to that left-hand corner side where the jewelry was. The men's is right there. The men's is not inside the women's area, okay? The women's clothing. The men's is right front dead in the center. I'm like, I like this.
Here's the thing about these malls over here, Boo. I'm going to tell you in California, the men's section, it's pitiful. You're not going to like the men's section over here. It's 2 floors, right? I'm talking to my wife right now. It's the first floor, it's all just women, and the second floor, it's all women clothes, and then the third floor, it's half of it is just like home stuff, your kitchen stuff, and then on a little corner there, it's the men. You could buy shirts, you could buy pants.
And that's at Walmart?
No, this is at your normal mall. So
okay, I got you. Y'all still have malls over there? I mean, the internet stores, the e-tail hadn't shut down your malls?
No, we have our malls, but that's our men's section over
in Baton Rouge, Cortana Mall, and the Mall of Louisiana. Okay, they closed. I don't know if they actually closed it all down. The Cortana Mall. That was a huge mall, huge. Okay, in Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge, big town. Okay, second largest town in Louisiana. Well, they built the Mall of Louisiana in the late 90s and 2000. 2000. I think they opened in 2000. Well, here comes the internet, e-tail businesses and all that. And And they the Mall of Louisiana. They copied the Mall of America. Okay, I don't know if the Mall of America is still open, but the Mall of Louisiana in Baton Rouge, I don't know if that place is still open. I have no idea with all the e-tail business. You know, 'cause I
Okay,
don't-
okay. Cortana is now an Amazon fulfillment center. Mall Louisiana is still open, and that's it.
okay. So Cortana Mall is no. I mean, there's no businesses there.
It's a huge Amazon building. They
Oh,
tore it
Amazon.
down.
Okay.
They
We still
tore it
have
down.
we still have the Edgewater Mall in Biloxi, but the Singing River Mall that used to be in Goshen, I remember when that was built, but they
Yeah.
moved that thing down probably 7 years ago.
Yeah, I think Katrina kind of gutted it, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it had a lot of damage. I think that's when they decided to just tear it down. They had a hard time renting out them spaces, man. Malls are expensive, you know.
Yeah, with all this e-tail business and all that going on. So
It's here. It's very active here. Where it's every favorite mall that I had, it's just closing down.
nothing said Cortana was torn down to the ground, but Van is saying, and Van lives not far from it. He's saying that's a Amazon. Well, they probably tore it down, but Amazon is there now.
Yeah,
I think they lost their popularity. It used to be a real big thing, like in the 70s and 80s, and I don't know. They just kind of lost their appeal.
What, malls in general?
Yeah, malls in general.
Yeah,
Mobile
malls in
still has
general
a big
went down
one.
because of the internet, the e-tail business.
Yeah,
and it's one of those things where the last I had a good favorite mall. They had a movie theater. It was basically where I took my wife out on dates and all that stuff, and that closed down. And the reason that closed down was because Google was going to buy that whole space and they were going to make offices. And they did buy it, and they closed the mall. And then the whole pandemic thing happened. So of course it's like everybody's working remotely, and you have all this office space, and all of a sudden it's like Google owns this large area of space, and they can't even get people to go in there to do business. It's so sad. You close it down.
It is, man.
This reason, and
Everything's
it's just
changed.
It was stupid.
Yeah.
Hey, Boudreaux.
Yo.
I'm getting ready to get off here. I'm going to bed. I am exhausted.
I got you. All right, Raging, take it easy, Mona.
I think this is the first time I've seen Raging Cajun on a live that he wasn't inside that truck driving.
You can actually see his face.
Yeah. I think it's the first time I've ever seen
or
that.
more than his face, and then in the shop, in the garage.
It's good meeting you, Raging Cajun. I know.
You too.
Yeah, because he's usually, he's in his truck, him and his wife, team truck drivers, and they're going all across the United States, delivering all our good meat products everywhere.
Awesome. Thank you.
Bull Butter, he used to haul tractor parts. But that supplied the farmers, and the farmers supplied our food. So,
Right.
Yeah.
But we'll see if I do a live stream tomorrow.
all right,
Stay tuned.
that'll work. All right, yeah. If you don't, I'm gonna go live tomorrow evening anyhow. At like 6 or 7 or whatever after you do, and I'm gonna do my Chinese food. Shrimp fried rice and egg rolls. Do some egg rolls. Oh yeah, I was saying earlier that I went to. I had to go to Walmart. Had to. I was forced to because I was looking for egg roll wrappers, and my store didn't have them. And when I went to Walmart, they were doing that whole reset and in the frozen section, because normally they say that's where your egg roll wrappers are.
Refrigerated and not
I don't
frozen.
know. Or refrigerated. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
refrigerated.
And they didn't have them because all their stuff wasn't back out yet. Because Johnny was looking for some catfish fillets, from local Gidry's, and Walmart has local stuff like God dog it, can't remember the name now. Riceland crawfish right here in Eunice, right here in town, Riceland Crawfish. Walmart has a contract with them for their crawfish tails. That's Louisiana crawfish right there.
Right.
Yeah, caught in this area. In this
Certified
area.
Cajun.
And that's not none of that imported Chinese stuff, you know, that they put their name on. No, no, that's Louisiana. That's Kunat shit. Anyway, they doing that reset, so they didn't have nothing in the. They didn't have that in their refrigerator section, so I had to get the spring roll wrappers, which is a rice paper, and I think I've had spring rolls already, and that was good stuff. You know, egg roll wrappers are like a dough, kind of a dough type wrapper. Where the spring roll is rice,
Real thin.
rice, like a rice
Yeah.
noodle but big, you know. And
I
you
like
wrap it
those,
up.
Boo.
I like that
Yeah, they're actually pretty good.
spring roll.
like
They
those.
get it. Yeah. I was addicted to them at one time.
Yeah, they're not gonna replace the egg rolls, but they're good. They're a good alternative.
Well,
The other one too, it's like I don't know if you're aware of this over in your area, but the seaweed rolls, you know, the paper seaweed, it's got good it's good. You know, you wrap up your rice and you know, good meat in there, and I gotta admit they're pretty tasty.
I've never ate that.
Yeah,
Never
and it
ate.
looks weird. It looks weird because it just
Is that what they use on like sushi or sushi rolls? Or
Yeah.
no?
Yeah.
The
So
seaweed
that's-
roll,
yeah, so
that's
they use the
for
seaweed paper.
Right.
It looks weird when you look at it. You're like, what the hell is this? And you bite it, and you're like, this is flavorless. What the hell am I doing here?
Yeah.
But
never ate that.
you got a good, you know, your rice stir fry on there. You put that in between it. You got a good meal.
There's a shout out. Russ makes some great jambalaya egg rolls. Yeah, I made some. Everyone said they liked them. Yeah, that's what he makes boudin egg rolls too.
Yeah, that jambalaya egg roll she's talking about, that dates back about 12 and a half years ago. That video,
Yeah.
that was a long time ago. It did well even back then. Nobody was doing that sort of thing. And then after I released it, I started seeing it pop up more and more. I said, I think I started a trend myself on YouTube, you know, back then. And
Right.
and I always want to make a boudin egg roll. Then somebody beat me to that when I started seeing them pop up. Same thing, really. It's just a different filling, you know. But yeah, real good.
Well, they have a little Asian place in town here that sells live crawfish, and they sell like General Tso's chicken, sesame chicken, and egg rolls. But they make their own egg rolls. They don't buy them from like Cisco, you know, the food truck, restaurant service type truck. They don't buy. They make their own egg rolls,
No,
and
it's
they
probably much
use
better if they make their own.
they use spring roll wraps
Yeah.
instead of the other one because they said the public prefers them.
Yeah,
So I'm like,
that's
okay.
good stuff.
So,
Shane Trio's over there. That's kind of what my thought was going to come into, but he says that his girlfriend was from LA and they had a fun outdoor mall, and that's the one thing that I wanted to mention was these malls. One thing that I miss about all these malls closing in California are the outdoor malls, because that's I was born and raised in Northern California, and it was only until I visited Southern California that I was introduced to the outdoor mall, and that's a big deal. It's amazing. It's just the fact that the mall is outdoors, there's sunlight coming in, you know, and up north is just, you know, we're
You talking about like a strip mall, they call it?
Yeah.
We're just, yeah.
Yeah.
I like
and,
okay, a strip mall.
talking-
'Cause I know the malls down here that I was brought up with were like Acadiana Mall, which is in Lafayette, and that mall was huge. You know, I'm talking sitting on a couple thousand acres or whatever. Okay, and what, a couple of hundred stores in it, like that, or would have you. I don't know exactly how many. And then the Cortana Mall, and then they had a mall before Cortana Mall, and the Cortana Mall shut down. Now in Lafayette, they had Northgate Mall. When they opened up the Mall of Acadiana, that mall kind of shut down Northgate Mall. Not really, but when the internet started, that really knocked out Northgate Mall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to big malls like in Houston, Texas, and some of them are like 2 and 3 stories tall. It's like, holy crap.
That's how the Mall of Louisiana was in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, take an escalator up to the next floor.
And Cortana Mall in Baton Rouge is escalators.
It's crazy to see. I'm on TikTok a lot, and it's just you see a comparison. All the malls, all the great malls closing down in the U.S. But I've been seeing a lot of amazing malls opening up in Mexico.
Really?
And they're really, really amazing. Like they're like the mall that you would think of in the 80s and the 90s. They exist in Mexico City, and they cover the big stores. They have a little bit of everything for everybody. They have the luxurious, expensive stores for rich people.
Yeah.
And they have the normal, everyday.
What I miss about, which, like I said, we still have one here in Biloxi, but Spencer's, always like going into a Spencer's.
I love Spencer's.
Yeah, right.
I always try to pick up a couple of shirts from Spencer's.
Yeah. But you'll find things in malls that you just not. I mean, yeah, you probably buy it online or whatever, but something about going into like a cigar shop where they sell nothing but man stuff, and the smell and the aroma.
Yeah, and then you can get to smoke a cigar or a pipe in the shop.
Yeah,
they have a smoke room in the back, where you could actually smoke in the back, without like, oh man, you're smoking in the mall. Get out of here with that thing.
Yeah, it's
a good cigar smells awesome.
You can't duplicate that feeling. You know what I'm saying?
No,
yeah, you can buy all that stuff online, but it just ain't near about the same.
It's not, and hopefully they'll figure that out. Somebody will have to figure it out. Where like, hey, we would like to go to a place that's not Amazon, and let's go to a mall, whatever that is. Mm-hmm. And let's go pick up some barbecue tools, and let's go pick up some cigars. And
that's right.
Go buy some stuff that we don't need.
Exactly. I love a pipe. I got a pipe. I got it right there. I quit smoking 5 months ago.
That's what I want. That's what I want. I want a mall where there's like a barbecue store just there. I could just spend a bunch of money in there, and just next door.
You can actually touch and feel what you're going to buy, instead of having to hope it turns out all right.
Exactly.
That's the problem with Amazon. You got to really sift through a lot of stuff because they're just overran with cheap Chinese stuff.
Yeah, you just don't know what you're gonna get. It's
you
funny.
Don't know until you get it. It's like, oh,
it's funny
crap.
You should mention that. I wanted to buy a big cutting board. I've been wanting a big cutting board, just for my videos to if I have a brisket, I could trim it on that board.
Yeah,
and just be done with it. And I ordered it maybe about 3 weeks ago, and they delayed it. And I'm like, okay, I could wait 2 weeks. Whatever it was. I waited the 2 weeks, and then today I said, I got an email saying, oh, it was delayed again. You're not going to get it until January. I'm like,
oh man,
this is just a board. I could literally go to the store and buy it, or I could go to somewhere else on Amazon and buy it, and it'll be here tomorrow. Like, what are you doing? What's going on here?
I've done that before, and to find out it's actually being shipped from overseas. Yeah. When they take 2 and 3 months to get here, I fell for that a few times. Like,
you know what I did, Russ? I went ahead and jumped on Amazon and canceled it. And then I went over to just find the same size cutting board, and I ordered another one. It's going to be here tomorrow.
There you go.
But I couldn't believe it. I'm like, I waited why couldn't they just tell me that from the beginning? You know,
Yeah,
it's like, and it's
exactly.
like, okay, 2 weeks, it's not too bad, right? 2 weeks, I could wait for it.
Sure.
It's not something I need. But then today I was just like, oh, what, January? No.
Yeah, most things you get from Amazon, it's there, 3, 4, 5 days maybe, but yeah, I've been burnt like that at times too. Like I didn't read deep enough or something. I didn't look to see the delivery date or whatever for whatever reason,
Yeah, it's just it's not good.
Mm-mm.
Versus a mall, you just go there, you see the board, you buy it, and you're home. The same day. You're good.
Exactly. Yeah, I bought a bunch of tools almost a year ago when I decided to open that second channel up and start it. And anyway, never really thought about them. I'm so used to ordering on Amazon, but I ordered a lot of Klein stuff and Milwaukee brand expensive stuff. And heck, I went here to Home Depot and Lowe's. I mean, you buy all that stuff within a few miles of me.
Yeah.
But,
it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It is.
I'm gonna go get another beer. Boo, are you gonna be on here for longer?
Oh yeah.
Okay, let me go get another beer.
Oh yeah, we'll be here when you get back. No problem.
Drop that mic.
Gotta rearrange my camera here. Ever since I started that. Okay.
That beard's starting to grow.
Yeah, mine was almost like that for a while, and I didn't have to trim mine 3 times.
I haven't really trimmed none of this since like when I went to Wisconsin. I cut it real short back in July, so this is since July. But I
don't remember it being that short.
I did trim. I have to keep my mustache trimmed. It'll get away from me.
Yeah, I did mine right here. Maybe a week ago.
Yeah,
and I did it real short because when it gets like, I don't know, halfway yours out, and I didn't trim mine 3 times since you did yours.
Yeah,
mine grows fast.
I used to wear mine real short like that, but I don't know. I just kind of keep it longer nowadays.
Many people don't know about me, but I shave this every morning, and by this time it's just like this again. I don't really understand it.
Kansas City, Missouri is fixing to open up a major barbecue museum. Kansas City that is one of the old, I'm not going to say old West towns, but Missouri, like St. Joe's and all that,
Midwest.
That was the starting point for the Oregon Trail, for the old West.
The St. Louis is the gateway to the West.
Yeah.
The arch. So, I've been in that arch.
Since we don't
the barbecue has a big place over there. Texas and all that.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Boo and Russ, since we don't have that many Texans in the chat. I mean, who does make the best barbecue? Or Kansas City or Texas? Is that a fair question here?
That's a fair question. Yeah,
it's 2 different types of barbecue, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's right. Right.
Texas is. I mean, they do pork and all that too, but they're kind of known for beef first off, and they're really known for salt and pepper. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And when you get like in Carolinas, it's primarily pork, if not all pork. Memphis barbecue, Kansas City, that kind of leans more towards. They're kind of similar, I reckon. I think the barbecue we do here in Mississippi kind of takes a little bit of everybody's. It's kind of a vinegar, like a sauce that is vinegar with some spice, but it's got a little bit of sweet. That's my favorite. But when you go and compare Texas to anywhere else, it's 2 different beasts,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
I quoted you down in the comments there, Russ. Kind of just it encapsulates what your thoughts were.
Okay, Russ is saying that KC barbecue. No. Yeah, it's all a little different depending on
No,
where
hey,
you go.
It is all different.
Tree's in here now. He's commenting. Texas
Oh, okay.
bark. Yeah, KC sweet heat glaze. Now I don't know where Shade Tree's at. I know he's in the barbecue community. Everybody knows him, but I don't know exactly where he's at. So
I will say that, like Russ said, like you got to understand there's different barbecues everywhere in the country. They're all great. They all have their different methods. You know, it's Texas.
I've done them all. At one point or another.
Texas barbecue is probably king just because there's a ton of creators out there.
It's
There's
a big
ton
state.
of restaurants. Everybody's pushing them stuff out.
Yeah,
so of course,
brisket.
Brisket is
kinda
king.
Yeah, it is. Your big cuts, beef ribs, big thick plate ribs, stuff like that. That just screams Texas, and I love all that stuff. That's some of the best barbecue I've ever had.
Even the high schools in Texas have cook-offs.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That the high schools have their own like barbecue competitions. That's
I'm trying to think. I don't know if it's Netflix or Amazon Prime. One of them to have a series about that.
Oh, I want to see that. I want to see that just because it's like it's one of those things where if there was a barbecue competition in my high school, like it would get 100% of my attention back then. If there wasn't any of that stuff, and that's
Louisiana
amazing.
puts crawfish in her barbecue sauce.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Oh, Missy already took my my pig stand barbecue. Missy took my big quart jar of barbecue.
You go to Louisiana and order a hamburger, you have to say, hold the rice.
Yeah.
My cousin lives in North Carolina, and about 8-10 years ago, where he was working with the police department, and their town decided to have a crawfish ball cook-off.
Yeah.
He put them to shame. They thought they knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
And they go, "Hey, you know how to cook crawfish?" And he goes, "Dude," he sounded just one judge goes, "I'm from Louisiana. That's not how to cook crawfish." But he used Adaran's crab boil, the dry season. But he threw in the mushrooms. He threw everything in the pot.
I have gotten so many comments from people over in Louisiana on my crawfish videos, and most of them, Keith Jenkins was right there with me, full blown Cajun, really heading up the boil. And like, we don't do it like that in Louisiana. I'm like, you're full of shit,
Okay, if ever
Right,
you guys,
Keith Jenkins is
I
from,
think it bothers
East
them
Louisiana.
because somebody from Mississippi is doing crawfish like nobody else is allowed to or something.
All right.
I just laugh, like,
Man, there ain't nothing wrong with the way you ball crawfish, Russ.
No.
Me and you do it the same way, almost, 99% exact same way. Okay.
Okay, so
My mom, I was, 2 years old, and I can remember when I was 3, we used to go to McDonald's crawfish pond rice fields when I was no, wait a minute, that came out wrong. There was a rice farmer, and it was called there was the McDonald's Farms. Okay.
Oh, okay.
And it was rice fields north of Delcom, which is right. They had to monitor the salt water in the Delcom Canal. They were right off of Lake Penior. Okay, that lake that sunk years ago when there was a Texaco drilling rig and it hit a salt mine shaft and the whole lake sunk. That huge lake. sunk, and the drilling rig is still down there, and tugboats and barges and all that. That's still down there
Really?
in a big hole. Yeah, and then
Dang.
the lake filled back up. You didn't hear about that?
First time.
Look
ever.
look up the lake, a Louisiana lake that sunk.
Okay, I will.
Oh yeah, they got footage on that stuff,
That's
man.
interesting.
Yeah, that was a buddy of mine, a friend of mine. He was with his dad fishing on the lake, and all of a sudden the current started moving real fast, and everybody was hollering from the salt mines and Jefferson Island, and it's right there by Delcom. You know, Delcom Canal was what fed the lake. You know, nothing went north of the lake. And then that Delcom was not far from the Vermilion Bay. Well, that drilling rig hit the salt mine shaft, Jefferson Island salt mine. It hit a active salt mine, and there was a couple of hundred guys down there, and they all made it up out of the shaft. When the alarm went off, man, they had a good system, safety system. That they all went up in the elevator, and boom, nobody died that they know of. Nobody reported died. That was back in the 80s.
Okay.
Lake Peigneur. Just look up the lake, Louisiana lake that went dry.
Okay.
But then it filled back up about a week later.
Yeah.
That's the only time they say that Bayou flowed north, but that's a lie. Maybe raging north. Because it was tidal affected.
Yeah.
The lake too, and it always had a little bitty slow current,
Right.
But that was the first time the Delcom Canal ever had a 20-mile current, tidal current. It wasn't really a tidal current, but anyway, nobody go there. Link I posted.
I posted a link on there. San Pedro is where people go and get their shrimp boils over here in LA, and it's not good.
It's not.
It's not good at all. I'm wondering if I could get one of you guys to, if ever you guys come to California, go visit that place. I would love to hear your critique, your honest.
What is it? A seasoning, or is it a restaurant, or what?
It's just very bland. It's a whole area. People, that's where they get their shrimp boils in LA, and it's very overpriced. I don't know if you guys see the menu there, how much stuff costs. It's very
so it's
very
actually
costly.
a restaurant then.
Yeah, there are different restaurants in that area. So it's just like a nice little boardwalk, I guess you can call it. There's different restaurants, but I just happened to post that one there just to give you an idea of the prices, and the food is not good. So don't go there and buy stuff. I just want you guys go there and just critique it.
I'll tell you something. Is it San Francisco that's known for this? I can't remember how to even say it. I want to say cappuccino, but it ain't cappuccino. It's like all this seafood mixed in one big thing with the juice and everything. You know what I'm talking about. I think it's San Francisco that's popular for that.
San Francisco has a couple of those places. They do have a Fisherman's Wharf is where all their.
What's the name of that dish I'm thinking of? I was gonna make a Cajun version of that one time. Then I just kind of forgot about it.
Yeah, but, I don't know what you're talking about, Russ. I think that place, San Francisco, is known for their sour bread. Their sour bread is excellent. It's great.
The sour bread. That's right. I think they even
sour bread. What kind of sour bread?
They got excellent sour bread. Boo.
Like sourdough bread, you mean?
Yeah, sourdough.
Okay, because that's a French thing right there.
Yeah, it's excellent. That I will not take anything away from San Francisco.
Okay,
it's got good stuff. But
how about their rice-a-roni?
The rice-a-roni, I guess you could have it, right? It's
Cioppino.
I mean, they have a dish that's a rice-a-roni dish. That's an actual authentic. It's a California style rice dish, but Zatarain's or whoever copied it. Let me hold on.
This is Cioppino.
Oysters?
Oh man, it's actually in a bowl. There's a broth up underneath all that. They just have all these different seafoods in one big bowl.
I never had that, Russ.
Yeah,
That
it's
looks
called
good.
Chipino.
I like that them oysters and that
good.
big old shrimp in there.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to do like a Cajun flavor version of that. You know,
I'll have to try that
Mm.
out. You know, like I said, I was born and raised in the Northern California. So next, you know, the holidays I'm gonna be going over there. So I'll gladly
Yeah.
check it out and see what it's all
it's
about.
spelled Cioppino, Chipino.
Chipino. Okay.
But San Francisco is known for that
Yeah.
because all that fresh Pacific seafood.
It's
And,
gonna take a lot for me to go to San Francisco because it's
Oh, I can imagine, man. I can imagine. But
I
yeah,
have to have a good reason to go to San Francisco.
I've watched videos on this or TV shows on this
Yeah.
actually, and they serve that sourdough bread since they are known for it. It's on the table with this stuff, you know.
Yeah. I'll have to check it out, Russ. I'll let you know. And I'm sure you could do it better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was wanting to put use nothing. They're using Pacific seafood. I would like to use Gulf of Mexico seafood and put a Cajun flair to it. I bet it'd be good. You know,
that would be good.
Yeah.
But that
I don't know if it get any views, man. Nothing gets views anymore. It don't seem like for anybody other than unless you're really already big, you know.
It's discouraging, Russ, but I know, you know, I know all of our stuff. I'm not just gonna say my stuff. Like, let's just be upfront and say everybody in the barbecue community stuff should be getting a lot more views than they're getting.
Yeah,
but they're not. I don't know what YouTube is thinking. Maybe they're pushing out other stuff. Like, who knows? Like, maybe they're putting us at the bottom. I don't know if you're seeing this, Russ, but like just normal holiday stuff, it's getting less views than last year. And I'm a small channel, so I'm used to low views.
It is.
But for me to complain about getting low views on just holiday stuff, because last year stuff was just blowing up, you know, for me, for my small channel. You know, I'm not gonna say I'm huge and everything, but last year I quickly got monetized. Like my channel was small and it got monetized during this season just because all the videos just picked up.
I remember that.
And this year it just seems like it's been at an even level all year, and it's been low. You know,
I know it's changing rapidly because used to be I could predict what months I would make really good money, and November was one of them months. And right now my money's went up a little bit.
I remember,
but I'm hoping I got a video that came out probably 5-6 years ago. It's deep fried turkey, and I did 2 of them at one time in one pot, and that video's got over 500,000 views.
Nice.
And it don't get views in the off season. It's number 1 on my channel right now.
Nice.
But it's not getting a ton of views, but it might.
Yeah.
Between now and Thanksgiving, it's liable to blow up. So I'm hoping, you know, because one year I made $6,000 for the month of November. Ooh. And most of it was that video.
Yeah. Like,
man, I ain't never seen $6,000 a month on YouTube ever until it was over 6,000.
And here's where I see it, Russ. Like, I see big channels that I look up to, you know, before I started my channels, just huge channels. They're making videos, and I look at their views and I'm like, doesn't look good to me, you know?
No,
like it's like you should be making like anything 100 times more than what I'm doing, you know?
I'm barely hanging on nowadays, man. It's just like at one time I was happy with what I was getting, you know?
Yeah.
I'll never be huge, and I knew that years ago, but still way better than a lot of people struggle for. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm talking about
it ain't like that no more.
Yeah, I'm talking about big channels, Russ. Like
like binging with Babish and Guga.
I'm looking at their views. I'm like they're like, what are they making? You know, what are they doing different?
Right.
That's what constantly I'm looking at. What are they doing? What's the trend? Like, you know, what are they pushing out? and it's just like they're pushing out great content as always, but as I just see it like they're not
But see,
getting
you do
views.
great content. I watch your videos, and you're very good at videos in general, not just the editing part of it, but the way you put the video together, and you're well spoken. Everything about what you do is fantastic. And I've said that in the past that, man, I'm really surprised you aren't way bigger than what you are. You know?
And it's one of those things, Russ. Like if I were to look into that, I would have given up 2 years ago, you know?
Yeah.
Because I hear that and I'm thinking like, you know what? For me, it's not about the views. Like it's fun for me. You know,
Sure.
that's what I try to tell I try to tell Lance, because Lance, I know he gets down on the view count and everything, but I tell him, hey Lance, like remember, this is supposed to be like we're small, just make it fun, like
all you can do. Don't and that's kind of like me. It started off as fun.
Yeah,
it really did. I was just having a blast with it.
Yeah.
And I noticed some growth and things like that, and it took me 5 years to hit 100,000, which I've seen people like Chud's Barbecue. He got 300,000 the time it took me to get 100,000. He just straight up, but I was still very happy where I was at. But I used to get views that would reflect the amount of subs that I got. Now I'm working almost 300. Now I got almost 300 subs. I still get them daily. Subs that people are subscribing, but the view count never seems to go up. It's like they're hiding me or something. It's like nobody can find my videos anymore. I don't know what it is. That's what it seems like.
It's perplexing, and that's what I like to tell. I like to tell myself, first of all. I say, hey, you're not full-time YouTuber, so you gotta understand that this is part-time, and the little extra money you make, that's all extra money. Like you're not dependent on making like a mortgage payment on this, every month YouTube money that you're making. So it's all fun for me, like I have my 9-to-5 job, so whatever extra money I make, it's extra. I'm not stressed about it. So
and that's the way it was for me for many years, because I worked a full-time job during most of my YouTube thing, but I left that job in November 21. So 3 years ago, I haven't worked. So I do live off income, and it's not just YouTube. I make income from Facebook, my Smoky Ribs. And it too is just crumbled. It's like I might have to go back to work at some point. That or go ahead and draw my Social Security.
And I tell people all the time that small creators, because I have my little community of just small creators, and I tell them all the time, like, just be thankful that you have your job and you're making money, and this is extra, because you're not dependent on it. Because things are going to get desperate when you're like, you go full time on YouTube, and all of a sudden, I need these amount of views in order for me to make my good paycheck every month. That to me is just like that. I don't want that stress,
Yeah,
like,
it's stressful. It is very stressful.
Like, it could be a great month, and then all of a sudden the next month is flat, and then you're desperate. What could I do to make that money? And you're doing whatever you can, Russ. You should know. Like
that's the reason I started a second channel. Because I want to grow that channel up to where it's bringing in a decent monthly income, in combination with the channel I've had all these years, and maybe between the two, I can get it back up, And that channel is showing growth already to be no older than what it is, and I really haven't been working it like I need to. But I've worked it enough, it's already up to what
I'm thinking of doing that too. Like I'm really considering it's just starting up a second channel, and then just going away from the cooking world and just see what kind of sparks up,
Right.
And then just kind of see it, because a good buddy of mine, I don't know if you follow him, Russ, Ron on the Grill, he had a recent video that just blew up. Like we started around the same time, and one of his videos just took off, He's at 300,000 views or something for that video, and he's just climbing up subscribers. He just blew up instantly. And what happened, Russ? Big creators started ripping off his idea. and they took exactly his title and his video concept, and they you know, reposted it. They make it their own, and he was really like, you know, feeling down about it. And I told him, don't feel bad, because that's just part of the game. These big YouTubers, that they're making a living off of it. They need to make the views. They're gonna see what sparked, you know, what's trending, and they're gonna take those ideas and make it their own. You know, don't feel bad about it. You should actually, you know, as harsh as that sounds, you should actually feel a little bit proud, because you got these big channels copying you.
There's a saying for that, something about flattery. I can't remember the saying exactly.
The best form of something, like the best form of
I can't remember. You know what I'm talking about. And that's what that is.
The best compliment is like copying or something like that, right?
Something like that, yeah.
But yeah, that's what it was. And I'm like, hey, don't feel bad about it. Like that's part of the game. You know,
right.
if you happen to tap in something that takes off, people are gonna be stealing that. You know, and some of them might give you credit, as we were talking earlier, Russ, and some of them won't, and that's just part of the game. And you just have to come up with your own next big idea, you know, and just keep going. But yeah, that's one thing I saw this year.
Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery that mediocrity can pay to greatness.
Yeah.
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 There's a lot of Ken Peavy, the professor in the coin community. Ken Peavy was known as a professor. And I had mentioned one time in one of my live streams when he was in there in my live. And he was like, you know, Cajun, he says, there's a lot of people that imitate some of the sayings you have that nobody has ever heard before. And I'm like, yeah, I noticed that. You know, he said that's, you know, imitation like that is the best form of flattery.
Yeah. Right.
And that's the first time I ever heard it put that way. You know, imitate, you know, when people copy you on something, that means they like what you did and they
want it for themselves.
Flattery. You know, that's the best form of flattery. You know, like, I guess so. You know, because my outro, like Randy had said one time, nobody has that outro. You know, that's unique right there. You know.
No, that's what you have to like. Just double down on it. Like you have a thing that you have to just go all out on it. You know, that's what a lot of people don't.
Well, I do it every at the end of every one of my videos, or in some channels. You know? I say it, you know, and you can ask Russ, you know, like when I'm in Simon's live stream. When I leave, I do my outro. You know.
Yeah, and if that becomes your thing, because I'm telling you, the moment that catches on and it's getting you like 1,000 views. There's
it's not.
No, but the moment it does, if it does, I'm going to tell you that people are going to just steal that. They're going to try to rip that off.
But it's all these little nuances, sayings that I do, not just my outro. You know, because Randy had said, you know, RXTX barbecue.
Yeah.
You know, Leprechaun. And we are live.
Yeah, that's his thing. That's amazing.
That's his thing. He does that when he comes in Randy's in the lives.
Yeah.
And then I do when I'm live with Randy, you know, in that bunch.
Mm-hmm.
Then I do my outro. And Randy says, you know, everybody in YouTube, you know, I have the best intro guy and outro guy. Y'all cannot find any better. I'm sorry. All them little nuances, you know, all the little sayings, you know.
You
like
definitely
plus tard or whatever that means later in French, more later.
I know a little French there, Boo.
Oh, okay. But the little nuances, and there's a couple of things that.
Hey, mon ami.
Hey, mon ami.
Oh, mon ami. Yeah, well, you know that's a greeting in French. Yeah. But little. It's not just that; it's other stuff. Bull butter. You know, that's a polite way of saying bullshit. You know, when somebody says something that's kind of hard to believe, I'm like, bull butter.
Yeah, we always said bull hockey.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
We like to say mierda.
Mierda. Yeah. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
You got a new sub from Nothing Edited, SJ.
That's amazing.
Poppycock. Yeah, that
Like I
must
said,
poppycock. That's some
us-
kind of flower that Mary Poppins did
I
to
don't know.
make her fly.
I don't know Russ, how far your second channel blew up, but maybe you could recall on the early days of Smoky Ribs, but those first subscribers, they just meant everything.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It took me forever to get 100 subscribers, and that just like it just felt like this decade. It just felt like, what am I
pretty
doing?
good. I got monetized. Let's see. I started that in February.
Yeah, your second channel, I heard that it blew up.
I got
quick,
monetized
right?
like in July.
Yeah.
And that was pretty quick.
Yeah.
But it's got some steady growth, but it ain't real fast growth. I think I don't know where I'm at. It's not much.
It's hard. It's when you start out 3 years ago is when I started out. It's extremely difficult to get one subscriber. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know, man.
When
if
I
you're every
made
one of those,
I've got
my Cajun Coin Hunter channel, I was subscribed within.
There it
I
is
mean,
right there.
subscribed. I was monetized in 8 months.
1,537 subs.
Amazing.
I've
See,
made,
you're gonna make me want to start up that second channel. That idea that I have.
I'm telling you, man, do it.
Yeah,
it.
and
let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the sweet part about this. I don't know if you noticed, but it's right at $90 sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
When I get paid, see, you can only have one Google AdSense, only one.
Mm-hmm.
And you tie that channel into your existing channel. That $90, I'll be paid for it.
Oh,
I don't have to reach a $100 threshold because I've already more than met that.
That's why
ribs.
That's why people are starting multiple channels, and
right,
it all
because
makes sense.
you can. If it was $20, I would get that on top of my other.
That's amazing. Yeah, and then same thing with your Amazon affiliates, right? You could just. I'm good with Amazon on my main channel. I'm just gonna post those links over to my.
That's what I
channel.
do. I didn't start a second Amazon. I'll go in there and copy the link for that product and put it on my new channel. And I've actually been selling more of that stuff than I have my main store for barbecue stuff. I used to sell a lot on there, but I don't want to do crap no more.
Well, he just picked up another sub.
I like that.
Heck yeah.
Well, it's on my channel on Coin
Start
Collector.
that other channel, man, because I don't know what you got in mind, but it could outpace and outgrow what you're currently doing.
Yeah.
Because I've been saying it for the last 5 years that barbecue channels, man, there's so many of them right now.
Yeah. Well, here's what I'm learning, Russ. So there's like a lot of everything now.
There is.
And they don't last too long. But maybe this is breaking news here on Boo's channel here, kind of the idea that I have. And I want to get into the production of it. I want to teach people how to edit. I want to teach people how to film. I want to teach people how to, organize and record and all that stuff, like the background of a food channel. And I don't know if that, there's plenty of channels teaching you how to do this stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's a lot teaching you how to do it, kind of the cooking, the cooking channel arena. You know what I mean? How to film a cooking video, how to edit a cooking video,
Well, you're good at it. That would definitely be a good one.
Yeah, you are. You are a professional. I was going to say that earlier when I shared your barbecue rib video out earlier, the link to it. I didn't share your channel out. I shared your channel video, which is the same thing or even better than sharing the channel link out. That way, I did an actual link to your video a video that I liked. Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah. In fact, nothing edited. I taught her how to edit.
Yeah.
You know, because I edit one way. I hit pause. You know, in my cooking videos, I hit pause, and then when it's time for the next step, I hit, you know, play. You know, continue playing. That's the extent of my editing on a cooking video. So if you got a better idea than that, I want to see it.
Yeah, I you know, I kind of want to tap into that because, you know, there's a lot of, mainly just because there's a lot of channels that teach you how to make a YouTube video, and I feel that's all great and all, but it rarely applies to us cooking channels.
A cooking video is kind of hard because you got a lot of heat, steam, and all that in that around that camera area.
Exactly, and I want to target the audience where they never made a video before, and this is what you need to do. You know, get your phone out. This is all you need. You know, film the most simplest recipe. This is the software you need to edit it. You know, post it as immediately as you can, and then here's how to improve it. You know, over a couple of videos, and
Right.
because I feel that the more people, I know Russ, you probably disagree, you know, but I almost feel like the more creators who get on board, you know, like it feels like there's already too many people creating YouTube videos, cooking related, but I feel like we need more because I think that it gets a bigger spotlight on us. I feel I could be completely wrong. But that's the way I feel, where it's like we need more people creating content, and then YouTube will be like, okay, this barbecue community, we need to push them out because look how many people there are. We need to recognize, we need to give Russ, you know, we need to give these people that have been here for a long time a bigger push than we're giving them, bigger views. That's kind of my view. You know, and again,
Yeah,
be completely wrong.
Well, unfortunately, it's all controlled by non-humans. This algorithm. It's all, you know, how your video takes off out of the gate determines a lot of times, and it's not always true. You might have a video lay there for a month or two, and all of a sudden it just takes off. I've seen that happen to me many times, and something happens to where all of a sudden it just gets thrown into the algorithm, and it's being thrown in people's faces, and the law of averages says a certain percentage is going to watch it, which makes more people watch it. They put it out in front of more people, and that's the problem. If you can figure a way to get that video out in front of people, you'll get views, you know.
That's the part. That's the big problem, though. It's just we don't know, you know, because I could push out a video and I could say, oh, it only got 100 views. Is the video good? You know, if it got 100 views, you could say, oh, it's not good. It only got 100 views. But in another perspective, in another world, you post that on a bigger channel, maybe that video could get 100,000 views.
Oh,
you know?
Yesterday I looked at a thumbnail that Binging with Babish put out, and it was something that if I was to put that same thumbnail, same title out, it would get hardly no views. But the fact that he's already huge, you know, even if he only gets 5%,
it's still huge.
It's still huge compared to the views I'm getting, you know.
Yeah.
But what do you do for a daytime job? Not being nosy, what do you do for a livelihood? Is that anything that you could make videos doing too?
I could, but I feel like the reason I got into cooking videos is because it's completely different from my job. So I feel like I want to escape from that.
Well, see, that's why I started barbecue, because I was still working full time, and trust me, I've done every trade known to man, and I've gotten proficient at all of them. You know, and that's the reason I started this DIY, and it's not focusing on one subject. It's many things that I had to do throughout the years to make a living, and it's working. You know, being retired 3 years, I'm kind of missing some of that working with my hands and things I used to do to make a living with. And I said, well, why can't I just make videos showing people exactly how to do the things that I already know how to do? And it's working. It ain't working great yet, but I think it will.
Yeah. You know? And that's one of the things that got me into cooking at the beginning was a stressful job. I wanted to come home. You know, this is back when right now I'm working, you know, remotely. Amazing, right?
Yeah.
But back when I was working, have to go to an office, it was I needed an escape. I needed to come home, and that's what got me into cooking.
Yeah, same
I needed
here.
the escape. Like even something as monotonous as just chopping up onion, that to me was like the most amazing part of my day. It's like I love just chopping stuff up, making something, creating something, and it's just like, oh, look at this dish. This is perfect dish. And filming it became even a bigger thing, right? Because now you get to show everybody what you made.
I totally get it. I totally get it. You know, back when I used to work 2 jobs, one time I actually worked 3 jobs. When I finally was home, you know what I was watching? I'm talking about back in the 90s and stuff. I was watching Food Network. It's always been a passion of mine. So when I decided to start this cooking channel, it was kind of my escape from all the laborious type work I did. And that's why, similar to what you're saying. Yeah. But now that I'm older, I just wish I would have thought of this 10 years ago. I should have started really with what I'm trying to do now. It probably would be huge by now, but who knows, you know?
Yeah. And that's one of my, you know, that's the one thing that I want to do is just, is kind of tap into that. And there's a lot of areas. My mind is constantly racing. Like I try to go to bed, and my mind is constantly just.
Oh yeah,
like, what else
me
can
too,
you do?
man.
And ever since I kid you not, Russ. Ever since I was 18, I wanted to be a teacher, right?
Yeah.
But the thing that prevented me from being a teacher was just there's not that much money into it. Like I can't be a teacher because I guess I'm not passionate enough to be a teacher because I just look at the, you know, how much you're making,
right?
You know, and it just kind of, you know, persuades me not to do it. But now at my age, I think like maybe I do want to do a little bit of teaching on, you know, try to figure that out. Try to, you know, and maybe this YouTube channel's tapping in on that. You know, my
we got a lot in common because I'm kind of the same way, and I've had a lot of people throughout the years, even on the cooking thing. I remember when I first started, people would say, Are you a teacher or a professor? I'm like, me? No. You know, but they told me I was a really good teacher. But if you watch some of my Skill Savvy, especially like that last one, you know, I'm pulling out a scan tool and I'm telling you why I wrote with this decision, you know, wiring diagrams and how I found the problem on this particular car.
But I will say, Russ, that like your ability is a special skill because not everyone can do it. Like I you know, I don't know what it is. It's like does it come naturally for you? Like did you just get a lot of reps of teaching others how to do something and then it just came natural to you? Like where does that come from? Because I feel like a lot of the times, a lot of the creators that I follow, it just comes so damn natural. You know, where I'm thinking like, there's no way they learned this by starting up a YouTube channel. It has to be something in their past, something in their jobs where there's just a bunch of reps. You know, you're thinking about. I always think about as working out, right? Like you can't just go in there and just start bench pressing 200 pounds like your first.
No, you got to work towards it.
You got to work towards it. Right. So when I see these content creators like bench pressing 300 pounds, I'm like, how the hell? How do you make it look so easy? Like what are you doing? You know, what are you eating? Like, you know, that's the first thing I think about. So,
I'll say this: I do got 12 and a half years in front of a camera, talking, and it gets easier and you get better as you go. So I'm transferring a lot of that into this new channel, so I'm comfortable in front of that camera out of the gate.
Yeah.
Because I've been doing this for 12 and a half years, not doing that kind of content, but it's no big deal, you know?
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know. I guess some people teach better than others. I don't know, but you do a fantastic job, you know?
And it's one of those things where I look at these channels and they're like, how the hell are they able to just naturally just teach you something and it sticks, because that's the way I think about it. I think about my, being in high school, being in school, and there's a lot of shitty teachers that no matter how many times they tell me, I just don't understand it. Right. But there's that one teacher who just says it once and I'm like, oh, I get it. Like, I understand this like that.
Oh, yeah, man.
And they're telling jokes. And they're being funny, and they're relatable, and you're all of a sudden like, this is a badass teacher.
Makes all the difference in the world. I remember being in the 9th grade, and I was flunking that year in a couple of courses, and I just could not. The teacher sucked, And for some reason, mid-season, they swapped all of our teachers, and I mean all of them. And all of a sudden, I got a hold of some good teachers. And the subjects I was failing at, I started making straight A's in. Yeah. It wasn't me, it was the person trying to teach me.
So there really is no such thing as a bad teacher or a bad student. It's really a bad teacher. I think.
Is. I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
But I can watch videos and I'm trying to make sense of what they're saying. And I'm sitting there thinking how I would present that in more layman terms to where anybody can get it,
Yeah. And that's what I've been struggling with on my channel. I appreciate your comment, just letting me know that I'm teaching, I'm doing what I want to do. But I feel like I'm so far behind because there's a lot of times that I look at a video, I'm like, I could dumb it down. Like I'm targeting the wrong audience. I'm targeting the person that has a grill and they cooked a couple of briskets and maybe I don't have anything to teach them, versus that maybe I should be concentrating on the person that has no grill. Maybe I need to convince them to get a grill, and hey, it's easy enough to cook a brisket. This is how you do it. Like, just dumb it down. That's what
I will tell you. This reminds me of one of my top videos right now that has been for the last 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's I did a beginner series back 3 or 4 years ago.
I remember this, Russ.
And I did one on the Weber kettle.
Yes.
And there are so many beginners out there. And that video to this day is still normally ranked number one. It's number 2 right now because the deep fried turkeys is starting to pick up.
Doing this, if I remember, you were doing this like every week, right, Russ? Like you were doing like
I did like 7. I used every smoker I had and how
I remember.
Let's see, it was a beginners only for drum smokers, beginners only for a Weber kettle or kettle grill, open fire, offset smoker. Then Jeff Rice did the one for my channel on pellet grills.
Yeah, I remember this series. I do remember that.
And I've got over, I think it's close to 900,000 views right now on that Weber, and it's still getting. It'll go over 1 million sooner or later, Yeah. But if you read the comments, my point was being that there are so many people that's getting into grilling for the first time, and you're in the right arena when you're using that kettle grill a lot, because that is like one of the most sold grills out of all of them,
and like I said, I'm not trying to tap in on the other areas. Like, I know my role, like, hey, if you're gonna call me the kettle guy, then call me the kettle guy, because I feel comfortable.
Well, like, what I'm saying is, hey, kind of target for beginners on some of your videos. Maybe you have. I mean, I don't know.
I have. Yeah. And truthfully, I there's a couple of videos that I did and they did really well. Like I said, hey, do you want to learn the snake method? Like, here's how to do the snake method. And I just break it down, and it's performing really well. And I love the comments on it, because it's like,
Well, there you go.
Holy
Yeah.
crap! Like I've been searching for a video that just explains it down like your video. I'm gonna be recommending this to everybody, and that was just like, okay, that's worth it. All of this work just for that one video, and if people are gonna share it out just because it makes sense to them, then that makes my day.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
absolutely.
But like a lot of my videos, I just like a lot of my style is I expect you to know how to grill, and like I keep the details to the minimum, where I'm just like, hey, here's how to do this. Like my last video, right? Here's how to make these ribs, split them up. It's very simple. Cook them, get them done. But I almost assume you know how to get your grill up to temperature. You know how to season it. You already know what sauce you're gonna use. Like all these little details where beginners might be lost. You know what I mean? But I'm making that assumption like, hey, like you should already know what seasoning to use, what barbecue sauce to use, like how to get your grill up to temperature. And I'm making those assumptions a lot of the time.
Yeah, me too. I do too. And that could actually be working against us because there are a lot of people searching. I mean, think about it. Every year that rolls by, there's people graduating, people getting married, young people that don't have any experience with a grill. And, I guess we should be catering to that more than what we do,
Maybe we should. I don't know. Like I'm still trying to keep it fun. I'm just making videos that I want to do at this point. Like there's nothing writing on it. If my video gets 1 view, or whether it gets 100,000 views, it is what it is.
Sure.
And I'm doing my best to try to just create content that I would want to see, because I don't know if you know this, Russ. And I talked to T. Roy Cooks because just by talking to him, he kind of started up his channel for the same reasons I did. I think he was teaching his son.
Yeah,
how to cook.
He did.
And that's my reason for me starting up a cook. I want to teach my children to, very morbid thought, but if something were to happen to me, they at least they know how to make my ribs. And if they crave those ribs, they can make them for themselves, and like, okay, these were Dad's ribs. These are good. That's the reason I started. It's kind of a very morbid thought.
That's kind of like me too. I used to think about that, kind of my own little legacy for family and friends and people that actually knows me and knew me or whatever. As long as YouTube lasts, I'll still be on there, dead or alive. You know what I'm saying?
Some people kept recipe books. Grandparents probably kept recipe books. I'm trying to keep a YouTube channel, see how that works out.
As long as of course they say anything that goes on the internet never does. So But
sorry for hijacking your live there, Boo.
What is that, a rice cooker?
It is
yep, Hitachi, the Cinematic.
Yeah.
This is a rice cooker from the 70s.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. Like 1978, 79. That's the year, because of the label on it. Man, those Hitachis, look, they lasted forever. The only thing bad about them was the bottom right here from the heating element. I mean, when you wash your pot, you wash the bottom, but you don't worry about you leave your seasoning on the bottom, I guess.
You could clean that out.
but the problem was, I think on the first ones, or I forget, the issue was there was a burnout spot. It would leak, very little. And that's the only thing that ever went wrong with those Hitachi rice cookers. And they were a South Louisiana thing. They were made in Japan, actually, not China. They were made in Japan. Hitachi.
Yeah.
And everybody in South Louisiana had a Hitachi rice cooker. Everybody.
Yeah, I remember that. They were popular.
They got
the 30 cup, too. The 30 cup. My nan, she passed away now, bless her soul. She had 2 of them. My pot aunt ran Falcon Rice Mill in Crowley, right? And she had 2 30-cup rice cookers. So many grandkids, okay, and all the family that would come over, like for the holidays. She had to cook 60 cups of rice because of the fact that rice dressing. You have to have rice dressing, you know, with a big get together or whatever. So yeah, we had like 10 gallons of rice dressing. Okay, 5 gallons of rice to go with all the gumbo and the stews or whatever. Oh yeah. So Hitachi rice cookers is a mainstay in a Cajun household, and there's a lot of people that like, man, where can I find the parts for these things? You see on eBay they have them. These things go for $100.
Huh.
Yeah.
I've never used one.
Yeah, and this is a tin cup, I think.
I've always bought converted rice, like Uncle Ben's or Zatarain's, because I always end up with really good results.
This came with a little cup, you know, which is a normal cup.
Yeah.
It came with a cup. You put 5 cups of rice, and then you filled it with water to the 5-cup line on the pot right here. You know, inside there's whatever, all the way up to 10. You put it there and you plugged it in, push down on the switch, and boom, you left it alone.
Yeah.
Perfect rice every time. Perfect rice every time. And these right here make the top rice. What we call top rice. It makes that. That's the best rice right there. It's not crispy, but it's not the moist. And with these rice, if you don't put too much water, it cooks. If you overload the water, your rice is gonna be soggy. Which no, I don't like that. I like each grain falling apart.
Yeah.
We call that, but on the top, you call that top rice. Yeah, that's the best part. Now you just take it out with your fingers like that, your hand, and you eat that part right there. Oh man, it's like ice cream. Yeah, it's like the cream on top of milk. Yeah.
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 Does Hitachi still make anything? Are they still around?
Yeah,
or?
they make the big restaurant Hitachi rice cookers, the big 30 cup. They still make those.
Electronics in general. I see Sal posted one about a camera.
Yeah, I used to have that VHS camera. That was the best Hitachi camera I've ever had.
Oh, okay.
I had a Sony Betamax back in the day.
Yeah, I just looked up VHS Hitachi, and I looked through all their cameras, and that if you click on that link, that's the one that I had.
Okay.
And I recognize it because it had that front light. It's so key during those family parties because you turn on that light and you would you record your. And I want to transfer some of those tapes because I still have a lot of those VHS tapes. I want to see if I could get some cool footage of me, hopefully of me cooking or just being stupid on camera, and maybe I could turn it into a video somehow.
Oh yeah, top rice is good, but she said, but my husband used to love the bottom. He wanted it brown. That's the gratin. We call that in French the gratin. It's not burnt, but it's getting there. It's close to burnt. It's in between brown and black. We call that the gratin in French. That's the best rice there, yeah. But the top rice is the firm rice. I like that. Top rice is good, but I like the gratin too. Yeah, my mama used to do it on purpose for the kids. Make the gratin.
Gratin means a culinary technique in which a dish is topped with a brown crust, often use breadcrumbs, grated cheese, eggs, or butter.
Wait, where you see that at?
I just Googled it on gratin.
Oh,
I know a little bit. I know a little bit of French, boo.
No, wait a minute. What you looked up?
I just looked it up on Google.
No, what did you look up?
Gratin. Here.
Gratin?
Gratin. Correct.
The
Wait,
gratin.
let's spell it.
Do y'all eat this?
Gratin.
Do y'all eat this in Louisiana?
Wait, let me do this. The gratin, yeah, gratin. Yeah, it's the burnt on the bottom of the thing. What's that? Mashed potatoes with some gravy?
That's
That looks
biscuit
good.
and tomato gravy.
Biscuit.
With tomato gravy. Oh yeah.
Yeah, buddy. I was raised on this stuff. Made that
Yeah.
today.
Yes.
That was
Cool deal.
supper.
Yeah, the gratin. Yeah. Well, the bottom is the burnt. You know how they say Justin Wilson, and Pepe, what's his name? Pepe, Jean Pepin. He says you pour the little wine, you pour some nice wine, and then Justin say, oh yeah, a little bit more wine, to deglaze the bottom of the pot.
It's all about the deglazing.
Yeah, right. But that's the gratin that they're doing.
That's Jacques Pepin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jacques
Pepin.
Okay,
He's an old famous TV cooking celebrity.
Yeah. Jacques Pepin, huh? Or Jean?
Pepin.
Jacques. Okay.
Anyway, this is my French accent.
I watched all his old videos where he would debone a chicken. That's how I learned how to debone a chicken.
I'm trying to
watching his videos.
That's how the French talk. French.
It's kind of like Jacques Cousteau.
But the grillé, okay, the grillé is in the black iron pot, and I say that all the time when me and Missy make cooking videos, because I have a lot of cooking videos, SJ, on my Boo Lucat channel, but on my Cajun Coin Disc channel, I have a lot of videos on cooking, and that's what Nuffin was saying earlier. I explained everything, step by step. I explained Cajun cooking, but it's the grillé in the bottom of the pot, that you actually deglaze it with.
Yes.
You deglaze for the grillé. Okay, same thing.
I just gotta let you know that like French cooking is one of those
Cajun cooking, Cajun. I mean it's French, because I am pure French, but I'm Cajun French.
Yeah,
my family came from Nova Scotia, and before they got to Nova Scotia, they came from Poitou, France. That area on the coast of France, Poitou. They were all farmers, rice farmers, cattle farmers, pork, whatever, bakers. They knew how to do everything, and then they went to a better place in the New World, which Nova Scotia. And when the French went over to Nova Scotia, they successfully colonized North America, because Roanoke, the English went to Roanoke, Virginia, and they called that the Lost Colony. That wasn't a successful colonization of North America. The French was the first ones to successfully do that. And then we got kicked out of Nova Scotia because we wouldn't swear down to the king. We swore at him, but we didn't swear down to him. So we got kicked out, and they brought us down here to South Louisiana. Some of us were sold as slaves along the eastern seaboard, and died on ships from diphtheria or sicknesses, bad water, and we were thrown overboard, lost at sea. But the survivors made it to Mississippi, South Louisiana, Texas.
I've always heard that Cajun came from the word Arcadian, and that it finally just got shortened as Cajun instead of
yeah, that's right. It's the Acadians. Acadians.
Yeah.
And then up in Maine, they have Acadia. Okay, Acadia National Park.
Right.
So then down
Boo,
here
sorry
we
to
were known
interrupt
as
you.
Acadians because of the license of the TV station, Channel 3. Acadiana was Acadiana. That word was dubbed from a misspelling of Acadian TV.
Right.
The FCC added an A. It was a typo. The FCC for TV3 News, or TV3 TV station. They added the A at the end of Acadian, so they called it Acadiana instead of Acadian, Acadiana,
Well,
and that's what gave us Acadiana. But anyway, we were known before that in the 60s or 50s, whatever. We were known as Cajuns because Acadians, okay, and the old French people couldn't say it in English, so they say Cajun instead of Acadian, and that's how that started.
That's great.
Just like Indian and engine. The engines are coming. The engines are coming. Okay. The Indians are coming. The Indian, the cowboys and the Indians. The engines are coming. Okay. Same things from Acadians to the Cajuns. Same derelict type of word. Or whatever you want to, call it the exchange of words like that.
That's some great history, Boo. Like,
you know
what?
Mobile, Alabama was founded by the French. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering now. Like, what other states in the U.S. have been influenced by the French?
Well, Mississippi had
Iberville, Mississippi. It's not Iberville, it's Iberville because we have Iberville Parish here, and it was Jean de Iberville, the explorer, and he in Indianola, Texas. They have his statue, de Iberville. They have his statue there, explorer.
Mobile, Alabama, and New Orleans still argue over who had the first Mardi Gras.
Right.
That's
and actually, both of them are wrong.
Really?
Both of them are wrong. Mardi Gras originated in France and and before that, Nova Scotia before that was France. So France has the dibs on that.
Yeah. Well, I think they mean the first one in the U.S.
Yeah. Well, actually, the first one in the U.S., they on the ship at the mouth of the Mississippi River, they had a Mardi Gras on a ship before any of them, all of them made landfall.
Do you know they even do Mardi Gras all the way up to St. Louis nowadays?
Yeah, it's a French thing,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lake
Havasu. Lake Havasu.
David Carlisle. Mobile, Alabama celebrated Mardi Gras first. That's what I keep hearing.
I'm trying to think of I'm trying to go back to
he's
my
from
high school.
Alabama. He's gonna say that. David Carlisle is from Alabama. He's gonna say that.
Boo, I'm trying to think of my French right now, and I'm trying to think of the days of the week. So Mardi is Tuesday.
Yeah.
Is Wednesday.
Lundy is
Monday.
Monday.
Is Monday.
Yeah. Mercredi is Wednesday.
Oh, Mercredi is Thursday.
Mercredi is Wednesday. Yeah. On a lieu de mercredi passé. Yeah. Lundi, Mardi, Mercredi. Okay. And then Thursday is Jeudi. Friday is vendredi, like vendredi.
Samedi is Saturday.
And then samedi and dimanche.
Dimanche is Sunday. That's the one that I was trying to think of. Some dimanche.
Yeah, dimanche après-midi, dimanche soir.
And Friday is what?
Vendredi. Vendredi. Vendredi on Friday. Friday at last, baby. And party. Vendredi at last.
Happy Vendredi.
Vendredi à Yeah, there you go. Oh, look, I got something. You think you showed that? I got something I want to show off. Check this shit out.
Oh, Mexican Coke.
What? What did you say?
Mexican Coke.
Mexican Coke. You said that right. You know that. You saw that bottle.
I got one of those too. Like, hold on.
They sell them at Walmart.
Here, I got to show you.
Yeah, that's I didn't get this at Walmart. I got this at my local store, my Super One
Okay.
store. That is the original. Okay, this right here
No corn
is
syrup.
the original Coca-Cola recipe before Coca-Cola went with that new Coke that tasted like Pepsi.
Look, boo. Litre, un litre.
Yeah, yeah, half a liter.
No, it's 1 liter.
Oh,
So
1 liter. Oh, wait.
Yeah, it's 1 liter.
I don't think mine says that. How many ounces is it?
I don't know what ounces goes into liters.
That looks like the old 12-ounce bottles.
It's 500 milliliters, so it's pretty big, man.
500 milliliters.
You know, we're used to the 2 liter,
mine's,
the 2 liter bottles.
mine-
This is half of one.
Mine's 355, 12 ounces.
Yeah, so it's half of this, I think. Because
Yeah.
this is 750 milliliters. But yeah, it's good
Okay.
stuff.
Yeah, this is the Mexican Coke, and
Yes.
this is before. This is the recipe. I mean, before Coke changed their what you call it, recipe.
Well, it went from Coke to New Coke to
New
Coke,
Coke
to
to
Coke,
Coke
Classic.
Classic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when they went to Coke Classic, they added not added, they
Corn
replaced cane sugar to high
corn.
fructose corn syrup.
It was the
Yeah.
worst mistake of their
That
lives.
was the worst mistake they could ever make.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, and that was the director of Coke at the time, the one that was running the whole shebang. I don't know if it was the CEO or just one of the directors. He thought of the way to make Coke come back, spring back, and then, you know, not lose money. So that CEO at the time or director was the one that said, well, we need to lose that Louisiana cane sugar, because it says on here Louisiana cane sugar on that bottle. And he says, we need to go with this cheaper syrup blend. Well, that screwed the whole deal up right there.
Yeah.
I kind of want to pop this open now with some tacos.
There you go. Some rum, some Bacardi. I'm not going to let this fizzle out in the bottle.
I made some
Come this
carnitas.
week sometime. I got some
carnitas,
rum.
Russ, you got it.
I
Little
made carnitas that were
Yes.
cooking in lard, and you can pour that Coke right
a
in
little
there.
bit of orange and a little Coke.
And orange, and there's no kind of violent reaction. Like if you,
Oh, this is French
Oh,
cuisine.
yeah, I've done that before. Not on video. I made them for me and my wife to eat carnitas. We bought the Mexican Coke and cooked it all in lard. Hell
That's
yeah.
what it's all about, Russ. Those carnitas, you have to have the Coke, you have to have the orange, and just braise it. I got a video on that. It did horrible because people, you know, are not looking at my channel for a carnitas recipe. But it's for anybody in the chat who wants to check out a carnitas recipe, definitely check out my my recipe. I did it on the grill. I cut up that pork butt. You see me debone the pork butt, cut it into little chops, and just get a little bit smoke flavor. You know, because Russ, carnitas there's no smoke flavor in there. You just braise it, throw in a huge pot, and then you just cook it. But I decided to do a little bit of grill. Give it a little grill.
If you ever get a chance, go to Ballistic Barbecue.
Yeah.
And just hit his little search magnifying glass and type in carnitas. I did his version that he did.
Yeah.
Man, this is many years ago, probably 10 years ago, probably about 8 or 9 years. But there used to be a YouTuber, but he ended up having brain surgery, never heard another peep out of him. His name, he used to have his own barbecue sauce, and it was really good sauce. He used to send it to me, but he was Mexican that lived, I think, in Texas. But his name was Manuel. Manuel is what I knew him as. But he's in that video because, he's you just have to watch it. But Ballistic Barbecue, Check that video out, man.
Greg is like 100% behind anything Greg does. Like
me too.
His copycat stuff, all the stuff that he does is just like
we go way
San
back.
Diego. He's from San Diego, so like I like anytime he brings up like this is how you make a California burrito, like I'm all eyes on him. Like I want to know how he makes it because
he's really good. I've been knowing him a very long time. I actually got to meet him in 2020 at the Barbecue Expo in New Orleans. Finally got to meet him after all them years. We still talk on the phone quite often and stuff.
Yeah, he's a great, super chill dude. And and the first time he commented on one of my videos, I was just like, holy crap! Like this is Greg. Like responding to one of my he saw one of my videos. I forget what it was, but it was just like a big. Like he's always been on my radar.
Oh yeah, mine too, man. Like I said, when I first started YouTube, he was one of the first YouTubers that I actually got to know and talk to a lot. And then I don't know how we exchanged phone numbers, but at some point we did. And like I said, we still talk. I'm in a little tech circle right now. It's Greg, it's Baby Back Maniac, it's Dead Broke Barbecue, Mike Nagby with Everyday Barbecue, and me. And I got mine silence because these cats would get after it, and I'll look and there'd be 200 messages on. I'm like, holy crap! My phone would be constantly dinging if I let the notifications on. But I'll get in there and catch up.
All those guys you hang out with, Russ. It's like they're like they're my heroes. They're my barbecue heroes. Cave to Top Bowls Metal Meat Breaks.
Cave Tools, tools. It's scratched. Cave Tools.
Oh, okay. Cave Tools. Look at that.
Oh, they're talking about pulled pork, pulled beef. Oh, hell yeah, buddy.
You can do some those.
That's some expensive little sons of guns right there.
Yeah. Most of them are made out of plastic. Those are nice.
Hell no.
You can do some damage with that.
Yeah. Man, boy, I tell you what, if you're in a bind,
bear claws.
You should take.
You can shiska by somebody that's on top of you if you got these in your hands.
Yeah, for Halloween, you should tie them around your wrist. I don't know if you can see my camera.
Hey, I need one of them to put a stick on. I can use that for a back scratcher.
Yeah, you never heard of these? I've never heard of these. Cave Tools.
No, I got a pair, but they're plastic. They're called bear claws.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of what I have. I bought those. They were actually given to me, Russ, and I've used them maybe 2 or 3 times, and I wanted to tie those into my hands, and I'll just like claw my way. No, but, no, but those claws were given to me, and I used them maybe 2 or 3 times. I always just like the fork or just using my hands,
Somewhere up here, I'm trying to find it. Anyway, it's like a paint stirrer. It's about that long. You put it in a cordless drill motor, but the one I got is made for pulled pork. It's got 2 blades, and then it's got 2 blades this way. Yeah. You throw your pork butt into like a food safe bucket. And turn your drill on, it'll shred it in no time.
Nice.
Damn, I know these work good. I've used them a couple times for pork, but man, let me tell you, these things are badass.
Let me ask you guys. I'm gonna smoke some. I'm gonna smoke some turkey, and I want to shred it. So, what's the easiest way? Do you think I should do the claw way, or should I throw it in a food processor, or should I just chop it up?
What you gonna do? You gonna okay, let me tell you a tip and a trick that I learned from somebody.
Yeah.
A German guy. Actually not German. German or Ukraine, one of them.
Mm-hmm.
He took like a barbecue grilled chicken, rotisserie barbecue chicken, whole chicken, bone, all that. Not boneless like a coon-ass Cajun guy gonna do whatever, stuff. This was just a chicken with the bone in it. After it cooled down and it was still a little warm, he put it in a Ziploc bag. like a gallon or 2-gallon bag, Ziploc bag. And then he started just mashing on it like that. Well, it was in the bag.
So he just used his paws to just
massaging it, and then he started pressing with his fingers like that.
Mhm.
You know, and then that bag was keeping his hands clean, and then the bag has that elasticity to it, whatever, and then all the meat just comes off the bone, and all he did was just pull the
Holy
bones
crap.
out of the bag. Yeah,
Okay.
in a 2-gallon
I gotta try
Ziploc
that.
bag.
Because I gotta shred
Yeah,
a
and he
ton
was
of turkey
massaging it,
meat.
the whole chicken, you know, not cut in
Okay.
half, nothing. And then all that, when you do it and you press down, you press harder, and all the meat just comes right off the bone. And you just take the bones out. No
I
dirty
gotta
hands.
go. I gotta go lean off the dock. I'm about to pop.
All right.
Okay, I like that. I like that just because I have a bag and I got my fingers and I feel like I could just
Yeah,
kind
you
of
can just, you know, I mean, I'm overdoing it here, overacting
yeah.
it, but yeah, you
I mean,
you start massaging it, and then the meat's gonna
If I'm
start
like this on
coming,
the
and then
video,
the
if I'm
harder
like
you
this on the
press,
video,
boom. I wish you'd make a video on it, you know.
if I'm like this on the video, then I definitely there's like a word right here.
Oh, you're gonna be upsizing it.
Cajun Coin Hunter recommended that I do this.
No, you just say boo. Everybody knows me as boo anyway.
Okay,
Well,
boo,
you know,
boo.
Cajun,
We'll say,
Cajun
boo recommended that I do
Cajun
this.
boo. You know,
That I
yeah,
do that
recommended
tap.
this. There you go.
It has to be
Yeah, a
exaggerated.
2-gallon Ziploc. Yeah, I said
Dig
1
that.
or
I think
2
it would
gallon,
work.
but
Just
right
because
here
I need
2 gallon.
Yeah, just because I need to cook up some turkey and I need to just shred it up and just
Now, yeah, a turkey would be a little different story.
Yeah.
You know, on the size of the bag, you can put it probably.
I mean, I'm gonna put like maybe a leg and a thigh in there. And
Oh
do
yeah,
that,
okay, I got you.
and then,
Yeah,
and then throw a breast and then do
because the
same.
bone structure is a little bit different on a turkey than a chicken.
Yeah.
I mean, a little bit. Okay, like the drumsticks
Mhm.
on a turkey, they have them little extra ligaments in it. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
Okay, you know,
I don't
it's
like
not a
those.
bone, but it's just them
It's not
extra
something you
little
want to
ligaments
chew
and
on.
stuff
Yeah.
that you can't chew or anything. Yeah.
Yeah. Some people like to chew on them.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Okay,
like turkey wings myself.
You got to understand, my wife, I'm going to put her on blast. She's right over there, probably not looking at me, not listening, but she'll take the little ligaments off wings and she'll just nibble on them. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, just there's plenty of meat on the wing. Why are you kind of like, no, you don't know anybody, Boo, that does this? It just
What,
like
on the
just
ligaments?
on the ligaments, she needs to get all the little hard pieces off. No.
No, I never.
See, Annie, you're weird.
Yeah, I know the legs, turkey legs have those extra ligaments.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can't use them as toothpicks like a chicken bone, a leg bone. They have that little toothpick built in on it. You got to snap it on, and you can use that as a toothpick. The little chicken bone.
Yeah.
That's why you never want to feed a dog a chicken leg, a drumstick.
Yeah, there's just pieces
unless you break it in half and take that little toothpick off of that leg.
Yeah.
You never want to feed your dog that bone.
My whole
unless
thing
you do
with
that.
I give, it could be anything. It could be a bone-in ribeye. And she's just
now what you was talking about on
little things in there.
You was talking about knowing on something. You're not talking about the crown of it, maybe, of the leg.
Everything, the little ligaments, like there's little.
Well, that would be the
little-
crown on
the
the
cartilage.
chicken leg.
The
but,
cartilage.
the cartilage.
She loves the cartilage, and I'm just thinking, like, you don't need to eat that.
Who likes that?
No, I don't eat the cartilage. I used to, suck the meat off of them.
You're weird, Annie. You're weird.
I chewed on the cartilage on like a drumstick on a piece of chicken. Only trying to get all that meat off,
That's I know on that too. Pork chop bones too, like a round steak or whatever. That bone marrow in there. When Mama used to cook a round steak and gravy, me and my dad would fight over that leg bone in there, the middle of it.
Yeah.
Just suck that middle out of there. Get it all in one shot.
Yeah. I can remember being a kid, and I would break open chicken bones, and I would spoon
The
that,
marrow.
the marrow.
Mhm.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's today's world is not recommended, in today's world, because all this chicken, no telling what they ate, what they fed them.
We've been buying they're little small chickens, but they're free range chickens. That's what we've been buying lately, just trying to buy better stuff, but whether it is or not, I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows what they're feeding us?
That's a fact. It's crazy.
Well, we up to 6 hours now, and I just got a notification saying that hey, you've been on 6 hours. Okay.
Yeah, I got to get off here. It's getting late.
Man, it's not normal that I go this long. I mean, well, I think about 3 weeks ago or a month ago, I went 7 hours. And I used to do that a long time ago,
It's only 11:15, guys. It's early.
Yeah, 1:15 our time. Me and Russ's time.
It's early. It's not even the next day yet.
Yeah, I was going to do a video tomorrow. I might put it off to Sunday now.
No, it's not that late for Russ. Yeah, 1:15. Yeah, nothing. See, me, Russ, and nothing. We're in the same time zone. She's in Texas. I'm in Louisiana. Russ is in Mississippi. So we spread. Okay, nothing. Me and Russ. We spread across that time zone. That's Bayou time. I call it Bayou time.
Yeah.
Central time.
Randy calls the East Coast time the gay ass time zone.
Yeah. You don't like the East Coast time zone.
Now
Or
he's
the
in
mountain
the
zone either.
yeah. Now he's in the mountain time.
Yeah, Colorado. I think he's on mountain time over there. If I'm not
he is.
mistaken. Yeah.
Yeah, he is. I wish I was on mountain time this time of year because it really cuts you short on doing videos outside. You got to get up early.
That's right.
I normally don't start my videos at 10, 11 o'clock, something like that. If I'm doing outside cook, I can't do it now.
I gotta do a cook tomorrow, and then just dreading it.
Yeah.
What
I
time
got
do
to
I
see what
get it
this rain
started?
is doing. 'Cause we've
Nothing
had
said
rain.
buy you some time too. Buy you time. It'll buy you some time. It depends on what time. It'll buy you some time.
Buy you some time. That's right.
I heard the people on the West Coast lost it this weekend over the election.
It wasn't just the West Coast; it was other places.
East Coast too.
If you look at the California map of the votes,
It was all red. California was almost all red except for LA County and a couple of coastal counties.
It's scary for the Democrats, I'll tell you that much, because if you see how much red it was in California, you'd be like, holy crap.
Yeah.
LA County accounts for LA County has Los Angeles County. LA County, Los Angeles. LA County has more people in it than over 3/4 of the United States itself.
Yeah,
Really?
California, it's its own country.
Yeah, well, LA County is its own country, just about, because that's a densely populated county.
Yeah.
County
Are you
is
in
more densely than New York City and Chicago and all that all put together.
The thing about the big three cities, San Francisco, LA, and New York, is New York is definitely the most people, but it's spread out more. LA is more concentrated, so it's very smaller, but it's more concentrated. And San Francisco kind of the in between New York and LA, where it's
Wow, I could not live in an area like that. Not nothing.
LA County
I just
has
too
how
many
many millions and millions of
people,
people just
man.
in that one little bitty
Yes.
county?
It's just
Millions.
so many
Like
people.
It's its own
30
country.
million people in that little county.
Yeah,
You're
if
in
you
LA,
ever come
right?
in, yeah, if you ever come to visit, you'll see it. You'll know it's its own country just because just the amount of people, the amount of traffic, everybody's doing its
Oh,
own
I
thing.
could not deal with it.
You
I'd go
have,
nuts.
you have the super rich and you have the super poor and you have the in between and you have all these different communities. You got the Asian communities, you got the Latino communities, you got everything in between. Like it's just one it's just like its own country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Never even been to California, but man, big cities like that would scare me to death.
It's scary. I'll give you that. It's definitely scary.
I can imagine.
All right,
I had
guys,
a
y'all want
chat-
to do y'all outros, say y'all goodbye. So, I'm sorry, Russ. Go ahead. Continue.
No, I was just gonna say I had a chance. I was within 200 miles of Chicago when I was in Illinois after Katrina, and I wouldn't even go up there. It's like, nah, I'm good.
Well, Chicago, Chi-Town is not that bad. It depends on what part of town you go to.
Yeah.
Murder capital of the world, but
Yeah.
other than that,
It's
Yeah, but
dangerous
I think
everywhere.
there's another city that took that place, New Orleans, that was I think second
Detroit.
or first.
yeah,
for a
New
while.
Orleans has been that.
No, there's another one. It's not a well known.
I think it's
place,
Detroit,
but
like number one.
It probably
Detroit.
is Detroit. Yeah.
no, it's something else. That's not the one I'm thinking of. I just read this about 2 weeks
Philadelphia.
ago. 2 weeks ago. No,
Philly?
it's something else. No, it's not a real well known town. It's fixing to be though.
Huh.
Yeah.
So,
I
but
don't know. All right,
anyway,
Larry.
when I do that, I'll let y'all know. I'll write it down as a
Yeah.
note in my journal, and I'll
But yes, good note.
I have a
Nothing.
journal, got, a little notepad. See,
All right,
You know,
hang
got a
on.
little- got a
We
little thing
we
right
can-
here.
We can solve this right now. Hey
Yeah,
Siri,
but look, see,
What-
it's empty.
what is?
That's how much I
Hang
do my
on.
notes.
Hangout is an established place where
Oh,
friends
crap.
hang out.
I was trying to ask Siri. Hey Siri, what is the murder capital of the United States?
Chicago is America's murder capital.
Ooh,
This
Chicago.
info is from aaenvironment.com.
Chicago, according to Siri.
Yeah.
Okay, that might have been Chicago then. I was thinking of instead of New Orleans, because everybody was like, New Orleans is the murder capital of the world.
It has been in the past. It
Okay,
has
well, it
been.
might have been Chicago that. No.
Chicago, man, they have
Chicago's
murders.
bad.
They have 60 to 70 murders a week over there. It's like clockwork.
pretty bad.
Man, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I think it's anywhere from Chicago, Detroit, and Oakland, California.
Oakland,
Those
yeah,
are-
that's another
those
bad
are-
one.
Oakland, man. My aunt used to live on the outskirts of Oakland, out in the country.
It used to be nice, dude. We talked about this on the live.
Yeah, we used
Oakland
to go
used
to
to be
Bourbon
amazing.
Street.
You know,
Yeah,
the whole Oakland Raiders, the Oakland A's.
My
right.
aunt used to come down, and when I was a kid, and that was my dad's sister. Okay, she married an engineer, or whatever, and they moved over there for his job, his work. But when they would come down, to visit the family down here, she would give me Oakland Raiders, like 3-ring binders for school, because I was in school at the time, elementary school. Oh yeah, and Oakland football team. So I was like, oh yeah, Oakland and the Saints was my team, because the Saints, I think they started in 1963 or 65. I forgot. But I'm always a Saints fan and Oakland Raiders. Now it's the LA Raiders. They moved to Las Vegas. So anyhow, I was. So me and my aunt were close. Aunt Sugar, her nickname was Sugar. Her real name was Alma. And then when the earthquake hit, remember the big earthquake in Oakland, where the interstates and all fell on top of
1989.
That was San
1989.
Francisco. and
Yeah,
Oakland.
1989.
Oakland.
I
Oakland.
was there.
All right,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, Oakland, San Francisco, yeah,
They're
but
twin
more
cities.
Oakland.
Yeah.
And they man, it was bad. So I immediately called my aunt, you know. And I had my radio shop at the time. I said, "Aunt Sugar, you okay?" She said, "Oh yeah, boo, I'm all right. I'm all right." Because I've been known as Boo since I was a tot. Okay, I mean small, you know.
There hasn't been no major earthquakes in California in a while, has there?
Not major like that. No.
Oh, I remember
no.
that with that double-decker bridge.
Yeah, that
Just
yeah.
freaking
It happened during the World.
Oh,
It happened during the World Series, guys.
Yes,
yeah,
it sure
yeah.
did.
The
Yeah,
World
it was
Series
the-
that year was going on, and the lights went out. They
I
lost
remember that. because-
contact
the-
with it was live on the TV station.
Yeah, and it was crazy because it was the San Francisco Giants versus the Oakland A's in
Yeah.
that World Series,
Mhm.
and then that earthquake happened.
Jose Canseco
Yeah.
days right
Yeah.
there. I remember because both my boys were in baseball, and man, they were just addicted to it, you know.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I
Yeah,
remember that.
1966. The Saints formed. There you go.
Yeah.
Loma Prieta.
Yeah, that's what it's
How
called.
you
the
say it? How do you say it?
Loma Prieta earthquake.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll roll my tongue on the R. Prieta.
Yeah.
I'm French, so I roll my tongue on the R's. French people do that.
Yeah.
I know Mexicans do, but
Oh.
Yeah.
My
Well, not
wife-
all R's, but most R's.
my
you
wife
roll your
was
tongue.
raised up in Alice, Texas, and she'll say all these Spanish words and roll her R's. I'm like,
Alice.
what'd you
That's
say?
not far
I
from
said, "Say it."
Alvin, is it? Alice
like,
is southeast Texas, I think, or below
yeah,
Houston somewhere. By
it's
Alvin?
it's way down there.
Yeah.
Alice,
Okay.
Texas. But she'll start rolling them R's. I said, talk to where I can understand you. I can't understand that.
French, you know, we roll our R's too. That's why people say, man, you know, you speak Mexican, you know, well. I'm like, Spanish, you know, well. I'm like, I don't speak it well. I just
French and Spanish
the
are
few
you're
words
close.
I know how to pronounce them. That's
Yeah, French.
all I can say.
Yeah, French. If you know a little bit of French, you know a little bit of Spanish. Boo.
I speak
Yeah,
South
because a lot of words are connected.
Yeah.
I
You know,
speak South
because it's
Mississippi. That's all I
with
understand.
Romance language.
Spanish,
Italian?
Italian, and French are the three romantic languages. Okay, now all those languages come from Latin language. Okay, the Latin, not Latinos, but Latin. Well, Latino comes from the main word Latin. Okay, so now
So what's
Spanish.
the difference in
Spanish.
Latin and Spanish? Spanish. Whatever.
Okay,
Latin is
Latin
very-
is a very old
old
language. Latin is your original language.
Yeah, a lot of words derive from Latin.
I thought
Yeah,
it was Hebrew or Greek.
That too.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're talking about a different part of the world. But your romantic languages.
Hey,
yeah,
I know
your
how to
romantic
speak
languages,
South
everything
Mississippi,
comes from
and that is
Latin.
it.
Because Latin is like Verde, Vente, Amate, or whatever. I came, I went, I saw, or when
I did work.
whatever,
I did work.
you know.
My pipe fitter at Ingles for a couple of years. His name is Jose. He's from Mexico, but he was a U.S. citizen, and I used to ask him every day to teach me dirty words, and I used to know a few of them. But
Hey Russ, if you want to learn
French before I was 5.
all the dirty words I know in French is merde, bidon,
But
saucisson.
he taught me how to
But-
say one thing,
But
and
Russ,
I
if you
still
want
don't know what it means. But I used to say it, and we had a bunch of Puerto Ricans that came to the shipyard and worked, and they would laugh, and I've said this on lives before, and people look at me like, I don't know what you're saying. But anyway, it was asquerosa, pegajosa, pendeja, like that. And I don't even know what it means, but
But if you want to learn the bad Spanish words, Russ,
yeah,
just ask Randy. He
Randy, yeah. He
He
knows.
knows them all. He
For sure.
comes in there and he's like, "Oh, come verga," and I'm like, "How, Randy? How do you know these words?" It's like, well, I work with a bunch of Mexicans over there, so I know what they say.
Hey, I remember not the last time, but one of the few times I went to Houston. My uncle Billy Joe was still alive. This is back in the early 90s. And we drove into Houston. I hadn't been there for a long, long time. We went in there to see a lot of my relatives. His brother and all lived there. And man, Mexicans were everywhere. It's just like they worked at all the convenience stores. The neighborhood was all Mexican. And I hadn't been to my uncle's house since like the 70s. From the 70s to the early 90s, it's like, holy crap. And that's why Randy knows so much of it, because it's heavily populated with Mexicans in Houston.
Randy knows them all. He surprises me sometimes. I'm like, that's a deep one. That
we don't have a whole lot here, but at that shipyard, they hired quite a few, but they were all legal. It wouldn't. Actually, I'll take that back. They had whoever raids these places. If you got illegal immigrants, they come in there. It wasn't our shipyard that hired them. It was subcontractors. That had them, and they were jumping off the bow of the ships and stuff into the river, trying to get away from immigration or whoever.
I was just thinking about this, Russ. Like this was a thing in the 80s and 90s. There used to be raids.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking about that today. I'm like, because they were thinking of like, oh yeah, Trump's gonna deport all of these immigrants or whatever. And then I'm like, my parents lived through that. Like they lived through raids.
Oh yeah.
Like they were they would just randomly come in there and just chase people off and arrest people. And that's what happened in the 80s and the 90s. Like that used to be the thing.
Yeah,
and it's just been so long where we're like, it seems
that he's going to do it too.
Yeah,
all these illegals,
and now
the illegals.
And now it seems like a foreign thing. Like what? Like this happened? I'm like, no. Like just look back in history. This used to be a thing. Like
now, I'll tell you something else. Like when Pearl Harbor was attacked.
Yeah,
it was done that way with all the people over here from Japan.
Mm-hmm.
They I don't know if they were deported or whatever, but boy, they were treated bad. But they were U.S. citizens being treated like that because they were Japanese.
Yeah, and the Germans and Germans.
You said about
American Germans that were here. I mean, like 2 generations, and those Germans were held in camps.
Yeah.
Okay. It's kind of like jail, but not really jail. I know. So that they could not be spies, for the Germans. They held them in camp. Okay.
A lot of Germans come to this country. Even New Orleans has got a big
in the 1800s
German town. I mean, they're everywhere.
Okay.
All I know.
I'm gonna give you a big example right now. The French movement, okay, the Spanish movement, okay. Louisiana was by the French, South Louisiana, and then the Spanish, then it was French again, South Louisiana, okay.
Yeah.
And then Bonaparte bought Louisiana from the Spanish. Napoleon did that, and that's the Louisiana Purchase.
Yeah, he pretty much gave it away. I remember that.
No, actually, Napoleon bought it from the Spanish. Louisiana Purchase. He's the one that bought it.
Okay.
And from the Spanish. Now, okay, all right. Let's forget about that. What I was starting on was the Spanish, Louisiana, then the French, then the German movement came in. Okay, the German movement came South Louisiana. because Austrians actually, Austria Germans, you know, 'cause Germany and Austria is right there, and then there's Belgium was a country close to France, but Austria, there's a lot of French-speaking people in Austria also. So, okay, those Austrians and Austrian Germans came down here, and that's what gave us that Cajun accordion. It was the Austrians that brought that here, that 10-button or 11-button accordion, and we copied that later. We copied that, and because Cajun French music was the fiddle and the tifa and the guitar. Yeah. Then the Austrians came in, and we incorporated that accordion in our Cajun French music.
Boo! You don't have to tell me about the accordion. Like you understand that I'm Mexican, right? Like the
they have that. Y'all have that little concertina thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of German influence in Mexican culture. People don't know this.
Yeah,
but like our music,
there's a lot of German influence in the Cajun culture down here too.
Yeah, you go look up some Mexican music right now, and go look up narco corridos on your Spotify, and you can hear some hardcore accordion. And it's gonna be the gangster rap. You know the 90s gangster rap of the 90s. It's gonna be all in Spanish, and you're gonna hear accordion music, and it's gonna be a bunch of Mexicans rapping about, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna bury your daughters, and that's what our culture is now. The accordion music and these they call them narco corridos. That's the specific music genre. If you ever want, if you're ever bored, if you want to look into it, that's what it's called.
Have you ever heard of Freddie Fender?
Oh yeah.
No.
Okay. No. Really?
Freddie
Never
Fender.
heard of Freddie Fender.
He was from the 70s. He was a country music singer.
Country, Spanish singer.
Yeah, he was Mexican.
That lived in Lafayette, Louisiana. Okay.
Yeah,
and he was the one that made Before the Next Teardrop Falls.
Yeah.
And I'll be there until the next teardrop. Anyway, he made he lived in Lafayette, Louisiana for years and made music videos at the TV station in Lafayette, Channel 10, TV 10. All his videos back then, like at Passepartout in the morning, Passepartout was like pass it around. Passepartout in French means pass it around. His videos were there every morning. He made them right there at Channel 10 in Lafayette. Along with the Cajun guys and all that. But he was a real popular guy in Louisiana, Texas. He
was on mainstream radio.
Oh, he was, America.
And TV.
Yeah, TV, everything. But his first videos were in Lafayette, Louisiana.
Boo! Yeah. I don't want you to think I'm like some sort of prude, because I'm all in on the oldies. I'm all about this.
Oh no problem on that.
You're just
Freddie Fender.
You're
Freddie
young
Fender.
to remember him.
But
yeah. See, I'm 60 years old.
No, you have to understand
65 or something.
Yeah, you have to understand that, like, Johnny Cash. If you were to just throw up a Johnny Cash song,
I love Johnny Cash. I was raised on his music.
50 song, I would know it. I was like, I love those old.
Freddie Fender was never as big as Johnny Cash or some names like that.
I'm not saying that. No.
But now I'm gonna look at him.
For a time,
he's on my radar now, Boo.
for a time, he was very popular.
Yeah,
a lot of them were. Remember Charlie Rich? He was making hits about the time Freddie Fender.
Charlie Pride,
Charlie Rich, the gray-headed guy.
I know Charlie Rich. Oh yeah, but you're talking about Behind Closed Doors, the Silver Fox.
That guy,
the Silver Fox. Yeah.
There was a lot of them around that era, like in the 70s. And
that name sounded like Don Rich. But Charlie Pride was a big country singer too.
Oh,
black guy.
He's from Mississippi. I like Charlie Pride.
Yeah. Charlie Pride is from Sledge, Mississippi. A
Yes.
little bitty town in Sledge, Mississippi. If y'all don't
Yeah.
believe me, look it up. But anyway, that accordion music, the Austrians came here and we copied that accordion, but made it with a little the reeds were a little bit different. Now there's 5 major accordion builders in South Louisiana, the biggest 5. Okay, that there's other smaller, carpenters, cabinet makers that make these accordions, and they sound good too. They just don't have that big name because Marc Savoy, Junior Martin, and that bunch.
Well, it's
Yeah.
funny though. You can take that one instrument, and depending on what kind of music, it can sound totally different.
Yeah.
Oh
Like he
yeah,
said,
oh yeah,
Mexican
Yeah.
music, and then you
That's
go
what
to
I'm saying.
Cajun.
yeah.
It don't even resemble.
fact.
There's this meme going on TikTok right now. Is this German song, right? This German
Mhm.
song that just took off. It's accordion music, and then you have a bunch of us Mexicans be like, that sounds like our music, and they're just like, you go through that feed, and there's just a bunch of just us Mexicans just dancing to the music because it's very familiar, and it's like
Yeah.
just this very German song we don't understand. It's all German lyrics, and there's like it just spawned hundreds and hundreds of video of either people just doing just dancing to it, people translating it. It's just all over the map. It's just because the music, the German. A lot of people don't understand this, but there's a lot of German influence in Mexican culture, just not with music and cooking too. There's a lot of German
Well,
influence
that's like
in cooking.
Vietnam.
Yeah.
Their cooking is heavily influenced by French.
Yeah.
So that they were under the French occupation for so long,
Mhm.
and
Right.
like their banh mi sandwich, that's
Mhm.
French bread, But a lot of
Mhm.
their cooking really pairs well with Cajun cooking.
Yeah.
I've done the Viet Cajun crawfish, Viet Cajun
Yeah.
shrimp. Freaking delicious, man. You're taking
Yeah.
2 cultures and combining them. It's the
Yeah.
perfect fusion food. If you ever try it, I ain't lying to you. It is,
Yeah.
man, it's good.
Yeah.
I sit there and made that stuff. I'm like, man, I said, I'm fixing to piss some Cajuns off. But if they ever tried this and say it ain't good, they're lying. It's that freaking good. It really ups the game,
It's nuts. It's crazy, and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I love the cultural, just the fact that hey, you got some German influence, you got some French influence, you got English influence, just everything in here, across all the world. And that to me is just amazing, right? Especially as foodies, because I consider ourselves all foodies, right? We love food.
Oh yeah.
If someone was just to put a strange dish in front of you and tell you, hey, this is good, try it, and you try it and it's absolutely delicious, you can be like, hell yeah, I'm all on board,
Yeah.
And
If
and
it
that's
tastes
what it's all
good,
about.
I'm all over it, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't care where it come from, but
Yeah.
I tried that the first time with some Dungeness crab. I'm like, oh my God, this is good. And then the second time I did it with blue crab and shrimp. And it was this Viet Cajun seafood. And oh my God, it's like, how can I ever go back to the way I used to do it? It just ups it up so much. Heavy with, I don't know. You just have to taste it, man. It's outstanding.
There's your 10-button diatonic accordion right there.
There it is.
That's just
that got a
one example of it. This one right here, I think this is this one has a diamond. I think this one here is Coca-Cola. No, that's Tiger Stripe Maple. He made some. This is the guy that worked on my accordion that redid mine. This is a maple accordion that was painted white. And there's that crawfish. There's a lot of Cajun musicians that use that Martin accordion brand. It's not showing it that good right there. Let's see if this picture shows it. Martin accordions. Richard LaBeouf plays that. Steve Riley plays the Martin accordion and the Savoy accordion. But anyway, Steve Riley, Wayne Toops. I'm pretty sure
Oh, I know
that
who
name
he
rings
is.
a bell. Wayne
Oh yeah,
Toops.
big time. Wayne Toops. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Mrs. Peaches, how you doing, son? Good to see you here.
Yeah, I didn't know the rest
Minnesota,
of them
yeah.
you just
I went to
mentioned, but
Minnesota. I brought my accordion up there when I was on vacation, and they were like they didn't know how to play it because they played the concertina up in Hutchinson, Mississippi. Up in them dairy towns,
mhm.
because a lot of Germans up there.
Hmm.
Don't play that song alive. You get
Yeah,
demonetized.
don't put it on there because it's gonna demonetize you. Because it's
What song? That was just a picture of an accordion.
I put a link on there.
Oh,
on it.
I see it right here. Okay.
Click on it on your own time, and that's
Okay.
a song.
Well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna right click on that link,
Yeah.
and it's gonna open up a little thing saying
Yeah.
"Open link in new tab." So everybody else do that too. Right
Yes.
click on the link, and it'll come up a little window, and you
But
click
yeah,
on Open
that
new
that
tab,
song
and it's still gonna keep you right here, and then you can go back to that
yeah,
later.
that song
Yeah.
went extremely viral, and you have that video link is just going to show you a bunch of. It's going to show you one Mexican dancing to it, but once you click on it, it's just going to open up a bunch of people dancing to it, singing to it, explaining the lyrics. It's going to bring you onto this whole thing. So click at your own risk.
Shade Tree said Shade Tree Shack, which we all know him, right? He's
Yeah.
in the barbecue community. He said, "Don't do tiki taki high."
And I don't blame you at all. TikTok is very just very iffy.
Is it a TikTok video? Oh, it is.
It is.
Okay, but is it a YouTube TikTok style video? Because
I'm sure it's on
people
YouTube, but
transfer it.
I've seen it on
No.
TikTok just because I've been
Yeah.
I've been
'Cause
visiting
I don't have a TikTok account or whatever,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I see I click on videos. It's on YouTube. I think it is
Yeah.
anyway, but it's a TikTok video.
I'm sure it's on
something like that.
YouTube. I'm sure it made it on YouTube just because it was everywhere. But
Well, I don't have a TikTok account, but that doesn't stop me from watching a TikTok video though.
Yeah, exactly. TikTok is very weird. The only thing the only thing I've been watching on TikTok is I'm gonna lose a lot of points here on the Democratic Party, but I've been listening to a lot of Candace Owens. I love Candace Owens. If she
Candace, yes.
If she were to run for president,
fine little mofo too. Now,
if she were to run for president, my God, she would get my vote.
I'd dance with her any day. Hell yeah, she makes sense.
She makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Let's
she breaks stuff down.
Yeah, let us not get political, but like
I'm done. She breaks stuff down and makes sense out of the whole equation. Okay,
exactly.
Like 2 + 2 = 4, right?
Yeah.
No, not
okay.
The last follow-up.
No.
All right. Now, what is this nonsense about this hardcore math or whatever? Common Core?
No. Here's her Candace Owens in a just wrapped around. It would be like everyone's saying 2 + 2 is 1. It should be like, what the fuck are you thinking? Like 2 + 2 is 4. This is why 2 + 2 is 4. Like here's like 2 beers. You got 2 beers and under 2 beers, it's 4 beers. Like what the fuck are you thinking?
Yeah, 2 beers
and
here,
she
2 beers here. 2 + 2 =
what is
4.
2 + 2 is not 1. Like what the fuck are you thinking? Like
Common
she'll
Core
get down
math.
to that level.
I mean, Common Core math is like 2 times 12. 2 times 12 = 24, and then you divide 24 by 6, and that gives you 4.
Yeah.
What? No, just do 2 times 2, and that's 4.
That,
Idiots.
Yeah, idiots.
She's my hero, and I wish she really run for president at some point.
No, I'd jitterbug with her any day. And I would vote for her too. Not just because she's a woman, not just because she's.
No, it's not about that.
Black.
It's not about.
But I would vote.
I don't even see that.
She has a brain in her head.
I don't even see all of that, boo. I just see like she makes sense. I'm gonna vote for her.
That's what I'm talking about. She has a brain.
And I
she knows
hate
how
to
to
get
use
political again. I wish you don't keep these lives up. But I also want to say, like, hey, she's got a brain on her.
That's what I'm talking. I said the same
Kamala
exact
did not
thing.
have a brain on her. It's like it's black and white to me. You know what I mean? So
Anyway,
that's all I'm gonna say.
I can't wait to pop this top. It's not going to be tonight, though, because I do have some rum in the background over there. I do have some rum, and I did make some homemade strawberry daiquiris earlier, and I have a link up in here somewhere. No, I don't. That you can click on. That you can't click on for that homemade strawberry daiquiri recipe. I don't have a link, but it was good. You know, I made a whole picture of it.
Wow.
And it was only 3/4 of a cup of rum, Bacardi rum in it. That's all I had in there was 3/4 cup. I lied too. It was 1 cup of rum. But in that mixer, you know, y'all see me do that earlier. Yeah, I made it while I was live before you showed up, Sal.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you bringing me
strawberry
on.
daiquiris, you know, Louisiana thing. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You gotta give me
When you
that.
said that earlier, I Googled that to see where daiquiris come from. It comes from Daiquiri, Cuba.
Jamaica.
Cuba.
Oh, daiquiri,
Yeah,
Cuba.
Cuba.
Okay. I was going to say Jamaica, but yeah.
You don't
okay.
believe me? Hang on.
No, I believe you. I believe you.
But do you believe Siri?
Oh, no. I don't know about that.
daiquiris.
Now, it did
Daiquiris
say a
is like-
famous drink.
But anyway, it is, but it's
a
a South Louisiana real popular. We have daiquiri shacks in every small town in Southwest Louisiana. We have daiquiri shacks everywhere. They call them shacks. You drive up to them, or it's a little bar room, you know, a small bar, but they have a drive up window and say, hey, give me a large strawberry daiquiri. Boom. And they have them machines like Russ got. SJ.
Now, this
Sal?
one is one.
Yeah, you know
that's
that
what I think
machine?
of the like.
There's
SJ
a
got?
famous
Yeah.
drink in New Orleans.
Oh,
A hurricane, probably.
yeah.
What is it?
That looks
Sazerac.
fancy.
That's right.
Sazerac. Oh, that's yeah, I've heard of that. That's I'm not familiar with it that much because that's kind of a one
Yeah.
of those Long Island tea style drinks.
That'll get you drunk.
It says, what drink is
cosmopolitan,
Louisiana
it's
known
in-
for? I figured it would be the hurricane, but that's more of a New Orleans thing.
What
would
is that,
be remiss
Sazerac?
not to
What's it
mention
made
the
with?
official- Actually, that is a New Orleans, and the drink, widely known as America's first cocktail, the Sazerac.
Yeah. Yeah, because New Orleans was one of the first founded cities in the South.
That's
The
all
South
that
was founded,
hundreds
all of
of
the-
years ago.
all
Wow.
of the Cuban drinks that I know is the piña colada and
Piña colada.
and the Cuba Libre.
Well,
Libre.
from what I've read earlier, daiquiri, there's a place called Daiquiri, Cuba,
Cuba.
Okay.
and
Mhm.
that's where it originated.
That
from.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm all about the Cuba Libre. It's good stuff. Get some rum in there.
Oh yeah, I love rum.
Yeah.
That's one of my.
Russ,
rum is
I
like-
struck a chord with you, huh?
Oh yeah, I love rum, man. That's one of my favorites.
I just
Rum
gotta
make you dumb. Let me get my rum.
I mean, I'm
In fact,
a beer guy, but kind of like that Maker's Mark. That was bought and purchased for a recipe, but I only got to use 1 ounce of it.
Not sponsored by, but Bacardi. Not 151 neither. Just regular
I
Bacardi.
can't deny the mojitos. The mojitos are very simple to make, and they're a hit.
Oh, let
You
me
know?
show you some good rum. Hang on, I'll be back.
I'm alone here, but let me tell you the chat. If you want to make some mixed drinks, remember the 2-1-1 ratio. I'm going to write it down in the chat. The 2-1-1 ratio means 2 shots of alcohol, 1 shot of simple syrup, and 1 shot of sour. And that is going to change your life. As soon as you know that ratio, you can make any drink. Because all of a sudden you can make a margarita. Take 2 shots of tequila, take 1 shot of simple syrup or agave nectar, and 1 shot of lime juice, and you got yourself a margarita. It's that simple. Whiskey sour, 2 shots of whiskey, 1 shot of honey, and 1 shot of lemon. You got yourself a whiskey sour. At 2-1-1 is the ratio to go, and that is a Pampero.
Yeah, that's some good rum.
Anniversario. That looks legit.
That is a dark rum. We've been buying this for years. It's really good.
Pampero.
Yeah.
Pampero.
From Venezuela.
Venezuela. Oh, yeah.
So I'm gonna make
what is that? What type of alcohol is it?
That's rum.
Rum. Okay. Really? From Venezuela?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, it's really good. It's a
Yeah,
dark
but
rum.
that would make sense, you know.
I'm trying to get it out of the bottle, but
I
did
have
a video not long ago actually using some of this. I can't remember now what the video was. Oh well, I can't get it out of here.
Let me show this while you're trying to do that.
Look at that.
Merry Christmas. What's cooking with Cajun? And that's an apron, a miniature apron right there.
Nice.
There we go.
And I'm pretty sure y'all will recognize this. The wax.
Nice.
Yeah, that's old charter
Maker's Mark
right there.
Is that a
That
Maker's
was-
Mark?
Yeah, I mean, Maker's Mark, not old charter. When I had my bar room in Grosset years and years ago, Maker's Mark and Old Charter was 2 of the favorite whiskeys. And Maker's Mark, you know, and both of them were expensive back then. But yeah, this is Maker's Mark. That was my first ever bottle that I had bought. And then Miss Ida Herring, she makes my hats. She's an embroiderer and quilter, making homemade quilts. And she makes my channel hats. She made this apron. She made me some cooking aprons from my cooking channel, which Cooking with Cajun. In fact, I got.
Does that fit?
There. What?
That apron.
No, that's a miniature. That's a miniature apron she made for me.
So Russ,
Yeah.
I got a
Oh
recipe
wait,
for
let me
you.
see that. Let me see. Wait,
Take
hold
2
on.
shots of that rum.
There we go.
1 shot of simple syrup and 1 shot of lemon juice, and you top it with some lemon club soda, and you got yourself a nice mojito.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Yeah, a dark
Anniversary.
mojito.
We've been buying that kind of rum for about the past 10 years,
Mm-hmm.
and that's all we buy when it comes to rum.
See, this is a miniature cooking
I'll tell you that.
apron.
I'll buy the Kraken every now and then if I want a big bottle, because this stuff's pretty expensive. But yeah, it's pretty good.
the only thing bad about this, it was near our deep fryer
It
for
looks toasty.
a long time. Yeah, well, you know the grease
Yeah,
splashing out of
yeah,
the
it
deep
looks
fryer.
toasty.
So, but this is a cooking apron,
2
a
shots of
miniature
alcohol,
one that
1 shot of simple syrup, and 1 shot of sour. 2 shots of rum, 1 shot of simple syrup, 1 shot of lemon juice. Okay, topped with lemon club soda equals mojito. Is that pronounced mojito or mojita? No, I'm just joking.
You got it right, Mojito. I'm just telling them that the most simple thing is the ratio is 2-1-1. So you
Okay.
take two shots of any alcohol, 1 shot of sweet, and 1 shot of sour, and you got yourself a good cocktail.
Okay.
So a margarita, you take 2 shots of tequila, 1 shot of simple syrup, and 1 shot of lemon juice, and you got yourself a margarita.
See, I love
That's
tequila
fun.
too. That's one of
Yeah.
my favorites, actually.
And with rum, you take 2 shots of rum, 1 shot of simple syrup, and 1 shot of some sort of lemon, and then
Yeah.
you top it up with some club soda, and you got yourself a mojito.
See, I love tequila and orange juice. I
Yeah.
used to drink it with the grenadine, but I
Yeah.
just got to where that's a little too sweet. So just
Mhm.
orange juice and tequila I love.
Yeah, yeah, and then your orange juice has a little bit of you got your sugar and your sour, so
Yeah.
you don't need so you get just 2 shots of orange juice and then your 2 shots of tequila, and you got yourself a cocktail.
Yeah. I usually go half glass of tequila,
Yeah.
and then whatever fills.
Half glass of tequila. My God.
tequila.
That's the reason I don't bob very often, man. I'm just get me started on that. Holy crap.
And that's one of the things I want to do on my channel. I eventually want to mix in a drink into the food, like, hey, let's have some tacos and have a margarita,
Yeah, you should, man. Absolutely.
Just anything that make you stand out, because
I'm actually subscribed to a few channels that do nothing but alcohol related stuff,
Yeah,
and I'll
that's
tell
good
you what
stuff.
made me subscribe to them. I did a video a couple of years ago when I was shooting over at Derek's place,
Mhm.
and I had a company reach out that paid me to do this. I guess I got rid of it, but anyway, it's a box. I can't even remember who it's from, but it's a box of mixers and stuff for different drinks. It came with a recipe book and all this stuff, and I was trying to learn how to do that where you twirl the napkin and lay it. And I got it. It's on the video where I'm doing that. I twirl that thing and go down. Then I sit to drink, and anyway, but during the course, I subscribed to a few channels that teach all these bar tricks,
Yeah.
and yeah, so
Good stuff. It's good.
Oh,
It's good
yeah.
to learn, and
Yeah.
and it's fun, right?
Yeah, it was. And it was like a little commercial inside of one of my videos. I think it was the video where I did it barbecue lasagna, but it was somewhere around then.
Lasagna. What is this about, Russ? I want to look that up.
Yeah. Well,
Barbecue
if you ever
lasagna.
do it, don't do like I did. I use that pasta that you don't boil, that it cooks in its thing. Use real lasagna noodles and boil them, then make it.
My
This
ears.
was
I don't know if
actually
you
done
noticed,
with
my ears went like.
yeah. It's good. It's barbecue lasagna. Make
Yeah.
the same thing, but just use real lasagna noodles that you boil. At least get them al dente, then finish it.
Yeah, because Malcolm Reed was talking about. I still don't know what it is. Like he talks about
Reed, that sounds familiar.
barbecue spaghetti. I don't know what that is. I haven't looked into his videos, but he keeps talking about it in his podcast. But I'm like, now
I
I'm
think
wondering
it would be similar to the lasagna, actually.
because
It's really
he's
good.
talking about it. It's like, oh yeah,
Mm.
barbecue spaghetti. That's a big thing. That's delicious. And
Yeah.
I keep wanting to like look it up and see what he's talking about, see what it is. But he swears by it. So,
I did a spaghetti. I don't know, man. Time just seems to be flying. I want to say a year ago, but it's probably more like a year and a half ago.
Mhm.
But it was called the Assassin Spaghetti.
Mhm.
And that stuff, if you like spaghetti, like Italian, man, it's so concentrated and it's so rich.
Mhm.
I love that. It's just kind of a pain for me to make it, but when I do make it, that is my preferred way to do spaghetti.
Yeah.
Period.
Right.
It don't have a meat.
You know
it
what's
don't
a good spaghetti is a chicken spaghetti.
Yeah.
Like drumsticks and thighs of drumsticks and wings. I'm not talking about just put a whole chicken in it. I'm talking about chicken pieces.
Yeah.
But the legs and the thighs have a little fat on it.
Mm-hmm.
If you would ever eat, and we over here in my household, we have eaten more chicken spaghetti and pork steak spaghetti.
I've
Pork
done
chop,
shrimp. I've
because
done
of the
shrimp
fat in it.
spaghetti.
Shrimp spaghetti is awesome too, but
Yeah.
it has that little flavor. But you don't want to do like a big pot of it. I like a shrimp spaghetti, but a blonde shrimp
Ooh.
spaghetti.
Like
Yeah.
with an Alfredo or something.
Yeah, instead of the tomato sauce, because to me the tomato sauce takes it away from the shrimp.
Yeah.
The tomato sauce you want with the fatty meat, like
Mhm.
chicken or pork chops. That's what make that chicken spaghetti, that fat and that chicken fat
Yeah.
makes that chicken spaghetti pop. Oh yeah. Hey, we haven't ate
Kinda-
meatball spaghetti in this house in a
Yeah.
long time.
Well, this assassin spaghetti I'm talking about, it has no meat in it. It is strictly
Really?
pasta and tomato, and you just have to watch a video how I do it.
Wow.
And you
okay.
don't boil the noodles; you put them in dry, and the sauce that you got in there, which is basically, well, you have to watch it, but it starts absorbing the moisture, and
I
that's
like mine al dente.
well, this gets cooked actually by the sauce. And when it's all said and done, this sauce is just clinging to it and it's not watery no more. You boil
Okay.
all that moisture out of it, and it's just a big plate. It's good and it's spicy. You got to put pepper flakes in it. I got
Yeah.
a tub of them here somewhere.
I'll-
Yeah.
That's
It's good.
Okay.
That's what I was talking to Russ. Like I was emailing him about it. This Cajun rub. I want to do a Cajun chicken pasta dish, and I feel like that's exactly what you're describing. I want that, like the pasta just absorb all the
Yeah.
chicken, and then I want a nice like white sauce. I don't want
Right.
tomato to take away from it, and I think it's gonna be good.
I think it would be, and I would kind of, I mean, you can do it however you got in your mind, but I'm sitting there thinking, because I know how powerful that flavor can be when you take a seasoning like I gave you and actually blacken it. It's the blackening technique, like it's a Cajun thing, and that just makes it really robust in flavor.
I want that. Like I just want to cook the chicken, just loaded with flavor.
Yeah,
and I
that
want
would
to
do
collect some of that juice, and then just to make up that.
That sounds
gravy.
good, man. That
And then
sounds
just
great.
shred the hell out of that chicken, make a nice pasta, and I feel like it's gonna be good. Like,
It can't help but be good. I guarantee you it would be good. I've got a video. I can't remember which one it is, but I make like a homemade Alfredo.
Yeah,
and that was good. Like that could pair with a lot of dishes like that. It's homemade. It's not out of a jar, and I think I just Googled it is all I did, and then I kind of twisted it to be my own or whatever.
and it's gonna be one of those things, Russ. Like it's not gonna get any views because how would you even how would people even know about this? Like how would you even people search for it? It's just gonna be one of those unknowns. But I love creating those recipes just because I know they're good, and I enjoy making them, and I know the food is fantastic. So
Blackened Alfredo. Let's see.
like at that
See,
point,
vendredi passé, Condragon.
Blackened Alfredo Cajun chicken pasta.
Now,
It don't
like
matter,
a
man. It'd be in your
pastelaya.
library. It will be in your library of videos. Oh God!
Just
Here comes
jumped into the
Hiko.
SDR world. Really? Really? Wow.
What's the
Well,
SDR
cool
world?
deal. SDR is ham radio,
Oh, okay. I hadn't
but
even
it's a
turned mine
different
on.
type
And
of digital. And I got a couple of friends of mine that do that. I don't do that. Software defined radio. I don't do the digital type deal like packet radio and God dog it, I'm on the spot here. C'est vendredi, right? Yeah, vendredi passé.
yeah.
You know,
Oh, it is. It's no longer Friday
it's
anymore.
it's
Damn.
Saturday. Yeah, vendredi passé. You know,
Sunday?
Friday passed. Friday's
it
behind us.
Sunday.
Passé.
Saturday's
Vendredi passé. It's
But
past.
Saturday's-
Friday's past. Friday's gone. We early in the mornings of Saturday.
it's
Sunday.
almost time for cartoons.
Yeah, there you go.
Cartoons and a bowl of cereal.
Yes, a big bowl. You imagine if it was, Russ, imagine you wake up tomorrow, you're 10 years old. What will you do? Saturday cartoons. What will you pick up? I would pick up a big bowl,
Yeah.
dump a bunch of milk on there, get your favorite cereal. What's your favorite cereal?
Mine?
Rice Krispies.
Captain
Rice
Crunch
Krispies.
with crunch berries.
Yeah,
It
I would
used
throw
to
a bunch of-
be Raisin Bran without the raisins.
I'm gonna be a dork and just say I'm gonna throw a bunch of just
Fruit Loops.
Lucky Charms. Just
Yeah.
throw a bunch of charms. I want my milk to just look all weird.
Yeah, I used to do Lucky Charms just because of the marshmallows.
Yeah, just I want.
But
my
I would
milk
eat everything,
weird.
Tarina will still buy me. It's not, I don't think it's brand name, but it's like at Walmart, them big bags of, it's Captain Crunch with crunch berries is what it is. Tastes just like the original brand.
Yeah,
And
there's crunch berries right there.
now she's having to watch what she eats. So I told her, I said, well, maybe I need to watch what I eat. So
And
she comes in the other day with Special K and Cheerios. I'm like, oh God, where's my crunch berries?
and you know what? The first cartoon I want to watch as soon as I turn on the TV, I watch the Looney Tunes. I just want to watch,
Yeah.
the Roadrunner and the Coyote just doing.
Yeah, the old school stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I want to see, And then I'm gonna follow it up with some Ninja Turtles. I love the Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
So let's watch some Ninja Turtles right after that.
Man, I can remember growing up in the 60s and 70s. We'd watch our cartoons, whatever they were. And then if you keep watching long enough, of course, our mom would always interrupt us and we had to clean house, me and my sisters. And we'd do that real quick. We'd go back in there. And then American Bandstand would come on, with Dick
man.
Clark.
Russ, you're
Man.
tapping in. You don't understand my knowledge of these oldies. You don't
Yeah.
understand. I love all cornflakes cereal.
Cornflakes.
Plain old cornflakes. Yeah. Plain cornflakes.
But Russ, I'm all about what
Now,
is it?
here's Raisin Bran without the raisin. Okay.
Bran flakes.
Yeah, Raisin Bran without the raisin. And here's Misty's favorite.
Look at it. It's in the bag.
Lucky Charms.
Lucky Charms.
That's some
With
good cereal.
marshmallows and the rainbow. Yeah, the little leprechaun. Yeah.
I used to like to take like Frosted Flakes, and if I got corn flakes, I'd
you gotta
put a
do
lot
that
of sugar
combo.
on it, and I'd
combo.
cut up a banana and put the banana in there with the corn
The
flakes.
combination was excellent.
Yeah,
You had to
That's the
figure
only
out
thing we would have.
what was the perfect cereal to mix. I think the cornflake was the standard, right? You
It
have to mix
was.
them
Corn
Yeah.
flakes was the standard. Add
You
sugar
put
for
a
frosted
Fruit
flakes.
Loop
That
in
didn't
there,
work.
or the tricks, or whatever other thing with the cornflake. It's amazing.
Have y'all ever watched I think it's on Discovery, but anyway, it's like they got a bunch of different series, but it's like The Men Who Built America. And one of them I watched, oh no, The Food That Built America. And
Yeah, well,
and one of them was about cereal and how it got started with Kellogg's. And the one brother was like a doctor at this mental hospital.
yeah.
And
Uh-huh.
he developed this cereal to give to the patients, and his
Right.
brother was sitting there looking to see how popular it was, and he was sitting there thinking of dollar signs and everything. But that, long story short, that's how Kellogg's become a company. And then
Right.
they had this
Right.
guy in there that was at the mental hospital, and he stole a lot of their information, and he started the company Post.
No,
Like,
that was the other brother. There were two brothers, and one
yeah,
of
no,
them
no,
was in
no.
charge, a doctor at the hospital, and the other
Yeah.
was a younger brother. That's what
The
they
younger
did.
brother started the Kellogg's, but they had a guy that was in the hospital that was there for treatment, and he broke in and stole a lot of the tricks and everything to making the cereal, and he started his own company, Post Toasties. And watch it. I just watched it again.
I did, but there were two brothers. One
Yes.
was a doctor at the mental hospital, and the other was a younger brother, and he helped out, and one of them stole his recipe, and he got sued by his brother.
The brother sued him because he claimed he didn't have no rights to it. He didn't want no part of making money with it. He didn't want nothing to do with it. The place ended up burning to the ground, but the younger brother ended up winning the lawsuit because he was using the name Kellogg's. That's what the lawsuit was about. But there was still a guy, the Post guy, that started Post cereals. That you just have to watch it again.
Okay,
I watched it
no,
like
no, no.
3
I
times.
didn't watch the video. I
This
read
stuff
it.
is-
I read it in history books when I was younger, and then I looked it up later in life on a computer, and it still matched it.
Well, I'm just
The
telling
two
you.
brothers, they had two cereal companies.
Yeah. No, they did not. There was only one brother that started it. He was the younger brother. The older brother didn't want nothing to do with it. He was running this mental hospital.
Yeah, correct.
And then this guy, his younger brother, started making all this money and making a name, and he sued him for using the name Kellogg's, but he had legal rights to it because his name was Kellogg. And
Yeah,
he ended up winning the lawsuit. But the guy that stole everything, his last name was Post. I know you've heard of Post Toasties. That's how they come in.
I heard of Post cereal. Post
Yeah.
actually made Raisin Bran.
If
Not
you have
this one right here, but Post is actually Raisin Bran.
if you have Amazon Prime or Netflix, look for
I
that.
do.
I
Discovery.
have to look that up now.
Look for it's one of the first episodes, The Food That Built America. That's all you gotta do is watch it.
I need to see this.
Right. SJ says, I think I'm drunk. You know what? I've been trying to
You
get
don't
out of
need to
here
do
for an
that.
hour and a half, huh?
I told you, Boo, that I was already tipsy before I
No, you did say, I think I'm drunk. And then that was 4 hours ago.
I know,
I'm
it's
like, no, you're not drunk.
You need to jump beyond here.
But that's
you know,
before you
I-
jumped in here, though.
It's like,
Okay,
do
well,
you
anyway,
really-
I want to show Coin Dragon something. This is the guy that invented the Tesla coil. Okay, Coin Dragon in here. I mean, I've been knowing Coin Dragon for a long time. And anyhow, I want to show him something right here. Here's my my curve tracer, Coin Dragon. I got some stuff in the mail. I'm gonna make a video on it. I think tomorrow. It's a mail call. It's my curve tracer. Well, it's an octopus. Octopussy, like James Bond. There's your two outs for your oscilloscope, two ends for your your components. This is a box that I bought a long time ago. Had to do a nibble out, for the thing with my nibblers, that, and all that. And anyhow, there's all kind of shit inside of here. Okay, a transformer, 6.3 volt filament transformer, standoffs inside. I got to do a video on that too. But anyway, Coin Dragon, one of my latest projects right there.
Here you go. Post stole a Kellogg's recipe for cornflakes, which he dubbed Post Toasties. Then there's one at the top that says Post has been accused of stealing several of Kellogg's recipes, including Kellogg's caramel coffee cereal, Postum, cornflakes, toasties, and malted nuts, grape nuts. He stole all them recipes from Kellogg's.
Yeah, grape nuts is one of the first ones that came out before the bran flakes.
But he
grape
stole
nuts
all,
was the original cereal, but it was in a round crumbly.
I like grape nuts. I still like them.
I when I was a kid, let's see, when I was probably about 7, 8 years old, I told my mom, I said, I'd like to try that out. She says, okay. So she got me the smallest box they made, and they were good, but they wasn't, because that guy that did the grape nuts commercial, he had that certain voice, okay, that little kind of not raspy, but certain voice that made grape nut cereal sound good. Yeah. I think he's long dead now, I think,
I like them. Though. I like the flavor of them in the I like granola.
They were good,
too.
Yeah, but they just wasn't
like 6 different boxes of cereal tomorrow morning, and just eat a big bowl.
Yeah, I like granola. I like granola a lot too. I'll take Tarina buys like yogurts, and I'll take and crumble up fruit. I just said it. Granola. I'll take and crumble up granola and that yogurt and eat it, man. I love that.
That's good stuff. There's this like great ice cream spot here in Inglewood. They do like they just take some bunch of strawberries or whatever fruit you want. They'll just cut it up, and they'll throw a bunch of yogurt on there and a bunch of some cream and granola or whatever you want. And it's delicious. It's like it's so unhealthy, but like when you're just eating like just a bunch of fruit along with some cream and granola, it's just excellent.
It is, man.
It's amazing.
Bacon goes good with anything.
I freeze dried some strawberries back when I first got my freeze dryer, and one day I opened up. I had them in a mason jar, vacuum sealed, and I opened that up and I started putting it in my cereal and letting it. They're dry because they're freeze dry, but I let the milk reconstitute those strawberries into a good cereal. Man, yeah, that was good.
Oh man, I wish that place was open right now. They close at 11. Unfortunately, we're at 12:21 right now. So.
Oh my goodness, it's 2:21 here. I got to get off here, guys. I got to go. Boo, thanks for sending me the link. Sal, it's been fun, man. Enjoyed talking to you. And I'm looking forward to see that recipe whenever you do it.
Yeah, I'll let you know, Russ, for sure, because I have to do it. It's going to be sometime in December.
Yeah.
Whenever I have a little bit of a little break.
Sure.
And I'll shoot you a message for sure.
All right. Well, you got my email. If you need anything or whatever, just let me know.
You've been a good influencer here. I'll definitely take your advice. I got you bookmarked, like just the advice you gave me and everything. Just I'm trying to come up with that good Cajun seasoning mix. And I'll definitely
the one I told you about when you asked me about it, in the comments, and that's just a seasoning thing that I do
Yeah.
every now and then. That's the basic, you know.
Yeah.
Like I said, I do the I didn't think about paprika. Russ, put
Like
that
I
in,
said, bro, like
That's
I
mainly
wouldn't,
that's
I
mainly
wouldn't
I'm
make
not a paprika type of guy. Okay.
Yeah.
paprika
Boo.
I'm
carries
not.
very little flavor.
Boo,
It's
I
mainly
was
for
just trying to put
Yeah,
you on the
yeah.
spot.
it's mainly
It's
for
just got
color.
that it does have a distinct flavor if you put too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you put
and
too
the
much,
best stop in Scott, Louisiana, they make cracklings and boudin. They got specialty meats and all that, and they have a seasoning blend. They put 5 times too much paprika in their stuff. To
it's
me,
mainly for
they do.
color is what most people use it for.
And,
It does
and,
get a
Yeah, but
little
they
flavor,
put
but
5
paprika, yeah,
times too much color and flavor in it.
that, that's
I
what
mean,
I.
sorry, but that's my opinion about that place because I'm born and raised Kunas, and
Yeah.
I've ate at every boudin crackling place in South Louisiana just about.
Yeah.
Okay, and
And
they have way too much. They overpower their stuff with paprika. They do. They
yeah.
overpower it,
Boo,
in my opinion.
and Boo, I know I put you on the spot, and
No,
I
you didn't. No, you didn't.
completely, I apologize for that because I was like, I
No,
want to
you
make
did
something
not.
fun,
'Cause
like, hey,
I told you what I was
you
doing,
know,
and I was
because I
like,
would,
when you asked me, you said, what portions? That I have no idea. I just go with I feel with,
yeah, I understand that because if you already asked me the same question on a live, I'd be, like, hey, come up with a quick recipe for, whatever, and I'd be like, oh shit, like let me quickly
the way
come up
I
with
do
one.
I
things
don't remember doing that to you.
when I do any kind of recipe that comes out of my own head, I have certain amounts of everything that goes in it. And the reason I do that, because most of the time when I'm doing a video, if it's something I'm doing from scratch, I'll tell you what I'm putting in it.
Yeah.
But I always say I have a real recipe to back that up.
Yeah.
And that's what I was saying about the boudin I make, which mimics
Oh, yeah.
Best Stop's boudin, is
Yeah.
very, very close. My buddy Brian Ducharme asked me because he makes boudin, but he's like, Boo, he just throws a little of this and a little of that, cooks like
Mhm.
grandma, don't know what he did. He
Yeah,
don't
that's
write
why I
nothing
can't-
down.
Russ,
And he
that's
asked me,
why
did
I
I
can't,
have a boudin recipe? And I said, yes, sir. And I sent it to him, and he sells the fire out of that stuff daily,
Yeah, Russ.
every day. You know?
I understand that 100% because if you were to ask me what my grandmother's mole, my Mexican mole recipe is, I wouldn't be able to tell you because she does exactly that. She'll throw a little bit of that. She'll throw a bit
Yeah,
of that.
right.
Like,
My
and it's
mom
like,
cooked like that. I never got a recipe from her.
yeah.
Therefore, especially having a cooking channel, I
Yeah.
break it all down.
Yeah.
And I got barbecue sauces, same way.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I can give you every ounce of what goes in it to
And
duplicate
on
it.
my a mole recipe that I did last year.
Yeah.
Mole, you talking about that sauce?
Yeah,
The
think
chocolate
mole,
and
Boo, think of mole as a Mexican gravy. That's all
yeah,
it is.
yeah. I got a buddy of mine, Ed Deal Tech guy. He's got a big, huge YouTube channel. Him and
all
Jay
mole
Who.
is.
Oh man, he
That's
does
all
a good
mole
mole.
is. Just think of it as a Mexican gravy, right? So I've been trying to. I filmed my mom maybe like 5 times, just trying to figure out what she does on her mole recipe. I still can't get it right. So last year I said, okay, I'm gonna forget everything. Like obviously I can get my mom's recipe right. I'm just gonna do my own thing, and these are the ingredients I think go in it. Just by watching my mom go through it a few times, 5 times. I filmed her 5 times.
Yeah.
I still can't figure it out. This is my way of doing it until I figure her style out because it's still not perfect. And
What you should do is
and I let everyone know in that video, like, hey, this is not my mom's recipe. This is my way of doing it. Just because I've tried to do it like my mom and it's still not perfect, and I'm going to keep trying, and maybe I'll do an update video at some point when I get it down to the exact ingredient because she
is it. Uh-oh, your mic is muted.
Yeah, it went yeek, and boom. Yeah, we heard a buzzing noise, and then your mic muted, and boom. Yeah. Uh-oh.
So it's even got the mute symbol beside your name
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. You have the mute symbol on your. There you
There
go.
it goes.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now
Yeah. We
I'm
can
here.
hear you now. Right, no, we heard what you were saying, then all of a sudden, when you paused, we heard yeek.
Yeah, it's my mic that probably went dead or something.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's one of those things where I've been trying to work and trying to make my mom's recipe perfectly, but every time I film her, it's always different. And
Let me ask you this: could you take a set of digital scales and maybe a container, zero it out before she adds an ingredient? Actually, write down what she's getting ready to throw in and weigh it.
So I tried different things, Russ, where I'm like, I'm eyeing it. I'm trying to weigh things in, but then she'll add in a pepper or she'll add an ingredient. I'm like, well, how much did that just weigh? And I'm thinking like, okay, she added, 6 guajillos, but then somewhere along the line she adds, a seasoning. She'll add extra pepper. She'll just taste it along the way, and
Right. It's hard to duplicate stuff like that.
Yeah, and it's different each time. So I'm just I got the general idea, and that's what the video is that I posted last year. It's just my way of doing it. But it's still not exactly what
It's still not wrote down like in a book.
Yeah.
Like
if you were to tell
one
me,
or
hey,
half a teaspoon plus a little dab.
if you were to give me exact
I just do like
ingredients of like
1, 2,
hey,
3, 4, 5.
take a teaspoon of pepper, teaspoon of oregano. I could replicate it each and every time, but we haven't gone to that part yet.
Well, that's the way I do mine.
I'm gonna make my own.
I just and then like if I want to add some of this, for my basting sauce, because Jack Miller and Pig Stand, they do each make a basting sauce without the barbecue sauce, all the stuff in it right there.
Yeah.
Jack Miller and the Pig Stand, they do make a basting sauce without all the other stuff. And it's oil, but there's a little bit in it, but not a whole lot.
Yeah.
And that they make a good basting sauce.
So
and I used to take this, or Jack Miller, and Mama used to do it, put 2 sticks of butter, about a cup of this, cup and a half of this, and a little bit of vinegar, not much, just a splash. A vinegar, a splash, glug glug like that, a vinegar, Heinz vinegar.
Yeah.
And then, warm it up on the stove or on the pit, the barbecue pit. Mama liked to do stuff early though, ahead of time. And then what else she put in there? Oh, a little bit of salt, and then you for your baster, do that on your meat. Now after it was not just starting. I'm talking about this as a basting sauce after the fact, not right when you put your chicken on there. Or your pork chops or whatever.
So that's my whole thing, boo. It's like I have the base ingredient,
but all that's in my head, not written down on paper.
But here's my fault is I could make it and you could see that recipe on, I posted this recipe last year. You can make it yourself. You'll taste the same thing I'm tasting, but it's still not the same of what my mom does. And it's like, she goes on ahead and she tastes this. It's like, well, it's missing this, and she'll put it on there. And it's hard for me to like, okay, what did she just add? What was missing? Like, what is she tasting? What do I need? And just to give you a good example of that, that my mole recipe is lacking is I made the recipe in last year's video, and I saved the little little container cup. And then my mom came here for the holidays. She made her own, and I also reserved the little cup for myself. And then, a month later, we reheated it, and then I told my wife, "Hey, taste this. Like, which one's better?" And she immediately picked my mom's, and she was like, "No doubt." This is the better mole. And it's like, and I'm like, what is it? Like, it's just richer. There's more flavor in it. And like, what did my mom do? Like, we basically took the same ingredients. We worked out the same kitchen. And what did she do? And that's what I'm trying to figure out. So at some point I will figure it out. And I even made it on, I made it a comment on that video where like, hey, this is not my mom's recipe. One day I'll figure it out. And when I do, I'll repost a new video to just kind of show her, because I want to
have to hook you and Hector up. Hector Coins and Interest. I'm gonna have to hook you and him up. What part are you on? What part of California are you in? By San Francisco area?
LA.
Oh, you in LA? Okay.
Yeah.
He's, I want to say he's north of LA. San Bernardino?
I'm in Inglewood, so I'm near LAX.
Okay. He's up in the he's up in the high
he's in the
desert area.
Mm-hmm.
Up in
I don't
there.
know.
I'm gonna hook y'all two up. I'm surprised he's not here.
Definitely, yeah. Anything to get me get my mind going.
Being a YouTube guy, I'm telling you, this is another. Let me get to where I can y'all see that?
Sausage.
Yeah.
Sausage. Yeah. I got you presented right there. Hell yeah.
This is a German sausage that I designed last year when I got into sausage mode. And it's a German Bratzenbeer recipe. But if you'll notice, I mean, I write everything down when I design a recipe. But as you can see, I got it down to grams. There's
right.
There's slightly over 28 grams in 1 ounce. And I got it down. I mean, 6 grams. That's hardly nothing.
No.
But man, did it work. That just screamed.
Oh, hell yeah. You got the whole recipe right there. Damn it, boy.
When I design something, these are my recipes. That's what I
German
do.
Bratzenbeer recipe. See, I like that that style sausage. I call that. Is that a Polish sausage? Because Germany and Poland is same vicinity.
That is a German brat.
Okay.
And, but yeah, that's what I do. But I'm measuring grams. Everything I do, I don't do ounces or
Can
half
you
ounce.
post a link to that in here?
Russ, I think that's
to that PDF. Post a link to that in here if you don't mind.
Oh no, not a link. It's on my computer.
Russ,
Yeah, but it's not in a PDF form.
Yeah, it's in
that
a
recipe?
PDF.
Yeah, can't you grab a link for that or no?
It's in my downloads folder.
Yeah, well, you have a link for it then. There's
A link.
for it
A
somewhere.
link takes you somewhere on the web. It's not on the web.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't link to something inside your computer like that.
Yeah, he actually has to give you access. Like
You have to have a hyperlink that takes it to the internet. It's not uploaded anywhere.
Yeah, he's
That's
just
my
sharing
private.
Yeah, he's just sharing you.
Okay. I thought it was in PDF form.
It is a PDF file, but it's stored on my computer, not on the web.
But Russ, you actually give me a
Okay.
great idea. Like now, this year, because my family makes mole every year, around this time, because like we love, again, Mexican mole, Mexican gravy. You're gonna put that on your turkey, right? You're gonna pour some of that mole right on top of that turkey, come Thanksgiving. So you gave me an idea, Russ, where I'm just gonna start measuring stuff. Where I'm gonna be like, okay, these are the amount of chiles for, these are the amount of grams for these chiles that you've just cooked.
Yes, exactly.
And then and anything she adds, I'm just gonna be like, okay, you're throwing in 10 extra grams of pepper. Cool.
Right.
Oh,
Because-
wait,
I'm gonna have to do that myself.
It's like,
because
oh,
like
that's
those
not enough.
peppers,
Extra 2 grams of pepper. Okay, then keep, and then I'm just gonna keep tacking it on.
yes, that's what I was driving at earlier, because just a small fraction of something can make a difference in the final result.
Yeah.
That's how I approach things. I didn't always. I mean, the more I've done this, the
Yeah,
more
me
I've
neither. I just at my gumbos or whatever, I just do this. I know what to put. I've been doing the same dishes so long. I know exactly what to put. I don't measure, but it's so close every time because I'm so used to doing it that
Right.
way. You know what I mean?
It's kind of like Uncle Larry's jarred stuff. I promise you, he's got a recipe with exact amounts to duplicate and replicate that time and time again. He ain't just sitting there doing this and that. I promise you,
Oh yeah.
that
I
man's
know that.
he's got a recipe under lock and key.
Yeah, because he sells it on a commercial basis. That's
right.
Why.
You got to
But
be able to
me over here, I do my gumbo. Me and Missy, we just do it because we did it for so long the same way. We don't have to measure.
Okay, I'm reading this comment. OG Cooks doesn't need measurements. Let me tell you, if you run a channel, if you want somebody to replicate what you just cooked on video, you got to give them a recipe.
You have to.
You don't stand there on video and say, well, put a little of this and put a little of that. That ain't gonna cut it.
It might work, but like you have to trust the person and be like, I could taste this. I'm like, oh, it needs pepper, so let me throw a gram of pepper.
Right, they'll be all over the place if you.
I know what Braxton's talking about. Snake Fiend, because I was just saying it. Me and Missy do it the same way.
Yeah.
Between me and her, I can come behind her and do it her way, or she can come behind me, and she knows what I put in there already and not put in there, so she'll add what have it.
And I will tell you that the region of Mexico that my family's from, I'm not going to call it mole anymore. I'm going to call it Mexican gravy because that's what it is. The Mexican gravy that's coming out of the part of the Mexico my family's from, it's regional. So every region of that state has their own version of it. So, and it's patented too, because people are selling it. They don't want to give their recipe away. They're guarding it. They don't want to just, hey, you could create my mole, because it's almost like they think of it as they can make money off of it. So if you like my mole, I'm selling you the mole to you. You love the gravy that I'm making for you. I don't want to share that recipe with you, but if you want to buy from me, like, here it is. I'm willing to sell it to you. So why would you ever want to give that recipe away? But it's even more complicated because each region has its own version.
Yeah.
It's kind of like think about chili in the U.S. We all do it different depending on where you're from and how you learn.
Yeah, boy, that chili thing, that like Randy, RXTX, he's like, and everybody, everybody in the cook community that me and Russ knows, with beans or without beans. Oh boy, there's 50 people, no beans, 50 people, beans.
Yeah.
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 We went to a place over in Long Beach. It's called Juan Tequila's. It's a Mexican restaurant, one of the best freaking places I've ever eaten for Mexican food. And I can't remember what I ordered, but it had the mole on it, and it was freaking delicious. I was so impressed with it. I'm like, oh my God, I gotta learn how to make that. And I'm looking online, and I ordered this stuff that came in, and then it was freaking closed.
Like,
it was nasty.
Yeah, and I'm telling like people on my video that I've made, it's like there's like 100 types of mole that exists, and everyone is creating their own every day. So you'll never get to like that right recipe that you tried at this restaurant, but you have to understand the different types. You know, there's the sweet kind, there's the spicy kind, there's the green kind, there's the yellow kind, there's the red kind, there's different colors, you know, different spiciness levels. You have to understand that. You know, like if you go to a restaurant and you're used to that very dark, you know, sweet mole poured all over your chicken, then you have to know how to like look for that, you know, because if you look up a spicy mole, then you're going to be disappointing. You're like, that's nowhere near what
Right. That was my only time even attempting it. And it was a package. I want to say it was kind of wet.
Yeah.
You know, like it's like you add water or something to it. Best I remember, I threw that stuff in the trash. I'm like, God bless it, man. This stuff sucks.
And then for me, like a lot of people on YouTube, they're all about the sweet mole. You know, they put chocolate in there. And
this was savory. What I had, it was not sweet at all.
Yeah,
and
but a lot of people
served over something. I can't remember what.
Yeah, a lot of people are about the sweet one, and I can't stand that stuff. Like my family's all about the spicy red, and I like to tell people like, hey, there's different types. There's green, there's green looking mole. There's green, there's yellow type of mole. There's red. There's dark. There's really black mole. Like it just looks very dark.
Yeah.
It all depends on your taste preference, you know. But I like to tell people like, hey, there's different types. You know, pick what you want and then go with that. And then I'm trying for that red spicy one, and that's what I'm after. That's what my family is known for, and that's what my mom likes to do, and it goes great on everything. But I understand that like a lot of people are not going to be into it. You know, it's always too spicy. You know, I want that sweet one. You know?
Yeah, man. I promise you, it's kind of like a lot of my crawfish boils I've done in the past.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like those videos I did. I knew how much of this, that, and the other I use for a certain amount of water. I season the water. And I know how much crawfish I'm putting in there, but it finally got to the point because everybody like, oh my God, you're putting too much spice in there. And I'm like, you're a freaking idiot. You have no clue. And so finally I kind of come up with a way of doing that and explaining it, trying to explain to people that don't know crap about it, you know. And I come up with ratios, you know, and here's my ratio. If you got 2 gallons of water, you put 1 pound of the powdered seasoning in it, and then 1 ounce of the liquid for every gallon. No, for every 2 gallons. I got it wrote down somewhere. And finally, you know, all them comments just stopped. I said, I promise you. Not only that, they don't realize that I'm cooking in like a 160 quart pot that holds damn near 20 gallons of water. And, you know, it takes a lot of seasoning.
No, I totally get that. That's what it
does. That's why a lot of people say Cajun, we get a bad rap on seasoning hot stuff. And I was saying it earlier. I said, look, I don't like hot food. I don't care for spicy hot food. When we bought crawfish, now I'm talking about super hot food that you can't taste the food because of the hot of the pepper.
You're blowing your head off.
When we bought crawfish, or anybody bought crawfish, that's a big old pot, and you need a lot of seasonings in there.
And here's the other thing
too. You know, the crawfish has to, you know, they in a shell like a crab. Okay, it's not like it's a shrimp that's peeled or a piece of meat that's cellulose. You know, that's got the cells that all that stuff's going to sink into right away. Crawfish, it doesn't do that. So
and that's what it's all about, Bo. Like it seems like, how can you explain that? Like you know, if you were to give me a recipe, like, hey, I want a recipe for me and my wife, how could I do a quick shrimp boil or crawfish boil at my house? It's just me and my wife. I don't want that much shrimp.
I can't give you that recipe right off the top of my head because I don't know what size pot you got.
Yeah, and then if I were to say like, hey, I'm gonna invite 100 people over, like, give me that recipe. Like, I want to cook crawfish.
Oh, I get comments like that all the time. I have people email me.
You don't know, like, what would you like? You have to figure out, like, you have to dissect your own recipe in order to figure that out, right? Like, how else would you be able to respond to that comment?
I get emails every crawfish season. People say, look, I got 50 people coming over. How much is, and I was like, my God, I didn't sign on to answer all these questions. That's what the videos are for, but I usually reply to them. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, my God, figure some of this stuff out for yourself. I can tell you how much to put in, like, enough for 2 sacks of crawfish. But if you're going to do 50 sacks, you just have to keep duplicating what I'm showing you, unless you got 25 pots to do it in, or something. You know what I'm saying?
That's the way it is. Like, that's how I would look at it. Like, I would say, like, okay, Russ is giving me a recipe for 10 people. I want to feed 50 people, and let's multiply everything by 5.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I want to feed a fifth of those people, then we'll divide everything by 5 and see how it turns out. That's how
SJ, I want to interrupt you for 1 sec.
Yeah.
What is this linked to?
So that's my mole recipe.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. I got it presented, and I wanted to know what it was because I did go lean off the dock. I might have missed that comment.
Last year, I did a mole recipe. I tried to get as close to my mom's recipe, but you'll see in the video. It's close as I can get. It's still in progress. At some point, I'll make a version 2, and maybe it'll get closer to my mom's. But in that time, like, again, Mexican gravy, boo. If you got time to make it, make it.
Oh, hey, I love
pour it on everything. Pour on some
ethnic
chicken, pour on some turkey, pour on whatever you got.
I do. So, but there's one comment from Braxton. Say, he's in Northwest Louisiana. He is in Shreveport. And he says this is the deep South. It's all about the seasonings on different things. Particularly Louisiana is known for its spices and hot stuff. Ain't that right, Mr. Cajun Cornelius? No. You're right in a way, and you're not right in a way. Okay, I'm not saying you're wrong, Braxton. But there's certain seasonings for certain meats. Like I was talking about rosemary earlier. Okay, rosemary chicken. That's a thing. Okay.
Yep.
That's a awesome recipe. Rosemary chicken. Now, rosemary is a herb that came from the Mediterranean. Okay, and you can do it you can use it different ways. Okay, you can use it on beef. I use it on beef. I like it on beef and chicken. It makes chicken pop. But there's certain foods you don't want rosemary in. Certain recipes you do not want rosemary in.
Yeah, and you got to be careful.
We don't like the hot stuff in particular. Hot is reserved for crawfish ball, crab balls, and you don't want to put too much in that because I did that one time. I kind of overdid it. I didn't do it. A buddy of mine did it. He came behind me.
That's the only way I can get my crawfish spicy. I had to add extra cayenne because
he put 2 quart jars of cayenne.
Oh my!
And
goodness.
I'm like, no, that's too much.
Yeah, that's way too much.
Yeah, and I would do a little gravy, a simple, that big old black pot me and Missy have, and y'all seen that thing already. That thing is huge. Okay, and it's an old time black pot, old time. It was bought a long time ago. Shannon Fontenot, bless his soul, okay, he used to raid people's red pepper, cayenne pepper. When you were cooking, he'd come behind you and put that much out of a quart jar in the food that you were cooking without your knowledge. And he said,
that
"Oh,
ain't
I like
good.
it like that." I'm like, "No, man, how can you like it? Nobody can eat it. You just ruined this meal, you know?"
Yeah, add it to your own bowl or whatever, you know.
Yeah,
You
right. Yeah. And it was like, pork chops, rice and gravy,
know,
just a simple recipe.
I got, hey, I've got, well, it's buried right here, but I keep this right here on my desk. And this is red pepper flake, but this is Thai chili. This is hotter than your normal red chili flake.
Hey,
I put this on everything.
Hey, Russ.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, pepper flake. Yeah, red pepper. There you go.
These are Thai chili.
Russ.
Screaming hot. Yeah.
Russ, what would be cheaper for me? If I send you a bag of habaneros for you to dry, or for me to just get my own dry, that dry thing that you have.
The dry ager?
Yeah, the dry ager.
You could do jalapenos in a dehydrator.
But I wouldn't do habaneros. I would just want to do a bulk of habaneros and just dry the crap out of them and just make powder.
Now, are you wanting to make powder out of?
Yeah.
That's what you said? Yeah, dehydrator. You can buy a cheap dehydrator. That's all you need. I got a Cabela's. It's in there.
Would it be cheaper for me to do it myself and buy the dehydrator, or just send you a sack of habaneros and then have you dehydrate them?
It gets you a decent one. What's that one brand, Boo? You might know. Somebody in the chat. Dehydrator, not a freeze dryer. Freeze dryers are expensive. I can't remember the brand, but research it. You could load that thing up with peppers, and within 24 hours, you could turn them into powder. I've done jalapenos like that. I've done.
I want that.
I took some New Mexico hatch chilies. It's over here. I gotta find it. But I got some hatch chili powder.
I'm trying to think
all that was dehydrated.
The thing that I want to do is just dehydrate my own peppers, first of all.
Yeah.
And then just go into jerky, and then just start dehydrating just a bunch of shit. Like that's
Walmart have a dehydrator machine, the round dehydrators, round racks.
Because I always wanted that as a kid. The Rocco's food dehydrator, I wanted that as a kid.
yeah, me too. But not they don't. But Walmart has the dehydrators that are very similar, or probably better quality than Ronco's. Ronco, he did have some Rompupelli or whatever his name is. He had some good quality stuff. And the old time, not the new stuff, but
Excalibur.
I don't know what you were trying to ask. The dehydrator or
Excalibur. That's the one I was thinking of.
Oh heck! Wait, hold on. Yeah, Excalibur makes dehydrators.
Yes, that's a good one.
Yeah,
right
electric
there.
food dehydrator. Yeah,
I've got one by Cabela's that does just fine. That I've had for the last 4 or 5 years.
I have a New Wave oven, but that's more or less for not dehydrating. But you could, if you could put some kind of screen in it. A New Wave oven is the infrared cooker. It cooks from the top. This one went out. I got to tear it apart and see if I can fix it. It turns on, then it turns off in 3 seconds. So I think there's a MOSFET transistor in it that went out in that circuit, because it was plugged in the wall. And we had a lot of outages, surge, and it wasn't on a protector. Everything I got on my electronics bench over here, I have some very expensive electronic test equipment. Right, I have one test unit that back in 1985, that was $25,000. Yeah.
Guess what that is?
Let's see.
Powdered something.
I did this with my freeze dryer, but guess what that actually is?
MSG. Make shit good.
Nope. Oh, it'll make shit good. That used to be shrimp. That's powdered shrimp.
Oh,
shrimp powder.
okay. Wow. The shells or the whole shrimp itself?
Just the whole shrimp without the shells. It's been
Okay.
fully freeze dried and then pulverized into a powder. It's vacuum sealed, as you can see here.
I see
And
that.
when you make a gumbo, put you some of
Yeah,
that in there
oh, hell yeah.
for that added
A
seafood
man
kick.
after my own heart here.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's gonna add that much more seafood flavor into that gumbo. When you freeze dry something, it really concentrates that flavor.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Like, okay, we have I dried shrimp for years, okay, because I'm an ex-commercial shrimper and crabber. All
Yeah.
right. I was raised on the Gulf Coast, and I used to dry shrimp all the time on screens, window screens that was off my house.
you
Okay.
can
And I
drop them
made
right
some.
into your gumbo.
And yeah, dried shrimp. Oh yeah. And then the when you boil shrimp in heavy salt water. Right. Then you put the shrimp out on screens, window screens for your house or whatever. I used to make my own screen frames. You know, they were 4 foot by 2.5 foot, and I put them on sawhorses or whatever that was available to, keep them off the ground. And the flies never got to them. A lot of people say, "What do you do about them flies?" Them flies, they'll fly around there, and there's so much salt, in that shrimp that they get away from it. They don't actually light on your shrimp, but they actually, if they do, they land on your the shrimp peels. Okay, the shrimp shells. Well, anyhow, after the shrimp are dried, you fold them over, turn them over, what have you, on the screens for a day and a half. I used to take them in at night because of the dew point. You wake up in the morning, anywhere in South Louisiana or the South, you have dew on the grass. Okay, that's moisture. So you don't want your shrimp getting wet again. So you just take them in wherever under a covering, and when you finish drying them, you put them in an onion sack, or down here, crawfish sack, and you beat them up against a brick wall or concrete. You beat them, and it knocks all the shells and the heads off, and all of that you actually kind of want to keep. You want to keep that powder, all them shells, and what it does, that's what flavors your gumbo. If you want some shrimp powder, like Russ was doing right there, but
One
this
thing
is dried shrimp, and we used to make dried shrimp and boiled egg gumbo.
One thing I forgot to mention about this shrimp powder, these were fully cooked in a crab boil. It's already got that flavor in there.
Yeah.
You can add that to all kind of things, man.
That's a lot of flavor there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it don't take that much neither. You don't want to be taking a big old 2 tablespoons out of that. With a small gumbo or shrimp gumbo, crab
did something
gumbo,
with this when I did a video making this, and I made something with it. And I can't remember now.
I didn't
what
get
it
the
is.
notice for that. I'm gonna have to check it out.
That's
and that was in your fruit dryer, your dryer, right?
It's in my freeze dryer, my harvest
freeze
rate
dryer,
freeze
dryer,
dryer. Yeah, that's freeze. That's not dehydrated. That's freeze dried.
That's what I was saying. You dry.
What's funny, that shrimp never get. You know how when you dry them, they shrink down to hardly nothing. Freeze dried, they're the same size as when you put them in there, and when you pick them up, they're lighter than a feather.
So I think freeze dried.
You can hit it, and it just turns into powder. Which I put them in a food processor to do this.
So what Russ is saying is freeze dried is at a different level than dehydrating.
It is, because dehydrating actually is like slow cooking it. The way this works is that freeze dryer will get somewhere around 30 degrees below zero before it goes into vacuum freezing. When it goes into vacuum freezing, then that runs so long that it goes into a dry mode. And while it's extremely cold like that, it's actually removing moisture from whatever you're freeze drying, and that clings to the walls. You'll have frost build up that thick on the sides of that freeze dryer, and you got to keep going until all the moisture has been pulled out of whatever it is you're doing. And like shrimp, that didn't take no time. I think I went overnight with it.
Yeah.
And I've got somewhere up here, I got a moisture tester, and you just stab that in there, and it tells you if there's any moisture left in it, which you can just tell, you know.
So here, I'm just being stupid here, Russ. Let me ask you just a dumb question. Like dehydrated beef, you know, I always think of it as jerky.
Right.
Freeze dried beef. So you're saying that would be better than like a jerky, or do I need?
Here's the difference. If you're wanting to make jerky out of it, use a dehydrator or a smoker at low temps, and you're removing moisture from that. It's a whole different process in a freeze dryer. If you do beef in a freeze dryer, matter of fact, that turkey you seen me do the other day, all the rest of it I took and freeze dried it. Matter of fact, here's some of it right here.
Holy crap!
This is just some of it. I got a bunch of it put away. I've run out of room in there. So
I want to see that hydrated again.
But look at that. It says turkey. That's white meat 11/2024. That is freeze dried turkey in there, right?
Yeah, that's the rotisserie turkey you did not long ago.
That's exactly right. I wasn't lying on that video when I said I was on freeze dry.
Right, correct. Yeah, you told me that the week before too. Also.
That turkey will last up to 25 years in that package. That's a Mylar bag. And the way you would eat it is you take it out of that when you get ready to eat it. You put it in a saucer or a bowl with water. It can only reabsorb what it's lost. And that turns it back into cooked turkey again. Then you heat it up. If you're making a gravy with it, want to make a sandwich, it's completely edible. Tastes just like it did the day you put it in that freeze dryer.
That's insane.
Yeah, 20 years from now, that turkey will taste the same.
Russ, I cannot wrap my head around that. It's
fun.
It's crazy.
My wife does all this freeze dried candy with it, but when I use it, I'm putting back food for troubled times, you know.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. It's just like for me, it's just mind boggling. Like I cannot wrap my head around that.
But getting back to your question, you don't want to make beef jerky in a freeze dryer, but you can do beef. You can do burgers, you can do hot dogs, you can do whatever kind of meat you want. Now, real fatty meats, like heavily fat, do not do too well. They won't have the same shelf life. You might get 10 years out of brisket instead of 20 or 25. But you can't do whole fats like butter. You can't freeze dry. There is a process because I got some over here. I didn't make it though. I bought it. It's powdered butter. It's real butter, 100% butter. There is a process for it, but my freeze dryer won't do that. But you cannot do 100% fat. It won't work out. You know, everything else you can do though.
I would be happy if I could freeze dry brisket, you know, and freeze dry a couple steaks, tri-tip,
yeah,
you know, and a couple of ribs.
Greg Murphy, Ballistic Barbecue.
You know what? There's a food shortage, guys.
Can you freeze dry a tri-tip, a whole tri-tip?
Yeah, I'm just gonna hydrate this tri-tip here, guys, and there's a food shortage going around the world. I'm just gonna hydrate this tri-tip. I'm gonna fucking eat it.
And here's the cool thing about meat: you can freeze dry it raw and cook it whenever, or you can fully cook it. Then all you got, it's kind of like an MRE. Then you just warm it up.
Yeah.
You know what? You got to rehydrate it and then you warm it up.
But can you do a whole tri-tip?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
It's going to take a while because of the thickness of it, but you can do it. You might have to run it 3 days to fully freeze dry.
Okay. Okay.
But
I did not know that.
Yeah. you can do anything like that. Ribeye steaks, whatever,
Huh. Okay.
It just, that process removes all the moisture, and it's weird. It feels like styrofoam when it comes out. It's super light. There's no moisture left in it. And all you do is reapply the moisture, warm it up, and it's going to be just like the day you did it, But it really, well, you had some of that freeze dry candy. You already know how that.
Oh, hell yeah. That was good stuff.
Yeah.
That peanut brittle.
Mm-hmm.
Peanut.
Pecan brittle.
Yeah. Pecan brittle.
Yeah, that was
Man,
salted.
and actually, that lasted a long time up here because, I was trying to savor it, okay?
Yeah.
And save it. I was trying to, make a little bit go a long way, and it did work too. Now, it did, at the end, it did start, how you call it?
It was
growing.
absorbing moisture.
Yeah, it was absorbing a little moisture.
Just from the air.
But it was still good. In that Mylar bag.
Right.
And about 8 months later, I gave a couple of pieces, like that, to Johnny. And he said, "Oh man, thank you."
Yeah,
them things were still good, but my teeth at the time wasn't able to throw that canine in there and rip it apart.
Yeah, that's a salted caramel bourbon pecan brittle.
That was good.
That recipe is under lock and key right there.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Yeah.
Well, guys, look, it's 8 hours almost, and
We got 7 minutes.
we're trying to get out of here at the 5.5 hour mark.
Let's go 7 more minutes.
Let's make it happen. SJ, thank you for coming in, man. Thank you very much.
You got 7 more minutes. Let's make it an even 8.
Okay, let's do that. Now, 1 minute or 2 minutes before the hour.
Look,
I'm gonna let you do your.
Look,
there you go.
Oh, okay. What is that? Brandy or
is
that brandy?
It's not much, but a little whiskey.
Is it? Oh, it's whiskey or brandy or?
No, it's just cheap whiskey. I'm not a whiskey connoisseur.
I'm not a big highfalutin.
I basically ran out of my beer, so now it's like, hey.
Now I did do Bacardi. I got all my ingredients over here for my strawberry daiquiris that I made earlier. My strawberries. No, I did. I put the strawberries back in the ice box, but I have all the ingredients over here on the table for the strawberry daiquiris I made.
Yes, I dig it. So, just to let you all know, like I'm wondering what y'all cooking, what y'all drinking for the weekend. I'll let you know what I'm drinking and what I'm cooking. I'm gonna be cooking a picanha. So
what?
A picanha.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be cooking a picanha tomorrow, and I'm gonna keep it salt only. Very, very controversial, right? Salt. What the fuck?
No, that's the way you do it if you're gonna do it Brazilian style.
Apparently, that's the way you're supposed to do it.
I've got some Brazilian salt down here, the big old crystals.
Yeah, but
I'll order that just for picanha.
Yeah, that's what I'll be doing. It's like, what is this whole Brazilian thing where you're supposed to just do salt only on a picanha? So that's good. My next video.
Yeah, that's good.
I have to check that out.
Yeah, so hopefully I'm trying to hit that crowd of like, because we all heard it, right? Salt's all you need. But I'm going to tell you, I'm not just down with salt. I love my pepper. I love my garlic. Honestly, and then and we're talking about us barbecuers, like, we're all about our beef rubs. We all have our favorite rubs. Like we're gonna choose our. If you're cooking up a steak, boo, what would you put on it? And Russ, what would you put on it?
What is that? What?
Yes.
I'm getting ready already. Holidays are almost here.
Oh, eggnog! Oh, I hear you.
That's got the booze already in it. That Pennsylvania Dutch, you get it at the liquor store. That's some good stuff
That's
right
what it's
there.
all about. It's a party right there.
Yeah. I might hit some of that Sunday night.
Yeah. So
know-
that's all I got. That's all I got questioning is, hey, what would you cook it with? Like the whole salt only.
I've got
It's got a
I've
lot
got
of flags. I have a lot of flags raised. Like, why only salt when there's all these amazing seasonings you could put on it? And for me, beef, salt, pepper, garlic, that's all it needs, right? So
I've got a shitload of seasoning.
Yes. So why
I've got a shitload. Okay. I got some special shit in there. I've got some bullshit. I got some chicken shit. I got some all shit, some good shit, and no shit.
That's the question I want to ask. Boo has all the shit. Why would
I got more shit that you can shake a stick at?
Okay. Boo has all the shit that you will ever want. Why the hell would you just go salt? That's the video that I'm making.
Try it. It's good. It's
let's
good.
see. Where's it at?
Now, I'll tell you what I do. Like
I got the chicken shit. I got the bull butter. That's one of my sayings. That's one of my sayings. Instead of bullshit, I say bull butter. Okay, okay, bullshit. Where's the no shit at? Look. I guess it's gonna be like here's the good shit, and here's the no shit. Shit is the most widely
that's a lot of shit, man.
word in the English language besides the F word. But I think shit handles it more than that. Look, here's the no shit. Okay, this is a no salt. It's a no sodium seasoning. Okay. No shit.
Listening to me.
I would not lie to you. No shit. This is no sodium in this seasoning.
You got to be shitting me.
Yeah, you gotta be
no, I wouldn't shit you. You're my favorite turd.
Boo, you got a lot of shit. You're shitting.
Yeah, I'm full of shit, ain't it?
You gotta be bullshitting me. Like,
that goes good with chicken. This right here, already
holy shit.
Explain that one.
There's holy shit too, right? It's good
it's
shit.
Good on tacos or any kind of like fast.
Gotta have some holy
There's
shit.
holy shit though, right? Show me the holy shit. Shit.
Holy. I don't have no holy shit in there. Oh yeah, we need to tell them about
bullshit.
that. Yeah, that's a beef. That's the beef.
I thought there was holy shit.
All I can say is
shit.
That is the shit.
Here's the special shit right there. That goes good. Like Chinese food, I think. I mean, I forget what's called in here, but anyway, yeah. That's a $50 box of.
That's amazing.
That's a shitload. $50 on Amazon. I got some friends that they wanted me to make a couple of videos with.
Well, let me ask you this: is it worth the shit?
It's worth every dime they paid for it, and it's good shit.
Is it good shit overall?
There's Tarek right there. You see? Tarek.
Oh shit!
Right he said, "Where'd all that shit come from?" And I just said, some friends of mine sent me that. They wanted a few videos, and I did make some videos on it. And Tarek, right there, the T6 gang, that's right there.
Boo, you have like 50 videos there.
No doubt.
You have to make these videos.
Yeah, boy.
Hey, on Sunday you had to come up. Show Lance like your special shit and be like, "Fuck you, Lance."
I think I've done that on Lance's.
I've seen that before.
Yeah, I've done it. I think Lance's live stream Sunday afternoons, evenings now because it gets dark earlier because of the time change, and I think Simon's because I used to go up a lot in panel and Yes I Can barbecue stream. Yeah, and look right here. There you go. All right. No, we like sending shit to people.
It's some good shit, and hopefully I'll get to guys see you on Sunday. I appreciate you. Thank you, Boo, for inviting me on here.
Oh, not a problem. Not a problem. So, Lance, we talking about see Sunday at 6 o'clock on Lance's stream? Okay, that would be like what 4 o'clock your time, huh? 5 o'clock.
It's early.
3 o'clock.
I'm gonna send Lance over a message. Maybe he can invite me over. You know, like he doesn't like to invite me over to his chats. I don't know why.
Ask him. He'll do it. I promise you. He just don't
like
know you want
him.
in.
Like no. There's enough Mexicans on my channel. I'm like, okay.
Oh no, he ain't gonna think that.
He's like, all right, we got one Mexican is enough.
Hell, I'll tell him. He normally sends me a link every Sunday. I'll email him back. Says send Sal one.
Yes, do that, Russ. I'll bug him about it.
I'll get with Lance Sunday and say, hey, if you know, I have time, you know, and let's shoot the shit.
Let's
send me a link.
Yeah, I love Lance and
he's a good guy.
I love all you guys. Like, no, seriously, like you guys are, you know, like this is what the barbecue community is about, you know, and it's
absolutely
it's an amazing thing. Like I love chatting with you and sharing recipes, and thank you very much, Boo and Russ, for sharing that amazing recipe. I'm gonna definitely put that out. Like again, December.
I think you'll like it. It's got a good flavor to it.
I want that Cajun. flavor, and I'm gonna definitely give you guys, both of you, a shout out because like I need to make that video and make it good. And that's it. You know, and I appreciate you guys.
You can take that seasoning outside of using it for what it's intended for. You can actually like take like a French bread and put olive oil on it and sprinkle that seasoning and put it on the grill. You can put it on baked potatoes. You can put it on anything, man. You'll like it. It's good.
I'm gonna do like this is my recipe. It's like I want to do a Cajun chicken pasta recipe.
There you go.
It might get one view.
Look in before you fully decide how you want to pull that off. Look into blackened chicken and use that seasoning as the blackening seasoning. Now, I don't mean burnt. I meant just like on a griddle. You know, like really get that deep flavor in there. Then
if your fire alarm smoke alarm don't go off, you didn't do it right.
Man, I'm telling you what, that on some pasta like you're describing with like an Alfredo white sauce, that'd be killer.
Yes, I want that. Like I want that chicken just you know that just pour it down and I want to collect all of that down there. It just make a beautiful sauce. That's and it starts with a seasoning, right? You got to season chicken right. That
absolutely.
Means all
Next
about.
time we do a chicken spaghetti, I'm gonna make a video on it.
Ooh,
and
tag me. Please tag me.
I will.
Because like that's my next idea, right? It's like, okay, you go chicken, but what else can you do? Can I incorporate beef? You know, let's cook down the beef.
No, well, we're not. We do a chicken spaghetti. We just put chicken in it. We don't stray from that, and we don't have a written down recipe. We just do it as it.
Hopefully, I don't. Insult any of you guys. Yeah, this is my take, and giving you guys credit. And if hopefully it's delicious. That's what I'm hoping for. If it's not, then it's not. I'm not gonna.
Well, like I said earlier, it'll be in your library of videos. And be honest with you, that's what money I do make with YouTube now is just from all the videos I've done over the last 12 and a half years. You get enough on there, you'll get views across many of them, and your income increase because of that. You know, the more you do, the more you make.
Yeah, I don't want people to think like, oh, what does this guy have to do with, like, you know, Cajun cooking? Like, what does he know? You know, I don't want my videos to kind of dwell in that. I just want to say, hey, I picked up a good Cajun rub. I picked up this idea to season the chicken and make my pasta. This is what I could do. Like, you know,
do you normally do you cook things in advance to see how it turns out before you? Okay, I didn't know. Most of my videos I haven't. There are a few where I actually experimented. There's been a few videos I wish I would have.
Yeah,
you know, because there's changes I would have done. Kind of like that barbecue lasagna. I would have done that totally different if I would have knew, you know, about the pasta shells. I would have went different.
Yeah, so that Cajun chicken pasta recipe, I did it on my own. Cameras were off. Came out excellent, but I'm like, oh shit! Like, what if I were to actually introduce a real Cajun seasoning on here?
Yeah,
that's a video. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I also don't want to come off like, hey, you know, like I know all about Cajun seasoning, because I don't.
Hey, cooking with AB out in California, he does Cajun stuff all the time. He ain't from Louisiana. I'm not from Louisiana, but that kind of filters over to Mississippi a lot more than what people think.
Russ got Louisiana ties.
That's the way I feel too.
But my grandfather on my dad's side was full-blooded French Cajun, so I got Cajun in me, you know. But that's one reason I love that food so much. I think it's in my blood.
You're not gonna tell me twice, Russ, because like the way I see it, like, hey, is somewhere to come up here and cook great Mexican food? I'm gonna be like, where are your parents from? Like, you know, where were you born? Like, no, you have a excellent Mexican recipe. I'm not gonna question you. I'm like,
it's like I've done my share of Mexican style. It's probably more Tex-Mex, but I did some fajitas years ago, and it really turned out good. And I had a lot of Mexicans comment on it, man.
Like,
you know,
like that. That's what it's all. And to me, it's not about like getting the props. You know, because a lot of people, it's like, oh yeah, like I want the Mexican community to be behind me. Like for me, it's not about that. It's like,
no, I think where I'm going with that was I'm not Mexican, and they know it. Matter of fact, I ended the video. I remember like yesterday, I sit there and took a bite and like, whoo-wee, I must have a little Mexican in my blood like that. It turned out good.
You know? Exactly, Russ. Like, I see that all the time. You know, I see that with you. I see that with Boo. I see that with Randy. They're like, you guys obviously understand what good Mexican food is. So it's like,
I love it.
Explain it to
One
you.
of my favorites.
I love Mexican food. Like, even though I'm a Cajun, you know, coon ass at heart, but I love other foods, you know.
Oh yeah, I like all kinds of stuff.
All right, guys, let's call this. We passed 8 hours in this, 8 hours and 10 minutes. Actually, 8 hours and 10 minutes and rolling.
All right, guys. Appreciate the link, Boo.
All right, hey, where's my Zeus? Russ, where's my Zeus? Zeus. There we go. All right, yeah, buddy. I like that Zeus feature on that Apple stuff. That's the only thing I like about Apple.
I hear you.
All right, that's it. Sal, take it easy, man. Appreciate you coming up. Russ, appreciate you coming up. All right, everybody. Y'all know the routine. All right, look, like I said, appreciate you guys. I can't forget about chat. Everybody in that Tarek, appreciate you coming in. Well, it's a little late for you too. He's in Oregon, Washington area on the northwest coast up there. But anyway, appreciate everybody coming in. Y'all know the routine is good being north of the grass. Y'all stay safe. Be that way. Be that way. Stay safe. And as always, love, peace, and crackling grease. Catch y'all later. A Pluta.
I can't do it. There it goes. Later.